Well, hello there. Yeah, I'm live. I'm live, and some people say I probably shouldn't be, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's going to be some news today. This is not going to be the regular show, but as you know, or don't know, my name is Reptoid, and this series is called Reptoid Live Streams Minecraft, which is, of course, my second YouTube channel of the same name. And I am Reptoid27 live on Twitch right now, if you're watching this on my second channel as a VOD. So, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a down-tempo, low-key kind of a thing right now. I'm just going to go right into the news, just so you all know. And this might be a little rough, especially on me, but I want to honor somebody today, in my own way. There's not much I can do, but I do want to honor somebody today. A good friend of mine. Come on. Hang on. I didn't think I'd have to say this. Shit. I'm glad I don't have a face cam. But my good friend, Iron Van, has passed on. Come on, damn it. Hold it together now. You're doing a fucking intro. Oh, come on. Okay. I can do this. I found out today that he passed away about a week ago. Of course, I've known him for years. We've worked together for a long time. If you go back to, like, my main channel, Reptoid Discovers Minecraft, he's there right from the beginning. And it's very unexpected what happened. I was watching, and of course, you know, I was watching Siege Live when we got the news from Iron Van's daughter, who appeared in chat and let us know of his passing. And it was quite the shock, I guess you could say. Yeah. Quite the shock. Came out of nowhere. And, well, as you can tell, it's still hitting me, but I just wanted to stream for him anyway. So, yeah. That's the news. So, I don't know what I want to do today. I might, I'll probably be on the public and private server, my own, and just mess around there. And we'll just hang out and chat, if that's okay with you guys. I don't feel like doing too much today. God, I never thought I'd have to say those words, you know? That's really rough. And I know it's kind of stupid and selfish in a way, isn't it? I mean, here I am going live when I'm suffering, but, you know, he's not suffering anymore, that's for sure. So, he doesn't have to deal with this crazy-ass world anymore, does he, right? I should be really happy for him. He's transcended, so... But, you know... It's so, yeah, today is a lot of trying to get through it and trying to cope with it. But I want to make sure people know that it's okay to talk about this stuff. I'm going to push past the anxiety and all that stuff. And we're going to reminisce about some things. We're going to have a laugh, hopefully, along the way as well. I knew the first part would rip me in half. Oh, god damn it. Fuck, I honestly thought I could pull it off, you know? Yeah, it's, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you. I mean, You guys are on the screen now. Shouldn't be focused on me anyway. So yeah, thank you, Caroline Creeper and Florica and Ray. I know you're lurking, or you'll be here soon. If you see Ray Skywalker in chat, that's Iron Van's daughter, by the way. And we'll go over the news if you want to go over some of the details. It's very personal, but we don't have to go there. We can talk about all sorts of goofy shit. This guy, what a character. Suffered from social anxiety to the extreme. When it acted up, he would have to go. He would leave a chat. He would stop streaming. It was fast. And he still pushed himself into gaming and streaming and making everyone laugh. Even when he was having a tough time, he was always making me laugh. And that's why he was a part of my team and a part of the crew. Because that's what we all do for each other as much as possible, is we're always brutally honest. I mean, I can't say half the shit I can't say on Twitch or YouTube, the stuff that we talk about. We swear like fucking sailors, and we have a laugh, and we make fun of everything. So we can get through this, you know? And we did our best to just to make content, you know, for you guys. For the people who don't know what goes on behind the scenes, and we all have our own stuff to deal with. I know you guys have so much stuff going on in your lives too, right? I understand that. I mean, I'm not stupid. We all go through stuff, so I always just wanted to produce content, just have a laugh and mess around and tell stupid jokes and all that kind of stuff, right? And I try to, I mean, my character is an exaggeration of myself, so it's pretty easy to slip in and out of character, but yeah. So I just, you know, a part of me just wanted to hang out with you guys and just give you the news and tell you what's happening. I didn't want people suddenly like saying, hey, happy stream anniversary, yay, aren't you happy, you know, and I didn't want to just suddenly not show up, because someone will hear, oh, I heard a rumor somebody died, and then they'll think it's me because I'm old and I'm sick. So I thought, well, I should show up then. But that means I have to explain something. I can't not say what happened. That just feels wrong to me, so I knew I should at least make the announcement. And you know, we play some Minecraft, we hang out, we can talk and all that kind of stuff, and try to stay distracted. And yeah, if there's long pauses, excuse me. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming for either, because it really depends on my emotional state. But if there's one thing that Iron Van, under any of his aliases, has taught me, is that you make the best of what you got and try to have a laugh along the way. So maybe we'll find some stuff to talk about. Yeah, and let me see. It's always a tough time, no matter. Nobody really knows how to handle it. It's okay to feel feels. Yeah, exactly. I mean, either I feel like crap all alone by myself in my room with no friends who live locally in my city, and I have no family above or below me. And I didn't feel like just listening to music and just staring at my walls for the rest of the day. That's not really my vibe. And I don't think that's probably healthy. So here I am, right on time for my show. And yeah, in today's music, I'm going to be playing all the Caleb R.K. Williams, very, very lost in a mesa kind of vibe. Canadian artist. I like his stuff a lot. So maybe I just pop into World. Flork is there in the public server. Oh, there is something else I could do, though. I do want to show you guys something. This was kind of a fun thing. Let me just flip this over here for you. Hang on. Let's see. First of all, I guess I should give you this, as I always do. There's my website. Click on the picture of me there, and there's my public server and my private server, as you know, all right there. But here I am on X, announcing the show and whatnot, but I just wanted to announce this because I thought this was really cool. Iron Van, Rob, made these for me when he found out I was planning an Old West vibe Minecraft server many months ago. AI prompt, yes, but a really neat idea for an artist to complete based on my character. Sheriff and outlaw, playful and feral vibes, so yeah. I thought this was really cool. There's the other one. Depending on my mood, it's like, yeah. my two moods, my main character. I just thought that was really cool. I'm also on Minds.com, Reptoid27. You can check me out there as well. But yeah, everything's on the website. And I'm in Stoat, Phase Zones, and Discord. There's everything you need to know about that right there. But anyhow, swap this back over. Yeah, it's gonna be this is a different episode. I mean, I just wanna make sure everybody knows. And also, in a way, at least if you hear me going through this, at least you know I'm, quote, okay. I'm sure a lot of people would be very concerned about my mental health, losing a close friend rather suddenly. And I guess it's safe to say a little bit about what happened or how it happened. I guess from the perspective of Ray, no one had heard from him. Nobody had heard from him for like about a week or so. And Ray and her grandma answered the door, and there was an officer who let them know what happened, that he's gone. It's like that. And that's tough. And reality is, it happens all the time. I'm not going to get all spiritual and philosophical, but you know what I mean. It happens all the time. But when it happens to you and you get the news, that's quite a punch in the face, you know? When you lose a relative suddenly. Any age. So what they figured out is that it was his medical condition. They suspect he hadn't taken his medication and fell asleep and didn't wake up on his bed for about a week before he was found. So we can talk about how serious diabetes can be at some point as well, because that's what happened, from what everyone can tell anyway. So for God's sake, if you know anybody out there who has diabetes, you might want to take this as a warning and some advice to please check on them. Please take care of those who have diabetes around you. Just make sure they're okay. Because he lived on his own, so he could have just felt not quite awake enough to take his medication and was really exhausted and probably just went to sleep. But if there was somebody else there, after an hour or so, they would have heard him maybe snoring a little differently than the way he usually does, and would have very quickly checked him and made a phone call if need be. And he might have been okay. So it's very accidental, but when you think about it, with today's medicine, we're very lucky that we can extend a life that wouldn't have made it naturally. So he was always on bonus time, extra time. I don't want to scare anyone, but just like myself, I'm on extra time in a couple of ways. Bad heart, bad lungs, and then of course all the damage to my brain from my former career of 32 years. I guess the damage to my lungs is directly related to my former career as well, so yeah. But that's life. We've all got something, right? I don't know anybody who doesn't have something going on. That's why I always want to just have fun and distract myself and, distract others in the same process, right? Yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah, reflect. I know. I know what you meant. There's a joke in there somewhere. Pause and deflect. See, that's my dark sense of humor, right? It goes right as like I don't know what, but my brain wants to write something for that. And that's the way Iron Van's brain was too. We both had the same mental deflect where we make the dumbest jokes, awkward jokes at the dumbest possible time. It scared a lot of people. But people with an equally sick sense of humor always got a laugh and appreciated our humor, so... Pause and deflect. Maybe that'll come back to me. I'll have a good idea for that one at some point. Oh, man. Alright. I should probably go meet Florica now. We'll probably talk a little bit. There's other things I can share along the way. It's nighttime. Hi, kitty. My goodness. I'm going to sleep right now. I don't want phantoms. It's the last thing I want to deal with right now. If I wake up in your bed again... Oh, now I'm waking up over here instead of on the cat's bed. She always sleeps in the center. Okay. Let me bring this down. Yeah, this stuff is very ambient, but with my audio compressor settings, it brings up the background stuff really loud. Because it's like compressing it a little more than it should. But that's okay. Alright. Hugs here if needed. Look at that. That's so sweet. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. Just work as usual.
Just work as usual? Yeah. Let me adjust your volume here. Probably have to put that below more. There we go. I'm gonna go walk around my yard for a bit. Gotta burn off some steam. Yeah, this one's quite the shocker, out of nowhere. I was live with him 20 days ago today. Only 20 days ago, he was live. We were showing him around the server, setting things up, having a laugh, reminiscing, all that kind of stuff. And since he passed over a week ago, I guess it was only a couple days after that. Glad he was having a good time.
Yeah, I saw that message whenever I was up at work. It's like, no.
Yeah. Yeah, lots to think about. Yeah, I don't know how Phazon's taking it. I haven't heard a response from him yet. Could be out all day too. Might not even know yet.
Oof.
I sent him a message, direct message, privately. So if he had his phone on him, he knows. But, you know, there's a chance he doesn't.
Gosh, I
Yeah.
hope he knows.
I've thought about that, the memorial or something. I've thought about that. I mean, this is day one of hearing about it for me. It hasn't even been more than a few hours yet, so I don't know what I want to do. I don't know how Phazon's going to take it either, so there's a chance he might not even want to show up online today.
Probably not.
I mean, it was the three of us that started the whole thing, started the whole series anyway. We're the original trio. It goes right through. Yeah. I just wanted to, I don't know. I'm unprepared for this stream, really. Like totally unprepared because I don't have anything planned. But like I said already, I didn't want to just disappear and have people going, "Oh, I heard something happened," and then they think it's me. So I thought I should at least say, "Hey, everyone, I'm okay, but you know, sort of okay. I have enough of my own stuff to deal with, so you know, it's giving me a real perspective on, you know, because I'm old. There's gonna be a time when someone's gonna have to go through something themselves, and they get the news that I'm not around. Giving me a real perspective on that right now. Thinking maybe like things I want to do, things I want to say before things happen. Every Skelly has a frickin' power bow or something.
Of course.
Every cave I just zoom into, it's like, yep, I see something glowing. It's a skeleton. Yeah, I'm gonna go through a lot. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of up and down for the next little while. A bird over here. Is there a birdie? Hey, bluebird. I was trying to find, I don't know if it's appropriate, but I was trying to find an image of Mr. Iron Van. Took a picture of himself. He was getting into, well, first of all, I guess I should give a backstory to that before I even say that. He wanted to change his situation, be vague, and he wanted to get in touch with nature a little more, and he decided to head out to Colorado. And while he was there, he discovered nature and how relaxing it was. And all of a sudden, he sent me a picture of himself wearing this stylish black cowboy hat. And I went, oh, hell yeah. That looks good on you. And he's like, yeah, I know, right? As he always says, I know, right? And he said, I think this might be my thing now. He got into the vibe real fast. He went country so fast. And it suited him. And he started changing his YouTube channel where he was doing a lot of nature stuff. He would do chats just sitting, you know, by a small stream and just enjoying the view and all that stuff. And I was like, damn, you're lucky. I'm still stuck in the city, even though I'm born country. I'm still stuck in the city. Okay, that's it. No more floating stuff around here. Stop it, guys. I spoke too soon. This whole area is floating. What is this?
Oh, no.
All right. That's enough of you. You guys are allowed to stay there. You guys are allowed to stay here. Okay, that's fine. All right, good. We're okay. But it was really nice. I enjoyed the vibe, and I was trying to find the pictures. He sent me 2 or 3 of them. I think he shared them in Discord,
Yeah,
but
I believe he did.
I was trying to find them, and I was using all the keywords I could, because I'm sure I responded saying cowboy hat or something at some point, but all the keywords, I couldn't dig it up in time. I was like, I don't know where they are. Thought I saved them on my computer or on my laptop or something. Could be on my laptop that's broken now, for all I know. Thought I saved them somewhere. So, you know, lots of searching, lots of not finding. But yeah, I thought that might be good to just to show people. I'm just walking around everywhere right now. Everywhere and nowhere. Village over there. Whoa, yeah. Okay. Easy does it, Dolphin. Ray is in chat. There you go. Thanks for popping by. I've already done my rather sad intro and all that kind of stuff. Everyone knows what happened and who you are. Appreciate you being here. And yeah, this is rough. Some rough stuff. If you have any questions about the server or anything, I mean, that's open. You might see things here that you're not used to seeing, like not normal Minecraft kind of stuff, but at the same time, it's all basically Minecraft. Nothing too fancy, but the world generation is very unique here. Look at this mixed biome of trees here. It's like acacia, oak, dark oak, jungle. Really beautiful. Something's following me. A zombie, of course. Yeah, we've been talking about it, Ray. That's part of my sad intro. Everyone knows. I let everyone know right away. I want everyone to know that, you know, rather than hear it from somebody else or think it was me, in case anybody, I didn't want people worrying about me, that, you know, I've got my own health conditions to worry about, and somebody might hear something and then think it's me. So I want to let everyone know that, you know, I'm okay-ish. Maybe not emotionally okay, but that I'm kind of okay. Yeah, I mean, Ray's going to be going through a lot more than I'm going through, I'm sure, so. I really appreciate you reaching out and letting me know right away. Ray, that's really important, and I thank you for that. Man. Yeah, exactly. This is a big one. I just need the distraction, and I don't mind talking about some of the goofy shit we've done in the past. Like I told you, Ray, it was, we went under the name Monkey Shines. You remember that, right? It was Monkey or Iron Van, myself, and Phazon, who basically got the channel going when we started everything. We're the original 3 OG members that started everything going. So, that's a long time ago now, like 6 years or something. 6 frickin' years ago! Something like that. A long time. To record a video every single week right from the start, yeah, it was a lot to do. And we didn't even know each other that well. Well, I knew Phazon in a different sort of way. Like, I'd seen him around, we talked many years on and off randomly, and then all of a sudden we started talking about stuff, and he's like, let's do that. I have this idea, I want to do video editing, and you'd be funny. And then, you know, we heard about this other person through a friend. Then I ended up just like hanging out with Mr. Iron Van before he was Iron Van on his Twitch channel and saying stuff. And I said, yeah, I started a channel. It's kind of silly. And he just giving me advice. The first thing he did, that's what I remember. The first thing he did was say, you know, you get used to it if you're dealing with social anxiety or any kind of like, because I didn't tell him what I had. I just said, yeah, it's a little rough on some people. He thought I was talking about myself, and he was immediately supportive and talked about, you know, how he deals with things. And I thought that was awesome. I thought, wow, what a sweet guy, you know? Right off the bat. Starts giving me tips and talks about how he was dealing with stuff early on and what it's like. And what works for him. So, yeah. And then I started, you know, watching him a couple of streams, and I realized his humor was ridiculous. I thought, this guy's goofy as fuck. I like this. Bad puns, you know, and all that kind of stuff. I was like, okay. So, you know, we'd only done a couple episodes, and I'm like, hey, would you like to do a video with us? A Minecraft thing? And he's like, yeah, I play a little Minecraft. And I think he even mentioned you, Ray. It's like, oh, yeah, my daughter and I, you know, on occasion. And, you know, she's shown me some stuff. I don't know a lot. What do you guys have in mind? You got a little concerned about, you know, like, how much am I actually going to be doing here? You guys aren't like pro streamer. Wait, you're not a pro streamer, but, you know, you're not like a pro gamer or something like that, because basically I suck. And I was like, awesome. And I explained my character and what we were doing, and it was mostly just going to be like, we're unknowns. I get like 6 views on a video. It's not like a lot. And he goes, oh, that sounds fun then. And he's been with us ever since. Except, of course, his GTA thing. He had a couple of GTA groups he was trying to get in for the longest time. And when he finally got in on one of them, that was it. That took his full attention. And I'm not the kind of person to stand in the way of somebody's dreams. Hell no. I was so happy for him. And he was having a blast. He was having a great time. It was fun to watch. Never seen a man so excited about a video game and a bunch of weirdos online. It was really cool. He had a great time. And that was the main thing. And boy, did he make him laugh. Holy shit. He got so many people breaking their characters and just absolutely losing their minds over his, like, dumb humor. People loved working with him because he was so awkward and so goofy. And he had some fun ideas for characters, so, yeah. It's so weird talking about him in the past tense. I can't get over this. Like, what the fuck am I saying? My brain keeps going, bro, listen to yourself. You're talking about him like he's gone. Well, yeah. Apparently he is. How appropriate. I'm gonna hang out in my mesa. I lost my jump. Thought I was gonna have a good run there. Dark, rainy days in the mesa. It's kind of funny too, because I started out not knowing a damn thing and being a complete idiot at this game. Of course, as you all know, as I get shot... Oh, I didn't get shot. Bro didn't read the script. As I get shot, I was supposed to get shot. Anyway, I've obviously gotten a little better over the years. So... The hell? Campfire here with a button. Do you turn this thing on? Is that the off switch? Uh-huh. Oh, it's yours? Alright, you can have it. It's cold fire anyway, I don't want it. Like my fire's hot. Like I like my spices. Baby zombie. Screw that. Ooh. See me avoid that cactus? Like lightning. Oh, I almost punched him right in the face there. Oh, found another salt flat. Look at this beautiful view. I don't even care where I'm going. This is what I need just to not do anything for a while. As long as I'm not alone, I guess. Ooh, Enderman. I should probably go home and sleep. This is the benefit of having a home command. Just go home like that. Yeah, I'll just catch up on everything you were saying there. I was glancing. Was oldest daughter. Everyone is my first dad. Yeah. After diabetes. Yep. And you've been through cancer too. I know. You talked me into being in Cats the Musical and the Newsies when I was in school. Oh, wow. Speaking of cats, I woke up in my cat's bed again. I'm supposed to wake up over here. I don't know why that happens. Like, most of the time I wake up over here, but the last, like, 20 times I've woken up, except for a couple times I keep waking up here for some reason. Like, something's changed. Something's changed. I don't know what. And, of course, I can go back like this, but now it's daytime, so we get to watch mobs burn. You know, one of the reasons I added certain things to this world, we used to talk about GTA in Minecraft, and there was a certain moment that there was a lot of scandal about the idea of having, you know, guns in Minecraft or something like that. And you can't very well play a GTA map when the server is shut down because Mojang doesn't support the server because it's a gun-based game. So, in the typical Iron Van, Reptoid, and Phazon fashion, I said, wouldn't it be nice if we just went fully Old West and had lore, and we could do characters and all that kind of fun stuff. In the Old West, look at this cactus. Look at that saguaro. Fucking gorgeous. Hey, buddy. And I said, you know, it'd be really cool to have in game. Where is he? I heard him. I heard the varmint. Where is he? Somewhere over here. Where is he? How come I hear him? I can't see him. Where are you? Where are you? He's around here somewhere. Well, he's down there somewhere. But anyway, we got these things. I gotta reload. Didn't realize it was my last bullet in that one. So now, here we are being rebellious. And, you know, we could have had Old West going on here. Well, we do. But that was our plan. But it was partially because of Iron Van. We were talking about this. And that's why I showed you those images. He said, hell yeah, let's do that. That sounds fun. I like that idea. It suits you and it suits me. It's like Old West meets GTA in a mesa with William Withers' overhauled overworld with these amazing views, strange plants and all sorts of stuff going on here. And it took us a while to get everything going because, you know, it's a lot of work running a server and hosting it and all that kind of stuff. So, and yeah, that's the thing, Ray. You lost a dad. I know. I know. Sucks, man. I just keep thinking, like, what would he have wanted? Like, maybe he's telling us something right now. Like, what would he want to do? What would he want us to do? What kept him going? You know, what does he want us to do to keep going? That's what I'm thinking. If he were here right now, what would he like to do, right? Probably want to help us or have us help him work on his base building or something like that. But I mean, but what should we be doing while he's not here, right? I just have to, like, think about that as well as think about how much my brain is willing to do right now as well. What I can actually get done. Oh, there's some nice redwoods up here. Taught me good music. Bon Jovi in the 80s. There's all sorts of stuff. There's so much stuff. Yeah, he remembers a lot of the pop music. I remembered a lot of the less popular songs. And I'd be playing him stuff and he'd go, I don't know if I remember that one. So I played him a lot of the stuff that I was into that some people still have access to. So why am I fly jumping? It's easier to just jump. And that was fun. I gotta stop doing that. It is wearing out my elytra a little bit. I realized that. And even though I'm not using rockets, if you do the double tap and then fly a little bit, it does wear your elytra out a tiny bit. I didn't know that until I got into the habit of doing that constantly. Now I realize, actually, it's kind of wearing out. Interesting. Isn't this beautiful generation, though? Look at this world. Some actual redwoods here. These are the smaller ones. Boy, you should see some of the big ones you can get. They're so rare, though. Real big ones. Oh. There's 5 wild horses in one spot here. Be pushing each other off like that. He would want you to keep streaming on Twitch, probably. Well, yeah, I am. First thing I did. Like, that's the thing, is I'm here to talk about stuff bravely and to encourage other people that it's okay to talk about this stuff. It's okay to talk about life and things related to life. And, yeah. It happens, so... Yeah, it's well said. I haven't been out this part yet. I haven't spawned this in. Maybe I should fly a little. Get more rockets then. Let's light some of this up. Let's see what's out there. Open mine shaft, really flat here. Interesting. More redwoods. Yeah, he was there for your graduation. I know. Oof. In case you're curious, if anybody's new, the reason I can see chunks really far like that, even though the server is only set for, well, basically as far as I can see there, I think it's set for like 10 chunks or something. About that. See, it's like 16, 16, 16, 16. Maybe it's like 7 or 8 actually. That's as far as you can see on this server. But I run something called Bobby, which stores past chunks on my computer. So that way I can see really far back in time. So I know where I am. Look around, I can zoom in and see really far. But in case anybody is curious, because why not? There's all the gear I have running and the shaders I use with my own custom settings and whatnot. And Phazon is, of course, the person who hosts my Minecraft servers. And Florica is our head builder at this point for anything we do. And staff. I'm down one more staff person again. Damn it. Just realized that too. I mean, he's like a support staff. So it's not a critical role. It's not like we're in a panic and we have to like immediately do something about it. But, it's kind of like, well, shit. Now, I can't call upon someone like I could call upon Siege, but if he's not around, then I could call upon Iron Van or vice versa. It's like if one's not available, the other one might. Can you just go on the public server and just make a quick announcement for me? Thanks. That kind of stuff. Support staff. So, can't do that anymore. Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're all gonna miss around here, is just being a goof. Because it's nice to know that there's people out there that at any age can still be a complete goofball and have a good time, just messing around, you know. That's, you can't just mess around and have a laugh. What's the point, right? You got to be able to do that in life. Oh, see, here we go. This is how this comes in handy. 3 shots. Ready? Oh, did I miss that one? That one I did. Now he's hiding me. There we go. I missed a couple of shots. You can't be like near the edge of something, or if there's a fence here, you can't even crouch and shoot over the fence. You have to allow a certain amount of clear space. Oh, this is a death trap. You know what? Let's just do this and see where we are. It's not so bad. Ow, that's a hole. Now I'm like the Skelly, haha. This is the Skelly moments before. I could save that. I don't need seeds. I don't need that. Someone else can have them. There's another skull over here. Oh, you almost pushed me up the hill, but you didn't quite manage it, bro. Oh, yeah, you're a little late now. A little late now, Scully. I don't think so. See lights. I see village. I see place someone to village. Or pillage. Look at that. Obsidian gold. Nice. Nice for someone, but I should probably sleep. You guys didn't know this, but I was angry at my dad. The last thing I said to him was, I hate him and I don't hate him. Oh, God. Don't beat yourself up about that, please.
He probably knew that you didn't hate him.
Yeah, that's just family talk. That's like, hey, bros do the same thing. Like, fuck, I'm so sick of your shit, bro. What the fuck? You know, we get like that. Happens all the time. I have more rockets downstairs. Slide down to my living room. No, I'll fall down my living room. Okay, fine. Be that way, gravity. I have stuff in my survival room somewhere. Where did I put my stuff? Gunpowder, arrows. Gunpowder? I have to make some. Wait. Do I have it in... Where do I have... Metals? I thought... Where the hell? I thought I had a bunch of cane here. Did I drop any off? No. I might as well just give myself some. Surely I had someone I played survival before I imported everything over here. What the hell? Yeah, I don't have any. Hilarious. The other voice, that's Florica. That's the person I was telling you.
Me.
Yeah, see, if I hit V here, she's in the chat. Florica Wolf. Yep. We have group chats. Plus, in the bottom left of my screen, you'll see the microphone when I talk. It disappears when I don't talk. That's proxy chat. So anybody that's within 35 blocks of where I'm standing, we can hear each other based on distance and direction. So if I turn my head, I'll hear which direction they are. Yep, she's also one of my mods in chat. So if anything comes up and I'm not paying attention, you can just say her name and she'll deal with it. If anything comes up that requires that. I think my bird is here. Heard him? I don't see him. One of my wild birds from outside comes by and knocks on my window once in a while. Yeah, we're a small community, but we're all doing something here. Well, at this point, rather than use up the gunpowder, you know what I don't have? I don't think I imported my gunpowder farm to this world yet. That's gonna suck. I have to bring that over still. I'm not gonna do that now, but damn. Oh. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna give myself paper instead. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe I do the classic 64. Let's do that. Whoops. This be easier. Oh, I want to double that up, and I'm just gonna half that, I think, because rocket gunpowder. Split that. Put all that up there. You get flight duration 2. That's what I like. I'll save this for later. There we go. That's what I want. My cellar, and then my sub-cellar, my root cellar. Oh, just in case I teleport back, I want to keep this handy. Yeah, where do I want to go? Go back to that place just for fun. You have cats. Okay, that's good company right there. Yeah, I didn't think of it right away, but I thought about, imagine the poor kitty cat. I mean, I can't imagine what was going through her mind. It's like her dad's not moving and nobody's coming by for like a few days. Poor cat. That's not easy on an animal. Wondering what's going on and how do they deal with it, right? Poor Cujo. Yep, the Star Wars thing, absolutely. Yeah, with a name like Skywalker, come on. Of course we know. Where's this go? I hear spiders underneath me. Oh, there we go. It's going to be under there. Well, that doesn't go there. The chest here with a gapple. Huh. Don't need those 4. I like arranging these things a little bit. I can always tell when I've been somewhere. There's something going on in here. Ah! Almost got graveled by not gravel. What do we got in here? Oh boy. Yeah, there's a spider spawner nearby this thing. What's up? Coming up? You coming up? No? Everyone's over there, okay. Boy, I could trap them all, but I might trap myself, unless I stand here. Well, that didn't do much. Glad I didn't open it up and make it worse, though. Oh, free rails. Oh, they're all under here. Look at this. What do I not want? Stick. Want that either. Sorry, I know I get kind of flicky and quickie. Depending on what I'm doing. Might be a little hard on the eye sometimes. Ooh. Ooh. I should probably keep these handy. Light things up a little bit along here. And I came down from here. Another gapple. Also, just do some old... Oh, do I want to keep some of these? I can... There. So... Probably a dead end. It's not a dead end. I'll remark that. Not a dead end. Turns this way. A chest. Okay, sand. Oh, your dad got you into it. Oh, I did not know that. Huh. Put that there. Try not to drop more sand on my head. I have a shovel. I could use it. Yeah, I'm also just explorer. That's a dead end. This place is a bit... end. Oh, wait. Dead end. Mark it properly. Come on, I'll go back up there. Oh, it's nice. Got ourselves some good stuff here. Well, do I want to keep those? Yeah, I guess I could keep those. I really don't need all that stuff, though. Yeah, blocks. What's a dead end? And it's just sand. That there. Yeah, for anybody just joining, yes, not my usual type of stream, I know. We're dealing with a lot of stuff right now. And I'm just here to let everyone know that I'm kind of okay, but it's going through it. Oh, zombie. That's how you tell a zombie no. Got down here. Oh, hi. Excuse me. Are we... Excuse me, I dropped that for a second. Can you just stand there in the wet? Thank you. Nice, perfect. Look at him. Did exactly what I wanted. Now I'll break that so I don't get stuck in it like an idiot. Almost did anyway. Reapaw! Actually, I wanted to do this. Where's he going? He's just standing here, isn't he? I see his head, just a little. Oh, I should show you guys how the sniper rifle works. This will be a one-shot. Hello. Expensive but deadly. Yeah, part of me doesn't know what the hell I'm going to do with myself with some of the plans I had now. But a part of me is like, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll be okay. Can't get over that now, can you? You have to be a baby zombie to fit through there. You can try, though. Shrink yourself. Use a shrink ray or something, you can get through there. Now walk towards me again. Take another hit. There you go. Thank you very much. Come again. Okay, I heard a spider up there. That's a dead end. Also mark that. I don't know what to do. A lot of cope today. That's just the way it is. Oops. Probably do that first. Dead end. Okay. Where are they? Because I hear them over here. They're in the walls or something. They're down here. There's some mobs down here, but it's not Spideys. That's a baby zombie. What you guys gonna do? This is hilarious. Nothing they can do. They don't even see me right now. Come here. They're stuck by the tracks. Oh, you're there. Okay. Good old school. Thank you very much. Anybody else? A bit of an odd shape. Nothing there. Oh. Gonna have to head out. It was good talking to you. Yeah, Ray, talk anytime. My DMs are open. You know, just let me know if you need to gab or whatever. If you're just curious about something from, I don't know, just a vibe or whatever. Just let me know if you need anything. Thanks for letting me know earlier today too. And you know, go easy on yourself, all right? Take care of yourself. I'm glad you have other people around to help you through it too. That's really important. Yeah, drop by anytime. Hopefully I'll see you again soon. Yeah. I'm just waiting to hear from Phazon at this point. Oh, there's a creeper. Want to go in the sand? There you go. You like that? Is that good for you? Not what you ordered? You ordered some sand? I thought you did. You did? Want some more? There it goes. Well, that didn't help, did it? Alright. Ah, crap! Now I fell! No, I have to deal with the guy. Oof. The hell did I... Oh, because I put that there. There was one underneath. Oh. Lovely. Man, that was almost a hardcore, oh my god, I lost my world moment. That was dumb. If I was in hardcore, I probably wouldn't have done that, just goofing off, though. Safety lizard would have kicked in. Yeah, it really sucks that we were, you know, planning a few things, too. He was getting on the server here, and we were planning out a few fun things we could possibly do. Start doing some co-streaming. He was going to get either his computer fixed up or just do the PlayStation thing for a while and just muck about. I'm glad we got to reminisce a little bit more too. He had been so busy with the GTA thing, and you know, we talked, of course, off cam, as they say. But yeah, we never did anything live because he only had so much energy to go around before he got tired, and you know, the social anxiety thing. After a couple hours, sometimes. Oh, hey, Phazon, you're here. First of all, did you get the news? And if so, how long ago did you get the news? I don't want to spring anything on you, but Lorica and I are on the public server right now. And Ray was here, as you can see in the chat. Saw the news a few hours ago. Yeah, I sent you a telephone text message privately as soon as I got the news. I had to do a bunch of things as soon as I got the news. Yeah. I'm glad that the three of us got to hang out 20 days ago. His VOD is still up, so of course I had to grab that right away. Except he couldn't hear us, like, well, the VOD can't hear us. He could. But all we have is Iron Van's voice in the VOD on his stream. And I wasn't doing anything. I mean, there's the recording that I have as well, but yeah. I wanted to grab that for his perspective as well. Yeah, I am too, that we got to hang out, and I tell you, I had a hell of an intro trying to get through the start of this show today. It's not been good for me. I mean, it's good in some ways just to get it out, but it's not been good. Generally, that's a lot of glistering melon. What the hell is this all about? Why is there 7 of them in here?
I don't know.
That's wild. I don't really want to mess with this too much. I'll leave my extra shit up there, though. There we go. Oh, oh! Completable by 2. Yeah, because that one doesn't count. Look at that. All you have to do is add 2. Of course, William Withers doesn't like the lava being right next to the portal. Changes thing. You can't be a speedrunner and run a William Withers world, because this is completable if it was... Well, maybe. It might not have naturally spawned it in. But, you know, how many was in the chest? There's 3, right? Oh, there's 2. Look at that. I'll finish this off right now. For curiosity, we could just do this. This one goes there. And it has a flint and steel, see? So, there it is. Done. Pretty easy. I have extra arrows right now. Are you okay?
I should be okay.
Sounds like you're struggling.
Mistakes are made, mistakes are made.
Okay, I want to see what's in here. Just in case I'm going to arm this.
Too many skellies with power bows. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that kind of danger. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's just mean. Look at the view I got on my screen when I go through the portal. It's just magma blocks.
What the fuck?
You have to crouch.
Give someone a panic attack.
Look at this. It spawned me right in the center of magma blocks. The whole thing is magma blocks. Oh, wait. Going back out. Yeah, Phazon met Iron Van real life. Whereas we never got to meet. As, you know, distance. Not just the border thing, but distance. He's so far away from me. One might say he's a little farther away from me now. See, that's a joke he would say. Iron Van laughs in spirit like, ah, got him. He would have liked that one. I don't need to keep holding this anymore. Swap these back. Excuse me, swap back, thank you. In case I want to go swimming. So yeah, I'm just going to wander around my mesa and just kind of chat with people who come in and want to have a conversation about the subject in general, or talk about Iron Van specifically. If anybody's out there watching and wants to reminisce or whatever, the door is open. Look at this little dry area here. Neat. Perfect landing. Oh, yeah. Expect a lot of heavy sighs from me. I think. I'm gonna go home and sleep for... Where's my home? Still here, trying not to fall asleep. Yeah, I'm not terribly exciting today. I have his old schematics from the old servers, Stew Scam. Maybe a good way to respect his legacy. Yeah, maybe we mess around with that. See, I'm waking up in the cat bed again. Maybe we mess around with that later. It's just, you know, a schematic of one of his GTA characters in Minecraft kind of build. Just for laughs. Yeah, it's late for you too. Yeah, so I can't keep you awake easily today, that's for sure. I don't have that Twitch, YouTube kind of clowning around vibe going on right now. I just felt like running around, and I would probably do this anyway, but it's better to not do this alone, I suppose. Hey, am I close to my place? Where am I? Funny if I am. This looks like my old backyard. Old backyard. I mean, part of my backyard. Not, is it? Eucalyptus trees threw me off. Maybe it's up here. I don't know. It's a white horse. 2 white horses. Yeah, this is rough stuff, man. What the heck's going on with this tree? I think it fell over and then grew sideways. Yeah, it did. Look at that. Interesting. Yeah. Makes sense. What I like about his world generation. Like, he occasionally has things like that just make you go, wow. Mojang never did that. There's another one. One is fallen over and one kind of sideways there. Yeah. Thought there's a chance, and there still is, people might come by that hear about the stream and maybe they want to just, talk about them or something as well. Maybe they have something they want to share, they can send in the Discord or whatever. I mean, I should probably check something right now that I said that. Because, yeah, I have, well, I'm in his Discord. So Ray and I have let everyone know in his Discord, but his Discord is very quiet. Like, there's just no reaction right now. Very quiet in there. I don't know who else. I mean, Ray's going to take care of most things, I would assume. As far as letting other people know. What am I hearing? Hearing sound effects. Okay, never mind. I should just quickly check a couple things here as well. Right. Okay. Oh, God, that was hard doing the intro today. What are you working on, Florica?
I'm currently looking for more tough of any sort. There's none in my cave whatsoever. It's like, what?
Yeah, Faison, Ray was here in chat, as you can see above.
I don't know if they'll be able to see that.
I don't know about anyone else. I mean, he lived on his own, right? So that's the thing. That's why nobody found him for 5 days. I mean, if something happened to me, my roommates would probably know within like 3 days, let's say. Yeah, he had a solo apartment type thing he had just set up because he was doing the camper van thing, and he had that job, but then the job didn't work out perfectly. So they mutually sort of said, yeah, this is like seems confusing and annoying or something. So he got a different place and started looking into he was going to be doing the cooking for, I believe it was a university or something like that. He just got the job about 20 days ago. We were talking about it when he was live. And I guess the details are there for anybody who wanted those details. I would know who to contact because that's private information. I don't even know like where that was. But that's all that stuff is up to the family to deal with. And of course, if you're a boss and you don't know what's happened to somebody, you just assume they either lost interest or something happened. You don't know what it is, and you just hire somebody else. And that becomes a bit of a real pain in the butt an annoyance, but there's nothing, if you're not privy to private information, you're not gonna know what's going on or what happened. That's a part of being a boss. A lot of it's like that. Life is a boss. Sometimes, it's just business is business and you have no idea what's happened or why. You just have to make a decision. That's the portal I lit? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so today's Friday, right? I don't know what I'm doing this weekend. Oh, I could talk about something a little different. That's a little less depressing. It's kind of interesting. I would have to get this to Mr. Faison and Florka privately, but I can talk about it here. So, the entire building had its plumbing completely restructured because it's so old and busted. They got, the old company, before this current company bought the place, let everything get so bad because they believe in saving money. And by saving money, they get the cheapest fix possible. The lowest bidder gets to work on the building. So years of really crappy service, a really crappy company, and really shitty repairs led to the current situation, which is obvious. When it comes down to just money, and people care more about money than anything else, this is what you end up with, a slum. So I live in a slum. New company came along, and I warned them what they purchased. I said, boy, did you buy yourselves a shithole. How much do you pay for this? And it was depreciated, so they actually thought it was a good deal. But the depreciation of the money is a good sign that the building's probably worse than what you're paying for still. So I said, yeah, you got yourselves a big lemon. But, if you fix it up. So I think the old company sold the place because they couldn't basically tear it down because it's so old. I'm sure some heritage site came along and said, oh, that's an antique legally according to the Heritage Society of Vancouver or whatever, and said, that's it. We can't tear it down. So they probably sold it going, yeah, we'll sell it. We'll take a loss. Someone else can deal with that shit. So the new company comes along, probably learns that as well, or maybe they already knew that. Said, okay, we have to do a lot of fixing up, but we got a really cheap deal on this place. If we keep the rents the same price, which of course they will do, because legally they can, so of course they're going to not lower it and rip themselves off. They can make several $1 million a year off of these 3 buildings pretty easily. That can afford you a few good plumbers. So I went to this plumber's website, the team that was here today and all week last week. Really high-end plumbers, really good stuff, really nice to work with. They're really awesome. Some really good guys working at this company. And so apparently since the building was so old, the basement was mostly dirt and concrete, but you imagine the late 60s, a bunch of pot-smoking hippies that dude, let's build a place. That's how it sounded to me, the way they described it. So they have uneven ground. They just throw concrete all over it. They don't smoothen it out or anything. And they throw dirt on that to kind of fill in the cracks and the bumps a little bit, which of course eventually washes away over time. So they're down there in an unfinished, ice spike shaped concrete floor, trying to, and they're spelunking, so you can't, it's a crawl space, you can't even squat. If you sit up down there, your neck will be broken. So they're on their bellies and on their backs on spikes of solid concrete rock, covered in spiders, all sorts of bugs, and then as they're trying to pull some fresh pipe through a hole, one of the guys turns his head to the left and he sees a dead cat skull staring at him from the darkness. So
nice.
He took a picture of it, and I now have a copy of that picture. That's a bit of a surprise. He says, I'm used to finding creepy places creepy, but that actually jump scared me. You just imagine me in the game, and I turn around, all of a sudden there's a creeper. It's oh shit, he had one of those moments where it's what the fuck? Just seeing this white cat skull. It's been there so long, the skull was completely clean. Like, picked clean, bone dry, even in a rainforest where I live. It was completely clean. So probably at least 10 to 15 years that thing had died, the poor thing. That's quite the story. So I'm sure he's taking that picture now and he's sharing it with his wife. I met the guy who runs the company. He works hard and he's sharing it with his wife who does the web design. I'm like, almost felt like texting him back saying, not just thanks for the photo, and he's going to check in on Monday to see if there's any problems with us and anything else we might need adjusted or whatever. But yeah, I almost said, that's an image you want on your website, but maybe blur it and just have like maybe a cat skull emoji or a cat face emoji with a question mark or something, and say, this is how far we're willing to go in order to make sure your plumbing is to your liking. That's a hell of a sales pitch, because the look on his face as he's holding this thing towards the camera is like, bro, are you serious right now? It's like, he's just like, what the hell am I holding in my hands? So that would be a hell of a sales pitch. It's like, we will go to this lengths in order to, because I said that kind of in person, but I was like, to see that image on a website would be, but again, you'd have to blur it or something. You don't like shock somebody or make somebody depressed or whatever, but frightening. What a sight. It was dead serious, yeah. Quite the sight to see. Oh, I don't have my rockets handy. Now I do. I want to go up here. Is it? There's another one there. It's a fallen portal. Mesa's huge. I haven't spawned it all in yet. Floating blocks, huh? Nice mixed forest up there. Yeah, it did look like a museum piece. That's the thing. It looked like someone had put it down there as a prank. Like realisticcatskull.com. Yeah, it's been there a long time. I mean, whoever lost their cat, they probably just thought their cat wandered off one day. Maybe it did wander off and wasn't feeling well. I don't know. Or maybe it ate a mouse that had been poisoned by rat poison or something, and the cat was just too sick to make it back out. I don't know. Another portal here, not easily completable. Let me guess. Let's do a lava count. Yeah, see. Don't have as much lava around these because it's William Withers style. But, oh, there's two pieces, though. See, that's... What is this? Silk and silk. It duped itself. It's not quite doable because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 2 off and no lava. Yeah, cat went caving with no food or armor, basically. Yeah. Yeah, that place sounds terrible. I mean, I knew it was bad down there, but it feels like, according to the plumbers, it feels like what the designers and builders originally did was they didn't plan on this place. Maybe it was a time politically or environmentally or whatever that it's a wooden building. Maybe they didn't expect it to, when it gets to a certain age, they were just going to tear it down, the current owners or something, and just rebuild. A catastrophe. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. There it is. Yep. Exactly. Poor thing. But damn. This is a good run. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, I should have punched him because I knew there's a chance I would lose my footing on that one. Hi, Pokey Spidey. Special Spidey with little spiky bubbles. Another portal. Wait. This one's got Doesn't even have any magma. Yeah. Okay. 2 gold blocks. It's 2 away. Okay, how many we got in here? 3! Oh, nice. Oh, we only need 2. Look at that. Perfect. And there's gold blocks in there, too. It's 2 blocks, look at that. Plus a gapple. Alright. I don't want to mess around. F-A-F-O, bitch. Here, have that. I will now clean it up a little. You like it? Why would there be 2 of those? That doesn't make any sense. Eh. I'll leave it though. Get rid of that. Yeah. You're an arrow boy. I understand. Oh, do I see actual swamp? Kind of. Look at this. Pretty. Oh god, not that. Funny guy. Oh, I thought I made that jump. Birdies. Birdies all over here. You guys should be nesting. It's nighttime. Be sleeping and being really, really quiet so no predators find out you're here. Way to do it. Let's hide underneath there. Like, look at that spot. That's perfect. Right in there. Put a nest right against that trunk. You've got some definite overhang coverage, so you're hidden if you're really quiet. You're high up from anything climbing up easily. Has to work to get to you. That's the whole idea. That's not a bad spot, too. Yeah. Well, I like these trees. Might want to explore those in a minute. Yeah, let's go home. Yes, they are loading very effectively, for sure. I woke up on the cat bed again. Every time now. What we got in here? About here. Yeah, we got... Oh, those are those bamboo trees, I think, right? Yeah, they are. The giant bamboo. That's wild. I didn't have to jump that. Duh. Panda. Here's panda. What kind is it? 2 pandas. Oh god, it's got baby. Derpy panda and hidden face panda and butt panda. That one. They're not quite in chunk range, so they're just doing the robot. They're immobile unless I get over there a bit. A lot of bamboo. How's it going? Regular panda. This one is over here. Hello. Now you turn around. Regular panda. Derpy panda. Baby panda. Yeep. Meow. Sound like a squeaky window. How clean are these windows? Insert panda noise. Meow. Oh, pretty clean. That again for me. Squeaky window. Clean window. That's just huffing like a cow. That's not squeaky window noise. Greenbird. Sorry. You know I can run faster than you. Why is that? Yeah, fresh bamboo. Take a nibble. So I learned that I made a calculation error at the world generation. 20,000 generation means 10,000 north and 10,000 south diameter. Chunk generation wanted a radius number, ended up generating almost a radius of 20,000. 20,000 generation means 10,000. Wait, so the number you gave me before, you actually generated half of that or double that?
Sounds like double.
Generated double. Yeah, let me know, Faison, because I might be lost. Double that. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. When you first said that, I assumed it was radius. I would never assume diameter as a total. It's always radius. It's like spawn is 0, and then you put in a number, and that's how far out the line is drawn, and then everything goes all around that, right? I assumed radius. Oh, I love this song. If I was going to have like a really dramatic In the Mesa theme song, this is the one I was going to be using. Turn this up a bit. This would be the intro for the videos. Like an overview of the whole area, just flying around or stuff. Maybe me just mining somewhere out in the open. A lot of cutscenes. Wow, look at this tree. Holy moly.
Think it branched out enough?
Whew. The heck? Villager tower. Put this back down. Good little 1-minute intro blip, I think. That's what's gonna be my choice. But I didn't have anything planned for it. So it's just there in the background. Oh, he's got something enchanted. Shall we see what they've got up there? I think so. Should I give him a fighting chance?
Nah.
Oh, I've been spotted. You had yours armed first. Oh, you drew first. You had yours out before I even got here.
Oh no, there's a child in full gold. That's...
You guys are wounded. Give up. Oh god, here comes the big guy. I'll finish him. Oh, that's a big hole. Go ahead. Headshot. Oh, he took that. He took that. Oh, fuck. No way. Go this way. Ooh, ooh, a little scary. Okay. Try not to fly, thank you. Nobody here. Can't see me. Nobody here, I said. You like that joke? You're laughing. Feelings. Here. Don't have that very loud for some reason. What is that under? Music and sounds. Jukebox, probably, I would think, right? Try that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's someone over there. Go to war. Oh, how did you guys take it? Oh my god. You guys are wild, man. Alright, well that was fun. Or. Yeah, I saved. I have a button. There, I'll trip them up. They'll think it's trapped now. Haha! I'll scare them off. Thank you, Zoto. How are you? Whose crossbow is more powerful? Chunk borders already defined by diameter. Chunky documentation. Okay. I saw, I read, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Glad you're doing well, friend. I'm struggling my way through it, and I'm gonna persist. And so we can chat about goofy stuff. Why is there nothing in there? Unless there's something in there I'm not seeing. Alright, yes, I know. You guys are an XP farm now. This hill is annoying. Ooh, look at all those dingleberries down there. You guys are tempting me. Kind of... Wait. Nothing in here. Yeah. Well, now they're shooting each other. Like idiots. Don't shoot the wabbit. Don't shoot the wabbit. But I'll shoot you guys. Yeah. Oh! I like it when you do that. Do that trick again. Wait for your friend to catch up. Just stay there for a second. Okay. Now. Get him to... No. Wait a second. Wait a second. Here, he's going to shoot again. Here he goes. Here he goes. No. You're not doing it right, guys. No. Supposed to be lined up. There you go. Line it up. Line it up. Okay, now you. Right there. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Oh, good. Sex death on the sword.
You really want it this close? Okay. I got him. Got him. There's something here? No, maybe not. Ah. I see anything over here? Just arrows. Okay. Let's see. We can talk or ignore it or whatever best for you. I'm here. Oh yeah, they move fast. They're extra speedy. They move baby zombie like speed, even though they're not baby. Yeah, I've been reminiscing about some goofy shit, but I also had a hell of an intro. It was really hard to get through, but I had to do it. Just to let everybody know. Hey, Enderman. that it's, because you know how it is, like I was saying, I'll recap the intro. If rumor gets out there, I heard somebody died, and then I'm not streaming, you guys might go, oh shit, right? I thought I should at least go live and say, I'm okay. And I thought, well, what am I going to do if I don't go live? Sit in my room and listen to music. That's probably not healthy. I have no family at all. I have no friends locally. So I thought I should probably stream anyway, but what the fuck am I going to stream? I don't know. I thought, all right, I'll do an intro. I'll explain the news, what happened. I lost a friend, and that's it. Heard the news from his daughter, who's going through it. So there you go. And I could not get through it myself intact, but at least it's out there now. And I shared a couple things about him. There's more I could share, but I'm also open to... So here's the thing. The stream is basically for people who are open and okay with talking about this stuff, if they need to or want to, but also specifically for any of his extended family or co-streaming friends to just come and hang out, and we can just share stories and whatnot. I figured that might be a nice thing to do. And it'll keep me busy and mentally distracted. So, that all sand? No. That is, partially. So, yeah, it's rough. It also got me, like I said before too, it also got me thinking about, like, when my time comes, I'm seeing both sides of this now, so I can stop jumping like that. I can kind of get a perspective of how somebody might have to do something for me like that. Like, what do I want to do now while I can, right? I mean, I've always had health problems, so I've always lived every day like it's my last, as they say. But at the same time, when you live every day like it's your last and you do well for a long time, you get kind of used to thinking that way and feeling that way, but then are you really still living that way if you're used to it and you're just like, yeah, I'll probably see you tomorrow. And you don't really think twice, like, what is the last thing I said to them? Do they have my emergency contact if something happens, Because that's how I used to have to think when I first got some news when I was younger. Like, oh, you might live a normal life. I don't know, you might make it to the ripe old age of 35 to 40. Really? That's my think positively, is I might live a half a life instead of a full life, like an average lifespan. Oh, okay. I see how it's going to be. So I have to live a very adventurous life that I want to live now because I don't get to grow old. I don't get to retire. And unless I'm rich, my life is going to fucking suck ass. Thanks, Doc. Yeah, thumbs up. This is going to be awesome, right? I have to think positively. Haha. So I learned a dark sense of humor very early on. I already had one, but now it's like, well, now I have a damn fucking good excuse to have one. Alright, so. Really? Flying through the bush? I got one tick, and the rest of the time I was just floating there, mid-air. Here's some good Dark Mesa music. So yeah, I got to live the more positive Walter White experience from a very early age. So I've got a death sentence. Now I have to live my life and pretend everything's normal. Okay. So that's why whenever anybody has, mental or physical health problems, all my life I've always been able to go, yeah, I can relate. Well, I can fucking relate, bro. Believe me, I can relate. I just decided not to make it a big deal. Fuck this guy. I didn't want it to be like... I didn't want my health issues to be, quote, my personality or my trademark. Because that's just fucking disgusting to me. No offense to anybody else. But offense to myself? Yes, absolutely. I would hate myself if I was like one of those people. Where it's like, and I kind of do it ironically, but at the same time it's true. I'm a disability streamer. But I've never wanted to be, I'm a disability fill in the blank. I'm a disability musician. I'm a disability this. I'm a disability that. I never wanted that to be a thing. I wanted people to go, oh, that guy's quirky as fuck. Oh, yeah, he's awkward as fuck. Oh, he tells some really good jokes, but some of them are really cringe. That's okay. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with, oh, he's really talented. He's the best digital audio editor I've ever met. Like, I'm okay with that. That's fine. But, oh, he's a disability editor. What's that mean? What disability does he have? How bad is it? How long has he had it? What else can you tell me about his disability? Excuse me, I have some fucking talent. Can we talk about that? We have to talk about my crooked toe? Like, is this really such a big deal? It's not to me. I've lived with my disabilities long enough that I'm okay with it, and I just push through it and I'm good at it. That's it. He edits people's disabilities, yeah. If only I could just... there's a skill. Mentally enter someone's mind, remove their mental disability problems, and set them free. Then again, their personalities would change too, but they'd be cured of their disability if that was possible. Would I? Could I? Should I? That's the big one. Probably not. Playing God with people's brains? I don't know. If you meet an extraterrestrial who offers that, make sure you think about it very seriously, because there's a lot of science fiction that's dealt with that subject. But I gotta catch up on chat so I can respond to everything directly. Dark humor seems effective for healing. Yes, it is. Anything that works for you, anything at all. Read that. Yes. Whole world is dark and crappy. What am I supposed to do? Pretend it's not? Exactly. That sounds like George Carlin. I used to think I might have about 70. I've made it past... Oh, make it to about 70. I've made it past 50. I just don't know if I have 20 or 30 years or 20 days. So unsure. Yeah. About 7 years ago, I realized that my health has been great but precarious. One mild sickness might just be rough, or it could take me. Yeah. No, I went through that a few weeks back. Without going into gory details, I was waiting for a new family doctor. I hadn't had one in a long time. I had a good doctor, but then she moved up north, and that was it. And I decided, you know what? If I end up in an ambulance, then they can put me on a list for a doctor. I don't care anymore. I get tired. The Canadian medical system is so fucking terrible. I just don't care. It's not inspiring. It's depressing. And just trying to get yourself help is too much work in this country. It's too much work. So much so that the entire Canadian healthcare system invented something called MAID, which basically means medically assisted, end yourself. So if you're just too depressed, the Canadian government just comes along and says, we can just kill you. And you don't have to pay for it. It's covered. And they're actually pushing it on people who are mentally unstable as a solution to their problem. That's how bad the Canadian healthcare system is. For all you Americans that think you have problems. Holy crap. Don't go to a doctor in Canada. They might say, I could just remove your head. That should solve all your mental problems. And they take it seriously. Very seriously. They're all clinical and medical about it. Like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Holy hell. I got no jokes for that one. That's a head shaker. I don't get it. I just don't understand that. I mean, the only thing I've ever seen that is when they take a sweet old lady who's dying of something horrible and she's in excruciating pain and she wants to go, and they keep bringing her back for month after month. It's like, is this a satanic cult? Is this some sort of life extension torture ritual? That's the only time I see this MAID thing coming into play, where it's like if she says, leave me the fuck alone, let me go, I want to go home now, and they just put DNR, do not resuscitate, on right next to the bed. Right on the chart. DNR. That I understand. In that situation, if it's just you're just extending someone's absolute fucking misery, why would you want to wish hell upon somebody who doesn't deserve it? That's when doctors should stop being like that. Oh, I'm just going to bring her back for another day. I'll see you tomorrow where I resuscitate you again, Martha. Have a nice evening. You bastard! I just don't see that as... What a wonderful, happy, positive society, right? No, that's not it. That's not the answer. That's wrong. In my opinion, that is terribly wrong. It harms the person, it harms the family, and the doctor's just squeezing money. They're squeezing money. They're playing with the nipples, and they're trying to squeeze as much milk as they can out of the system. That's just sick. That's a mental disorder as far as I'm concerned. That's a little psychotic for any doctor to think that that's healthy and normal thinking. Oh, how kind and logical and helpful to society. But yeah, no, it's so bad. Anyway, back to my story. Enough digression there. Holy fuck, did I go on a tangent? What, me? Rant? Never. And so all of a sudden I'm like, yeah, I should probably get on this doctor's wait list thing. And boy, that's been a fucking ridiculous story. I won't get into. It's an absolute waste of time. But eventually I get a doctor. And some of the tests I've had done a long time ago, well, that doctor's now dead, so now I have to go through some sort of government FOIA request to get my own files to give to my new doctor, and he's very concerned about my blood flow and a few things. So it's like, okay. But my basic general all-purpose, you're very healthy for your age, but I am very concerned about these other, permanent conditions you've had your whole life. And I thought, I'm glad he didn't want to do a complete, visual, physical, because a part of me thought, I'm going to have to explain something that only certain doctors in my entire life have ever known about me, the fact that I'm a fucking chimera. The fact that there's a couple of places on my body where I have physical scales, and they're going to go, what's this? And I'm going to have to explain it to them. You know how many doctors don't know what a chimera is? Do you have any idea how many doctors have no idea what a fucking chimera is? Or how we're born? Or, quote, manufactured in some instances. Yeah. Anyway. Azon's here. But yeah, that's my story. He's very concerned, but at the same time, yeah. Let's see. I read that. My ability to survive is so up in the air, could easily survive something as dreadful for someone else, and yet a mild cold might kill me. Oh. Yeah. It's kind of like my health, too. Let's just say when it came down to that whole COVID thing, I'm like, pfft. Oh, I couldn't smell for a couple of weeks. I mean, well, I didn't put deodorant on. My roommates could sure smell. Bazinga. But I couldn't smell anything. I smelled perfectly fine. It was great. The only problem is food tasted kind of bland. It was like, meh. Did I put enough pepper on this? It's covered in, it looks like ash. Why can't I taste pepper? I was fine. I only get sick about once every 2 or 3 years anyway with the common cold or influenza. My concern at the time was how COVID cured the common cold and flu 100%. I thought that was a very strange coincidence. Wouldn't you say that's a strange coincidence that this new thing appears and the old thing suddenly no longer exists, completely gone? That to me sounds like basically somebody renamed something and then adjusted their statistics to match the renamed common thing. So when somebody came along and said, oh, I'm tested positive for this or that, I'm like, how can you be sure? And they go, well, doctors wouldn't lie to me. It's like, how can you be sure they're not lying to themselves? How can you be sure they're not being paid off to write down B instead of A on a chart to get an extra $2,000 for writing B instead of A? How can you be so sure? Is your doctor supposed to answer every question like they're on a truth serum or in front of a Supreme Court? Doctor, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? No, of course not. How do you know? If they're willing to lie about that, or they're not aware of that, do you really trust them with your life? That's what I don't like about the human medical system, let alone the Canadian human medical system, let alone them going, why do you have scales on your body? Or if I say that, they go, oh, you're just nuts. Prove it. And they just take a look and they go, oh, that's clearly something, fill in the blank. I'm just going to make up quickly off of, I'm not even going to consult the diagnostic and statistic manual. I'm just going to make this up. Or I'm just going to say, I don't want to believe that. Why would I believe that? And does it hurt? No? Well, then it's not a health problem. It's totally unrelated to anything else. Okay, so that's like saying, well, the fact that you were born with a penis or a vagina has nothing to do with the fact that you can or can't get pregnant. Like, excuse me? I believe there's a slight difference between male and female in pregnancy. And yeah, I think it does have something related. So being a chimera means I have all sorts of unusual electrical problems in my body. My heart rhythm is off. My nerve structure is slightly wrong. My nerves in my brain and my brain development is very unusual. I have synesthesia. And I have other abilities that I don't talk about publicly easily, but some people know what they are. And science can't explain that. But it's related to being a chimera. And I'm not even going to say what type of scales we're talking about here, but they could be fish, they could be dragon, they could be something else. There's something going on. And you'd have to ask my dead mother what happened to her when I was still inside her womb as to where this all began. And I'll leave it at that. Welcome to another episode of The X-Files. There you go. There's your intro. That's what I'm talking about. Chimera. You'd be surprised how many of us there are wandering around amongst you. You have no fucking idea. In fact, some of them have no fucking idea that they even exist themselves. Because if you get tested, why do you show up like mostly one person, but every once in a while you show up as somebody else? A different genetic structure shows up and they go, oh, our test must have got mixed up with somebody else. Can we just have you come in on Wednesday and get you retested? Yeah, and then they test the first DNA again. Oh, there you are. They just assume, it's probably just a mistake. They don't assume, oh shit, there's a good chance this guy's a fucking chimera. So when two sperm entered the egg, instead of becoming twins or whatever, or conjoined twins, Siamese twins, whatever you want to call them, they fused back into one body. And what if these two sperm didn't come from the same source? There's been cases where a woman gave birth and the father had no idea. All they knew is twins were on the way. One came out white, the other one came out black. Oops, I wonder what happened. And that hit the news. She was not happy because, oops, honey, let me explain. I'm sorry. No, wait, let me explain what happened. I think we know what happened, right? But yeah, imagine if you're a chimera that way. What if you come out and you have, I don't know, like what Michael Jackson had, where you have like two different skin tones? I mean, people ask questions, right? The thing is, we put all the politics and all the awkwardness of social constructs aside, and we look at the medical side of things. Chimeras are very interesting people. And there's people that have extra junk DNA that occasionally, especially if you're a chimera, becomes activated. And if it becomes activated, you can have extra ribs, different body temperatures. You can be born with a tail. It's called a cauda. C-A-U-D-A. Look it up. All sorts of things happen. Humans can be a mix, and they don't even know it. Of course, then some chimeras, well, now they just don't make it past, they get past the birth canal and they don't live long because they're a really bad mix, but that happens too. There's a lot of mysteries out there and a lot of things happen. But trying to imagine explaining that to a medical doctor, a Canadian medical doctor. You see what I'm dealing with? How are you supposed to get help? How are you supposed to get somebody who understands all that enough that they know what to do rather than doing things that make it worse? Because that happens all too often as well. Oh, that is a death drop onto spikes. Should I do it? That is nasty. I shouldn't be over there. I should go home and sleep is what I should do. I'll wake up in the cat bed again. All right. RNHS is fact to all corrupt. Yeah. I didn't read that out loud, but I did read that in my mind. See, I'm on the cat bed again. Sorry, kitty. I've seen nuts. Almonds are quite tasty. What color are my eyes? I have bright blue eyes. I could show you a picture of some other bright blue eyes that would might give you nightmares, actually. Yeah. I should throw this stuff downstairs, actually. I did it right time. Finally, didn't fall off my damn railing this time. Dropbox, Dropbox, Dropbox. Yeah, I got room. This. Why do I have that? I don't know. Let's put these over here. Maybe I'll leave that one there and put that out of the way. And that's another thing Iron Van was very comfortable with, was my chimeric nature. He's okay with it. It says a lot about a character. It says a lot about a man. He's able to adapt and cope with the unusual and the strange and do okay with it. That looks nice up there. It's gonna get nicer when I get there. Nice, well-rounded hill. Let's give it a personality test. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with AMA. Ask me anything. I might not answer exactly what people want, but I will answer. Depends how much I want to put on the internet. And certain specifics I always keep to myself. If I meet somebody else, they can't just copy my own words back to me and say, yeah, me too, and because of this, because of that, just like you said. I've dealt with way too many fucking stalkers and freaks in my life. The bad kind. I don't feel like dealing with that anymore. Not in a long time. Somebody says something to me, I'm always like, okay, what show were you watching that gave you that idea? I'm very good at playing the bad cop because I'm not exactly a good cop. I'm not the kind of person to just go, oh, that sounds great. Yeah, oh, that'll be wonderful. So I don't sound like one of those, positive motherfuckers. I can be very helpful and very beneficial in people's lives, sure, but at the same time, I'm not that gullible. Sometimes I just play the part in order to get more information. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Yeah, what else can you tell me? It's an investigative tool. It's to find out how far they're willing to go in order to try to impress me with their story. And then what happened? Just do a lot of and then what happened? What else do you know about this? And who else did you see there at the time? Yeah? Is there anything you feel you might be missing before we close this report? Oh, really? Yeah, sure, I've got some extra time. What else can you tell? I mean, even though I think they're full of shit. And I'm a really, really nice person. Wow, he is the most wonderful, polite investigator I've ever met. Meanwhile, I'm glad they're not psychic and can read my mind, because they would have been like, you son of a bitch! It's like, I just asked you a quick question. Yeah, but I know exactly what you're doing, what you're thinking. You think I'm full of shit. We just met. I was told that you were open-minded. I would have been like, have you ever been tested for psychic ability? As a matter of fact, I have. It's like, well, can you show me the results on that by chance? I want to make a quick phone call. I'd be calling my boss and going, you didn't tell me this guy was one of us. What the fuck are you trying to do? Set me up? I did the usual thing I do. If you'd have told me, you'd be able to pick up on that instantly. Well, now he hates me. I can't even finish the interview. Mike, bro. Oops, did we forget to do that? Yeah, that would be a bad scene. That would not play out well. That would not go over well, especially if they talk about the agency publicly after that. Yeah, they're not so professional. They came over and they sent some guy and he played stupid and I just flipped off and that was it. This whole thing was over. Friend who has distant family member who is Chimera, she talked of how they were twins, one absorbed the other. Yep. She has one blue eye, one green eye. Oh, yeah, she's probably a really good split then. That happens. So, fun science fact. They always talk about this separated at birth thing, right? So you have two twins, same mother, whatever reason. Maybe she's a crackhead. Both kids get adopted separately. They try to keep them together, but, oh, honey, I don't know if I want twins. Oh, so, most likely they get separated. They like the same foods. They're both left-handed. Whatever. There's like 20 things where they're identical. So, that would lean towards genetic propensity, meaning you are your DNA. So when people act a certain way, it's not like societal. It's not some sort of like construct. It's not something they read on the internet. It's not they play violent video games. Oh no. No, it leans towards purely genetic propensity, that you are an expression of random genes, meaning a state of like, predetermination, sort of like causality, but yeah, it's kind of fatalist in a way, but that leans towards that, right? Then you take two completely different people from different parts of the world, never met, never will meet, and one person is just shown a photo of the person with no name, and they're just told to mentally try to connect with that person. And somebody on the other side of the world is told, okay, it's going to happen in 3 minutes. And just meditate, and here's a picture of the person that's going to mentally send you an image. And when we say now, they could do it online, and you're down to like 3 seconds possible lag time, and that's it. So it's like now, a person looks at a picture, and then projects the word of the picture or something. The other person then randomly chooses something. Why is it that no matter who you choose, there's a really high success rate if it's done correctly? If people are in the right mental state, why do they sometimes, more often than you'd expect, people who are, quote, not psychic at all and don't believe in any of that fucking hoo-ha, get it correct? So what part of them is separate and what part of them is together? We're talking quantum mechanics now, quantum entanglement, and higher vibrational frequencies. So if you have twins that are left to purely genetic propensity, you will see a connectivity between them at a distance, based on genetic research alone. If you take people that have nothing in common at all, except for the fact that they both happen to be human beings, and one even maybe only partially, depending on who you ask, or if they're chimera or not, how are they connecting and having a relationship, like relating information at massive, massive distances? And it can be done over time. Why can I take a toothpick and scrape the inside of my mouth to get live cells and run a microcurrent through it and measure the effect of that? And if I go to another part of the building while my cells are being tested, if you run the microcurrent through me, why do my cells on the other side of the building have a response factor? What part of me is still connected to those cells when I'm not touching them anymore at a distance? What is that? Right? Why does that happen? Why does it happen that no matter if you project a feeling or a mood or even just play music to water and then freeze it and crystallize it, certain sounds and certain thought patterns from your own skull, your own brain, change the shape consistently to certain types of patterns based on mental thought and sonic vibration. Now, the sonic vibration thing, you can talk about atoms and harmonics, and like you put sand on a piece of metal and you bow it and it goes, and it makes a shape, right? Okay, that makes sense. But mental projection? But then you've got the Center for Disease Control in the United States of America that says that 90% of all cancer remissions are caused purely by your mental positivity. Isn't that admittance of prayer power or admittance of quantum entanglement within your own self? That your own willpower can change your physical body. It's like saying, okay, I own my cancer, and now I will remove it from myself. Like, I'm going to pick up this drink, and now I shall stir it. And now I shall take a drink of it. That is my will, so it will happen. It's my will. It can't not happen because it's my will. Unless somebody knocked it out of my hand right now. And they're not here to do so, so success. It's powerful stuff to think about. So you have like a lower form and a higher form. Your lower form is stuck with your genetic propensity. So your DNA is going to do what your DNA is going to do. It's like they say you're born gay in a lot of cases, right? Same thing. It's like they can't help themselves. It's their genetic propensity. But then we get into things that people don't want to talk about online. Like certain groups of people or certain tribal behaviors with certain groups and so on and so forth. Nobody wants to say those words because genetic propensity can only go so far before it suddenly starts encroaching upon, well, that makes me uncomfortable, therefore that's illegal or that's banned. So we're not allowed to talk about that type of science because that's wrong. Even though it's true, it's wrong. Don't do it. It's bad for you. Like all drugs are bad, okay? If they're not from the global corporation drugs, then they're bad drugs. And so on and so forth. Like, looking at the sun and getting sunshine, is that a drug? Well, it's vitamin D, so it's a drug. So what are they going to do, ban the sun? You're not getting drugs from the corporation. Oh, how dare you look at the sun and sunbathe and get vitamin D. What's wrong with you? Some kind of junkie? You know, human arguments get really stupid when you start to look into this stuff in detail. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there that people are afraid to talk about, and it's a damn shame because there's good and bad to all of this stuff. It all depends on how you look at it. Because you could turn, like, the psychic stuff, you can turn that into a weapon. And we can talk about the specifics of that and which agencies have done that. Certain spy agencies that are trying to, like, mentally cause harm to people. Don't move. What, where? Let me see here. What do I want to catch up on? It's a good podcast. A friend had a different. I read that one. She had one. I read that. So complex. I wish more people understood energy and its power. Yeah, that tree looks like your legs under your body. That? Must be that one. Hilarious. Oh, we have a spider. Excuse me, spider. Walk over here and do your thing. Should have screenshot it. Yeah. Hi, Spidey. One shot. Over there, though. It's a creeper. Speaking of one shot. Oh, he disappeared on me. Come on, stop holding it over there. Where'd he go? There he is. Just gonna take it right in the back of the head. Alright. I like this spot. Pufferfish can't bother me here. There's plenty of them down there. There always is. Yeah, man. Oh, do I see two witches over there? My God. Twins. I was just talking about twins. Now we have two witches. Crazy. Oh, one disappeared. Alright. Nice. Far enough away that they're despawning on their own. Daytime. Oh no. Skelly's protected. That guy's not. Creepers don't burn. Unless you set them on fire. Anyhow. Yeah, what else should we talk about? Somebody's creeping on me. That's this guy. Don't you put yourself out like that. Okay, I was going to say, I'll give you 5 seconds to burn and die, or I'll shoot you. I knew you were doing something. Did you just spawn that thing in and put some signs around it? Don't tell me you put it at spawn. You did? Wait. It's at his base. Oh. As long as it's not ruining the whole Wild West vibe of Spawn, we don't want it to be... Like, we got a year on this place. We don't want to be depressed every time we log in, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mind having something, but I don't want something right at Spawn. You know what it is? It's like, hey, I'm here to have a good time, and everyone goes, what's that? And you have to explain it. Yeah, there's a social implication to your decision. There's a social implication to your decision. And social is not your strong point, Mr. Phazon. Yeah, you were thinking of it? You could have checked. You could have checked. Yeah, you got to think about everyone, not just us. We have guests on this server. Like, if you want to understand social implication, well, yeah, replacing all that, yeah. You know when you undo certain functions in a William Withers overhauled overworld, things don't go back properly? Like certain grasses and things like that, you can tell it's been hacked. Just saying. I think we talked about that before, right? Yeah, if you're going to do something, you don't want something like right in render distance. You want, you know, they can discover it later, or we can have chords and a sign or something. But yeah, especially if it's like that thing. Oh my god, it's a... He'll laugh, but I mean, it's a fucking eyesore. It's supposed to be. But, you know. If you want to understand social implication, I could get a mole and graft it onto your right cheek, so that for the rest of your life, everyone you meet will stare at your little moly mole, and it'll be like Austin Powers, moly mole. That's what goes through people's heads every time they see your face. Yeah, you don't have to worry about people look at your face. You're not a model, so who cares? But, you know, you apply for a job, mole. You meet a new boyfriend, mole. You walk by the mirror, you look at your own reflection, mole. That's a social implication of a decision. So maybe a mole on your face is not the right move to do for you or anybody else. Maybe you want to stick it on your butt. Maybe you want to stick it somewhere on your back. So when somebody is like, you know, doing the wild thing with you, then they'll notice it. Which is a good time to notice something like that, because it makes it interesting. But yeah, a lot of people are uncomfortable with, like, seeing something that's, like, very out of place compared to the rest of what they're supposed to be looking at. Better to have 4 or 5 moles in a few interesting places, and people are just like, yeah, he's freckled. Very freckled. That's fine. But you don't want that one big thing that's, like, completely out of proportion. You're going to make a comment that in a minute if I continue that, but I'm not going to continue that. It's not the night for that, but you know what I mean. Cindy Crawford thing. I don't remember who she is much. I don't watch a lot of movies, so... Did she have a thing on her face? I don't remember. Yeah, remember, Phazon, I told you the story about how I used to work at a major record label, and there was a certain artist who died? Right side of her upper lip. Okay. I'd need to see a picture before I remember that. And I probably wouldn't remember because I'm like, eh. But that musician who died was a friend of mine, but I was also... he was more of a newer friend, but his older friend was a musician in the same band. And every time I ran into the original guy I'd known for a very long time, we would be like, hey, how's it going? And our first thought in our brain every single time we saw each other was, we miss Dwayne. Dwayne's dead. And you know what? I'll tell you what. That fucking sucks. To be reminded of the fact that we both lost one of our closest friends. Every single time we see each other, we can't have a positive moment ever again. Because we're not close enough to work through it. So I don't have his phone number. I can't call him up and say, hey, what are you doing this weekend? So we never get the opportunity to work through it. And we don't know each other well enough to make the proposal of that offering. See what I'm saying, Faison? So when it involves strangers coming along that don't know any better, and they see a giant something or other, they're going to say, what is that? And you're going to be reminded of death over and over. That's how you create post-traumatic stress disorder, which I have. So, good to think that through, right? I don't want to be reminded. Like, I'm okay talking about my friend Dwayne dying now. It's been many, many years. But today I found out about an even closer friend who is now passed on. And I don't necessarily want to be reminded every single time I go somewhere. Because now I'm going to not want to go there anymore. Because I don't want to be sad, depressed. Over and over and over and over with all my own traumas, ready to scream every time it comes up. Because it's the same feeling. It's not a different feeling, it's a different person, but it's the same feeling. It's the same emotional trigger. You know, the phrase emotional damage, right? It's a fictitious character doing a fictitious character in a video game, but you get the point. Life lesson from somebody who understands social situations and constructs and triggers and all that fun stuff. So there you go. And that's for anybody else out there who just learned something. That's also for you to learn from and understand. So now you know. It's always good to double check stuff like that. Like, if we're going to have a 9/11 memorial, where should we put it? Somebody had to ask that question. So it would make sense to put it right at the point of death because that's where it happened. And anybody who says, I don't want to deal with that, will never go downtown. They can avoid it. You put the memorial, well, now that's on my screen. Okay, 1980 and 1980. Oh, that's interesting. 2000, no, that's not bad. People can still find it. Good choice of numbers. But yeah, I mean, like, something I don't have a trigger with is like some random artist I've never heard of. I'm walking around the street and it's like, this is a memorial to blah, 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 famous sculptor. I just go, oh, cool. I don't go, oh, not this again, no! Right? Alright, so. You don't want to visit grandma and say, do you still miss dad? You know, you still miss your husband, even though he died like 30 years ago. Hi, grandma, nice to meet you. You still crying about grandpa? You know, there's just certain things that are just not socially acceptable. That's how you get yourself written out of the fucking will. You're the bad one in the family. I'd be like, I'm taking this little fucker off the damn will. I'm so sick of this shit. I'll just tell him it's because he got an F in math when he was younger and it always pissed me off. I don't care. You never know. You never know. Somebody could lie to you about why you're out of the will. You never know. Just something to think about, folks. I know it's easy to overthink that too. I'm not talking about overthinking it. I'm just talking about getting it down to like a black and white yes or no kind of situation. Somebody just lost their cat. You don't go to a pet store and pick up a fresh kitten and go, remind you of anything? That'd be really fucking mean. But you also don't go up to them and go, here, I got you a replacement. No, not cool. Better to spend time with them and just let them go through it. Let them go through the 7 stages of grief. And accept every single one of them as equal. That's what a therapist would do. I know it's a lot to ask of the average human being, finger quotes, but Let them go through it. Don't force it upon them. Don't make them remember something. Don't tell them what you think they should do. Yeah, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things people do that just make me shake my head. I've been through a lot, and I'm pretty strong. I mean, I wasn't very strong during the intro of this live session and recording, but that was hard to do. I don't know many people. I mean, I saw Art Bell do it once. They're both gone now, but I can talk about it. But I wouldn't call up Art Bell's radio show and say, "So, it's been 24 hours now since Ramona died. How are you feeling about that?" I would expect him to hang up, and there'd be a 7-second delay. It would be like, west of the Rockies high, and then it would cut to him, like a bit of music, it would cut to him going, "Nope, no, just no." And in very polite terms, F you. And then he'd go to the next call. That's what I would have got. Like, you don't do that when somebody's like freshly bleeding out. You don't just throw that at them. So you don't do it intentionally, obviously. You don't do it accidentally either. You have to think and say, hang on. But the story of Art Bell, he went live. So let's say I heard about it when he went live, but from his perspective, his story is he sleeps twice a day because he does a late night radio show all night, but he has to spend some time during the day. So he has like a 4 or 5 hour time and then a 6 or 7 hour time. The rest is sleep, split sleep, right? I don't know how he could do it. It's insane. Somehow he lived a long time smoking and drinking and doing double sleeps. The guy's a madman for the sake of late night radio, and he was still one of the best ever because he's very entertaining and hilarious and asked all these deep, good questions of every guest, and he'd relate things from one show to another, basically like Joe Rogan, but way cooler, in my personal opinion. But Art woke up after the afternoon nap, or was the morning one? I don't remember which one it was. And he's shaking his wife like, move over, I got to get out of the bed. And she wasn't responding, and then he realized she was very cold. And so in her case, it was something to do with asthma. Like, her lungs were slowly filling up while she was sleeping, and she didn't wake up. So she just slowly went away. And 12 hours later, Art Bell went live in tears and announced the death of his wife. And that he was going to be a man of honor and not cancel his show because it was a very important guest. And he said, I know that half of you that are going to call in, you're just going to say, prayers, thoughts, whatever. He says, it's okay. I understand you don't have to do that. I know this community. I know you all mean well, and that's fantastic. And I love you all for that. But you don't have to. If you do slip through the phone lines, because he doesn't have a screener, you slip through and you say that, I'll say thank you, appreciate you, and I'll immediately go to the next call. Please understand this is how I'm going to approach this situation tonight in order to keep my focus. And he did the show like a fucking trooper. His wife had just been carted away by the ambulance, and 4 hours later, he's live talking about it. And then at the end of the show, he said, I'm going to take a couple weeks off. You're going to hear some reruns. I have a lot of stuff I have to deal with over the next few days with her family and my family and, etc. And some business, some medical business to deal with, paperwork. And then he came back, and his webpage and his emails were flooded with thoughts and prayers. That's great. But he says, I'm going to get back into the swing of things, and and he apologized again for anyone that he upset by going live the same day, less than 24 hours, and making the announcement himself. And he goes, who would you rather hear it from? The media? The dreadful, random, mainstream media? And then I disappear for like a week? And then you're so scared and concerned that I might do something stupid to myself. He said, no, I'm not going to let you guys think that about me. I'm not going to scare you guys to that degree. I figured, and this is part of my inspiration for today's show. Same thing for me. I would rather you hear it from me less than 12 hours from when I found out from a direct family member what happened. And then, I can decide what I'm doing this weekend. I can decide how I want to deal with this, and when and where and what I want to do. And I'll say this, I'm on the Losers SMP as well, and Paul went through a very big loss not that long ago of a family member. And he put out a video the day he decided to make an announcement about it. It had been a couple of days for him, I think. Not long, though. And he did the same thing. So I'm not the only one. Art Bell's not the only one. And Paul GG is not the only one who takes this approach. We are not alone when it comes to this stuff. And I think it's a good thing. There's this song again. I love this song. I was saying earlier, this is the song I was going to use for a life in a mesa, possible dramatic comedy drama kind of, like I could just go to spawn right now. Here we go. Here's the opening scene, right? This is the type of environment. Reptoid just heading to work. Doing whatever, Cutaway scenes, all that kind of stuff. Exactly. I've been through the mesa with a lizard with no name. It's good to stay out of the rain. It doesn't rain here. Yeah, good song. Anyway, what I was basically talking about was one thing I've always liked to do on my channel is we can talk about stuff that other people are afraid to talk about. We can have any mood we want. We can say, I feel like absolute shit right now. And you're not going to hear from me or any of my staff. We only listen to positive vibes. I'm sorry I have to mute you for the rest of the show because we're all about positivity only here. Unlike other channels where that's exactly what you're going to get. You will be openly, directly censored. Whereas here, you won't be. Here, we believe in the Wild West theme of free speech. Now, you don't have to like what somebody says in chat. In fact, you can even have it out with them. They even have a fun little thing, which you can use ironically as a joke, which it should be used for. But again, that's just my opinion. You could do something silly. See, it should be right here. And I'm gonna punch myself. Oops, hang on. Hang on. There we go, see? Punch myself like, hey! What are you fucking saying that about? What are you talking about? You get the punch sound effect. All the horses now hanging out at spawn. Fantastic. Go ahead. Trigger all that stuff, why don't you? Wonderful. Good job, Bone Man. But yeah. I don't like this one-sided approach to life. First of all, I'm goth punk, which means, well, everyone knows what that means. Oh, the fish is flying right now. We got ourselves our flying fish out here. Nice. Lots of them, too. Nice. Come over here, go flying again. It'll be fun. Oh, they're all hiding over there. All right, fine. But yeah. Because censorship doesn't lead to healthy solutions. It's like if you can't be honest with your doctor, and believe me, that leads back to a whole other discussion we just had. You can't be honest with your doctor, how are you supposed to get help? How are you supposed to help yourself if you won't let people help you? And if you want time off, you have the right to that. If you want to talk about something, you also have the right to that. And my community is more about open honesty, even things we don't agree with. I'm not Christian, but I have Christian friends. And that leads to some very interesting conversations. And yet, I will tell one of my wonderful miracle stories in my life. And they will see it their way, and I will see it my way. And yet, we're both in complete agreement with each other. But if we decide to argue semantics, we would both be fighting. And if one of us censored ourselves, we would feel uncomfortable. So fighting or uncomfortable or agreeance by simply seeing two sides of the same coin. That's the way I prefer to live. That's the way I prefer my community. That we don't have to agree on everything, for fuck's sakes. What are we all, twins? Clones? I don't think so. There's a lot of things that Iron Van and I didn't agree on. Actually, not a lot. A few things, I should say. There's a few things. Most things we actually agreed on. So that's why it was really easy to work with them. Because we would have the same sense of humor about all sorts of stuff, but... There's the haunted, spooky abandoned house. Well, let me see. I have to go this way, right? Easy. What? Oops. Yeah. He seemed like a really chill guy. Taking a hoot in his honor. Yeah, he'd respect that. Yep. That's another reason why he thought Colorado was a good place. The fact that other people in, quote, positions of power also agreed that it has a benefit to a lot of people. And they have a right to make that choice themselves, not be told by big government daddy what you're allowed to do to your own body. I'm on my way there, Mr. Jumps on it as I'm heading that direction. How's my elytra doing? Okay, I'm good. Wait, spider eye? I don't want that. String. I'll leave that in the middle of the ocean for somebody. I like to take the long way. It's more interesting. Ooh, shipwreck. Nice place. Yeah, I don't know how my weekend's gonna go. He really appreciated my music too. There's so much music that I shared with him. Well, we're about to see it. I'll come in from this side because now I know which way he's facing. So, Mr. GTA 5. Good old Stu, what a character. There he is. There's his character in Minecraft. That's really nice, man. Need another shot of this. Oh, it's right by a crater lake. A lake with a island in the center of it. I got lag.
Nope.
Trying to go straight over. There we go. Perfect. I can whisper in his ear. Hey, bro. Don't worry about it. I'll see you soon enough myself one day. Hey, by the way, you know what you need to do? You need to save me a spot. Yeah. Give me a seat up front. I want a good view. Whatever's going on there, just come on, do me a solid, man. Give me a good spot. I mean, you got there before me, and typical. Trying to get there before me again. But when you get there, just, you know, give me a good seat. I want a good spot. Appreciate that. I wasn't talking into his ear. You were. What do you think I am? Some sort of holy man? Wait a minute. Were his ears always this tiny? I can hardly see them. Bro, those glasses though. My God. Oh, that's a fall. Seen this thing in forever. He changed it a couple of times too, I think. Gonna go up to this spot again. Wait. He would want me to do this. He would want me to do this. Oh God, this is a dumb idea. This is a dumb idea. Ah! You know what he'd say to that? You know what he'd say to that? All right, here we go. Let's see if I can. There used to be. Well, there is another way to do this. Okay. See, I honestly thought I could make that. Okay. Remember, he's certainly like, you know, this is, oh my God. Dude's laughing from heaven right now. Okay, I have to do this by going into spectator, all right, so prepare yourselves. I warned you ahead of time, so I went, you think you can fit through there, right? There was one thing that stopped me. There is one thing that stopped me from getting through there. You dirty son of a bitch. He got me with that. Oh, Stu. Oh my God. This guy. Trolling me from the other world still. I wasn't going to go there, but the fact that I tried to go, this is something he would have wanted me to do. It's like, oh yeah, I dare you to fly through there in one shot at Mr. Professional Minecraft Gamer dude there. Try to do that, eh? I got stuck right there. I'm not saying anymore. That's plenty. That's his sense of humor. That's the guy, sadly, that's the guy we lost. He left a little surprise motherfucker right in there for anybody to discover. I didn't want to spoil the surprise, but damn. Surprise package for Mr. Reptoid. Lovely. Fantastic. Well, thanks, Faison. Appreciate your effort here. Unbelievable. But there you go. That's for Mr. Iron Van, formerly Monkey Shines. Yeah, this is a nice place. The fact that he's got this this lake there too. It's really nice. Wait, what's flying around there? There's a bat down there? Okay. Oh man. I should go home and get sleep. Unbelievable. I was actually trying to do that too. That's the sad thing. That's the really sad thing. I was actually trying to just fly through there and not go. I didn't want to go there. I thought that would be kind of like rude and inappropriate, but he's the one who stopped me. He was being a dick. Like, my God. Literally. Of course, if he were here in voice chat, he would have laughed his ass off and then said, "That's what you get." Try to fly through my legs and squish you like a bug. Yeah. Oh, now it's Spooky's creeping in the bushes now, watching me. Yeah. Well, that was unexpected. I really did not expect that to happen. Well, now you guys know. Now you get a taste of his sense of humor. Well, I'll leave this in a little surprise for somebody to discover later. Oh, man. That big plains biome. Very plain. Oh, snow. Okay. Yeah, one thing I love about William Withers' World Generation is the snow is amazing. Because you can run up and down it really easily. Except for that bit there. And that bit there. Come on, do your thing. For the most part, you don't even have to jump. You just walk it. Like this. Except for these little holes. I should probably go to his page and grab a bunch of random clips while we still can. Any one of us could do that, I guess, really. Get a lot of his... I'm really bummed that his GTA community is going to be impacted by this. I mean, that's a big deal. A lot of people.
Yeah.
That's more his thing than Minecraft, right? So that's been a big part of his life. They're probably going to do something. I don't follow a lot of their channels, but they're all probably going to do something, I would think. Hmm. Oop, not quite halfway. Okay, good. Yeah, is there anything you guys want to talk about with a depressed lizard? I don't know what else to call myself right now. I can do this, no problem. Trees don't have big dicks in my face. Ow. Well, maybe not. This tree's a dick too. Never mind. Could have swore I was going to make that. Guess my game is off today. Can you blame me? Oh, I hear somebody down here. Oh yeah, we have this guy right here. Yeah, fuck your bow. I will just do this. What are you doing here? You stuck? Not anymore. Oh my, lush cave. With a geode? Oh. Little pond. Oh, this guy's getting up in my business here. Get out of the bushes! I can't hit you when you're in the bushes for some reason. There we go. And I hit the vines. Aquifer. What is this? Floating carpet and a bush. Oh, I see. Ooh, I still have the floaties. Hacks. What's that? Okay. Okay. I still have the floaties. I could take advantage of this. Nice. So this is the direction I came from. This way. Yeah, I don't have as many jokes going on today, that's for sure. What are you working on, Florica?
I am working on my home still.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to take a lot of materials, but god damn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, come on. I almost had that. Appreciate that, man. You know, I'll say this. It's kind of an odd thing, but it hurts that it's not the first time this has happened in my life. Because when I was talking about the Dwayne situation, world famous musician and I, back from when I worked at a very well-known record label as my cover job for my agency work, we were talking about doing an album together, and we had everything planned out. We had the studio. It was the other musician's recording studio. So we were going to get free time because they're best friends and they've worked together for years. And Dwayne liked some of my ideas. We were calling each other up almost like on a weekly basis. And we just made comments about each other's art and some ideas. And I said, this might seem like a long shot, but could you imagine us actually doing that? Like, if we had like the time or whatever. And he's like, I got the time. I mean, not all the time, but sometimes. I was like, serious? Like, you'd actually think this is like, is it like worth the effort though? Should we do that? Like, what would we actually do? And it happened like that quickly. And he's like, well, I could talk to Kevin. We could just get some extra time in the Subconscious Studios. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah, wouldn't be a big deal. And I'm like, so you like my stuff enough that you'd actually do that? And he's like, well, yeah, why not? Like, we don't, it's not, obviously, I can't say, I don't want to say the name, but it's not going to be released through this label. It'll be, we could release it. And I said, fuck, we could release it ourselves. And he goes, yeah, we could do that. But, Kevin knows people. I know a few people. There's options. I went, how would this sound though? Like, how would we want to market that? And he goes, and he looks at me sort of like, come on. Like, that's a good point. Call ourselves whatever, featuring so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. And what was I going to say? I was just like, that's an invisible spider. Oh my God, yuck. But featuring Dwayne Gottle from Skinny Puppy, I was like, that's a good point. That's a good marketing. Yes, that is true. I'm the nobody. You're the somebody. So yeah, that makes sense. Holy shit, this is marketable. It's like, yeah, and people might not like it, but yeah, well, fuck them. We're doing our own thing. And people might like it anyway. I was like, you know what? I've been wanting to do this for a while, is to mix this idea with that idea, whatever we were talking about. Oh, got this guy in my way. It almost became a thing. And then we planned it out, and he went on a live tour with the band, and he never came home. That was it. We had it all planned out. We spent about 2 months planning everything, getting the studio time, all that kind of stuff. planning out how I was going to work certain sounds, what I was going to use, and what he wanted me to try. It's like, yeah, you should try some of this gear, and we'll bring this in. Plus, he's got a lot of synths and whatever in the studio already. And we'll just take your ideas and we'll just rip them down. He said there is one drawback. Knowing Kevin, being the producer that he is, he might want to jump in and like co-produce this. And I'm like, yeah, there is that. And he goes, and you know, Kevin has a certain sound. And I go, yeah, there is that. And he goes, well, as long as you're aware of that, you know, we are using his space. So if he wants to jump in, we kind of just let him, right? I'm like, that's a good point. No, that's fair. I mean, that would be totally fair. He says, but just be aware, you know Kevin. I'm like, yeah, that's true. So we might have some ideas. Then he'd be like, oh no, we need to have a couple of tracks like this in order to do this. And, you know, we got to let him roll with it because he knows what he's doing, but he might not understand what we're doing. We might have to say, actually, what we're trying to do is this, not that. And he'd be like, oh no, that's cool. But, you know, he'll be like, aw, but I want to do that, you know? So it's a tough social dynamic that we were looking at. That was the only, and it's not so much a downside, but like, how true do we want to stick to our original plan, and what is he going to think is marketable based on what he thinks we're doing, or what he thinks maybe we should be doing? But, you know, he's a cool cat, right? He's a natural dominant personality, so he's going to have his ideas, and he's going to think, you know, wait, this new guy, I mean, barely know him, but he's kind of like an old friend. I see him everywhere for years. He'd probably want to jump in like, yeah, man, let's make this really awesome. But he's going to have a strong influence on the overall project. That's all Dwayne was trying to say, is like, hey, man, just be aware. He might say, I want nothing to do with that. I'm way too busy, which is fine. Then we know what it's going to sound like. But he might not like it after. He'd be like, oh, I wish I had more time. I would have like fixed that up for you. Right? Whereas, if he works on it, then it'll be like, you know, produced by Kevin Key type of thing, right? Or co-produced or whatever. So that'll be like a big selling point, and which would help us out. But at the same time, it would have his style, which would be okay, but now I'd be very much a third wheel rather than being second wheel. So that's just the risk of working with famous people, is that you get one involved, their friends get involved. I've seen that happen to a project called Frontline Assembly, where a friend of a friend ended up helping them with some stuff, and he expected a half-decent paycheck, and he basically said, I got pennies. And then I looked at the list of credits on the album when it came out. There's 17 producers, basically, and I was like, what? And he goes, well, yeah, everyone's got it, you know, co-produced by, that's why it says co-produced by, and it has the band's name, or like the two bands that were involved or something like that. It just says co-produced by band 1 and band 2 for this remix or this single or whatever. And I'm like, he goes, yeah, and you realize how many producers are on this band? Plus, do you realize that your average Frontline Assembly album has like 9 or 10 people working on it? It's not just, you know, Bill and friends, which is already like 3 or 4 people. It's also everyone at this label and everyone at this recording studio. And it's like, so I'm just like 17th wheel, so I got a check for like $250 or something. I was like, that's ridiculous. You were in there for, like, said, yeah, I was in there for like 2 days. Plus I did some extra work, you know, doing something at home or whatever, and brought that in. Imagine working for 2 or 3 days and getting $200. It's like, keep your day job, right? Why be a second engineer? Why why help anybody in music industry if it's going to be like divided evenly amongst everyone to a small amount? No matter what you do, you get this tiny check. It's like, nah, I think I'll avoid those big labels, you know. But yeah, these are all side stories. The main point I was making, which is that it's really sad that, you know, there's a couple of times, that's one of a couple of times I've had somebody that I knew really well that was famous or pseudo-famous or had like really big connections to make stuff happen for both of us, and then something horrible happened. And it's really fucking depressing. Because it's like, losing a friend is bad enough, but then losing all the connections you have. Like I said, I can't talk to certain people without us immediately remembering that, you know, we both have this mutual loss. because that's the only times we had a chance to like really bond was over the loss. And so our memories are basically all just about the loss. And it sucks. Like the chance when we finally get a chance, like I'd rather have got to know, you know, Kevin another way. Like every time we met at a bar before that and I said, hey, what's happening? He's like, oh, hey, how's it going? And we start talking a little bit about bowling or some random shit. It was cool. It used to be awesome. And when I started working at the label, he's like, wait, I know you. And we started hanging out and it was great. And then Dwayne was there every fucking day. So I ended up working with him on a lot of stuff because he was like a really good backup producer for all their stuff they're doing, right? And then the next time I saw Kev, it was just, all we talked about was Dwayne's passing, and I had a lot of questions. I was one of the first people that got the call, too. It was Kevin, his girlfriend, and a few other people that were getting the list of names. And then they got, like, Dwayne's phone, and Dwayne's phone had my fucking home phone number on it, so they called me up. On Kevin's phone, they called me up and said, yeah, we would call from Dwayne's phone, but, you know, we didn't want to, like, have you think it's him. I'm like, what's going on? Bad news. Dwayne passed yesterday. I was like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's like, nobody dies from weed. What the fuck do you mean? I know he does a lot of that, but goddamn, like, what happened? Car accident? What is it? You know, most common thing I was thinking of. And I won't go into the details because it's really not good, but he had some bad influence in his life. Plus there was, and I know who that person is way too well. And I even warned Dwayne very subtly about that, saying, if you hang around her, it's going to be a really bad thing for you. She is a really bad influence. She's going to fuck your head up so bad, bro. But, you know, you can't tell somebody not to be in love, right? Doesn't work that way. So he had that going on. That got him involved in, you know, basically some heroin, which is not his thing anyway. But, you know, he didn't know what he was doing. It was a bit of an overdose. But at the same time, that night he was also very, very upset. The two Kevins were having a big fight again. I know I'm talking personal stuff, but it's kind of public information. And they've always had problems. Dwayne was always there to try and make the peace between the band members and keep things going. If it wasn't for him, a lot of albums would never have come out. The guy's a real fucking trooper. A real sweet guy. Plus, he was cool in the sense that, as far as unusual body chemistry go, he was albino. White eyelashes, white hair, white everything. But, like, sparkling crystal blue, ice crystal blue eyes. Brighter than mine, you know. So we look pretty weird together. But yeah. Couple of genetic freaks doing an album. No surprise there. So, yeah. But to get that call was quite the shocker. So here it is happening again in a way. Just out of nowhere. Really sucks, man. Because it's kind of hard to get involved with somebody and not be sad all the time when we're in the studio. So I mean, yeah, I could have pushed it anyway, but what would I do? Just like Kevin and I do something? It's like, well, at that point, it's just it's going to look like I'm replacing Dwayne in Doubting Thomas or something. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that to him. I don't care about me. I can deal with the cringe. I'm fine with that, but that's not cool. But, you know, I didn't want to do that to Kevin or anybody else. Like, oh, yeah, It was good to just sort of say, okay, let's just, you know, carry on with our lives. Like, you know, this really fucking sucks, but we can't live in the past. We got to somehow find a way to carry on and get through this. So I was just like, yeah. Pretty all white by me. Yeah. Well said. Yeah. No, you can look up something like 1986 to 1988. Hard to say Dwayne Goddell and get the name spelled correctly, but you look up Skinny Puppy. Early years, like 1986, 1987. Take a look at that fucking hair. The other two, jet black hair, crazy fucking 80s kind of hair. And there's Dwayne, like a fucking frightened ghost. Like black and white. They're like complete opposite in appearance. It's hilarious. I thought, who the hell would like bleach their eyelashes? How do you do that? When I first saw a picture of him, and then my friends were like, dude, he's albino. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that's true. They're just like, you idiot. But I'm like, yeah, but this is Skinny Puppy. I mean, come on, they do crazy shit. I've heard about the drug scene around these guys. Like, my God. Come on, it's got to be something weird like that, right? Nope. Born that way. Skinny Puppy, I didn't have to get the spelling right. Yeah, it's just like Skinny and Puppy, yeah. I've got pictures of them. I'm not going to dig through my hard drive right now. It's just, if you think this show is boring, imagine staring at a blank screen while I dig through my hard drive looking for a couple images. I've got Dwayne's handwriting. I sound like such a fucking nerd saying that, but yeah. I did something as a joke, ironically. One day I was just messing around and I had, like, we had these new postcards come in and I thought they looked cool. And I thought it'd be fun to just show somebody. I had this one friend who's a bit of a jerk. He's like, you don't fucking know Skinny Puppy. You're such a piece of shit or something. So I saw these new postcards. I'm like, oh yeah. So I'm like, hey, Dwayne, come over here for a second. He's like, what's up? And I go, oh my God, it's Dwayne Goller from Skinny Puppy. Oh my God, could you sign this? Please, 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 please. And he goes, okay. You seem like you've been listening to our albums for quite some time. And I'm like, yeah, oh my God, I've got every single thing you've ever done. Oh my God. Oh, I can't believe I'm meeting you. Oh, look at my hand. I'm shaking, right? And then he signs it. Just say no to drugs. But he spells it K-N-O-W. Just say no to drugs. And puts a little winky face and a little heart. And he goes, that's for you. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so happy right now. And he's like, so what is this for? And I said, oh, I'm just going to show this to some jerk who says like, me. You don't need to know. And he's like, oh, I get it. Yeah, no, that's hilarious. Let me know how that goes. I'm like, yeah, I just want to piss him off. This will shut him up. But also, I just really like these postcards and I didn't want to walk home with like 2 or 3 of these just blank. So I thought, hey, let's fuck this guy up and have one of them that at least I'm going to keep. So I know which one to put on my wall because it has your name on it. And other people would be like, oh my God, you met Dwayne Gall from Skinny Puppy? That's so cool. And then I could say, I work with him actually. Just to annoy people. It's very cringe, right? Like he was just like this, this cool dude who made like really freaky fucking sounds and he was a nut job and I loved him. That's all. He was just a cool guy. And I just liked making, my little contribution here and there. Like, I'll help you do this little digital edit. Never worthy to be on the credits because I'm basically nobody, but it was fun. It's fun just helping musicians sound better and do cool shit. Oh my God, I found another Greenland. I just realized.
Oh my goodness.
It's D-W-A-Y-N-E, Dwayne. And it's G-O-E-T-T-L-E, I think. I can't remember. I haven't said his name in a long time. Search engine didn't care. Yeah, I'm sure there's probably so many misspellings of his name. It's a unique name, right? Sure did have quite the look. Yeah, there it is. G-O-E-T-T-L-E. Yeah, I still remembered it. Look at that. I still remember his last name after all these years. If I wanted to be really cringe, I could just say, hey, if you ever run into Sarah McLachlan, just say, Purple says hi. And she might go, oh my God, I haven't heard that name in forever. Holy shit, that takes me back. I knew him when I worked on my second record, Solace. S-O-L-A-C, Solace. It means, to be alone in contemplation and ponder life type of thing. Not soulless, like some people think. Yeah, if you ever listen to Into the Fire, there was a little bit of editing on there I had to do just to clean up the track. Nothing special. Probably like a nanosecond of editing, basically. It's just like, oh, this sounds a little off here. And George was like, I'm going on my lunch break. I'm tired. And it's like, can you just quickly slap that together? Can you just clean that up? Sure, George. Wow, such important work, right? Oh my God. But the thing is, Sarah was only 19 years old back then, so we would just like hang out. We'd hang out by the coffee room or hang up. I showed her a fun thing to do at the photocopier to like get some really twisted. I'm friends with Skinny Puppy, so I'm showing her how to like mangle a photograph and make a black and white distorted image using the photocopier by moving it around as it's like doing the scan. And she was always carrying around these little doodles she had. And I said, yeah, put it in here and then do this. She's like, I never would have thought of that. That's so crazy. What a weird idea. And I went, welcome to being me. And she's like, I like the fact that you just talk to me like a person. I'm like, what do you want me to talk like? Oh my God, Sarah McLachlan, it's so nice to meet you. This robot is very impressed to meet you. I hope I am not making a bad impression. And she just laughed. She's just like, oh my God, you're nuts. I'm like, yeah, I'm a little crazy. I'm a Skinny Puppy fanboy, so, I'm a little nuts. But, I'm a surrealist. I do my own art, all that kind of shit. And she's like, that's so cool. So we just kind of hit it off as just people. And I've always treated people as people. Unless they don't act like a person anymore, then I might treat them differently. So, yeah. I got that as they say, a feather in your cap type of thing. Like, whatever. But I hardly ever mention that. I'm just mentioning it in relation to this other stuff. But I hardly ever mention it because it's like... I mean, she asked me backstage after one of her shows at the Orpheum Theatre in Vancouver when we were trying to, like, promote her locally, when she was finally getting some radio play. And she pushed everyone aside and whispered in my ear, how was the show? What did you think? And I went, bitch, you made me fucking cry. She laughed and she goes, no, but really, was it good? Was it okay? And I went, are you fucking serious? You got 3 fucking standing ovations. 3 standing ovations. And you made me cry. Stop, all right? You're good. God, woman, get a fucking ego. Jesus Christ. And she's like, okay. Like, will you accept the fact that you're actually okay at singing? Fuck. She was a hard sell. She was like, really not too sure if everyone's just kissing her ass and just trying to worship her. And so she wanted to find out from like a real dude what they thought of her voice and her music. So it's like, I love that, right? It's like, come on. This is the problem with the music industry. This is the problem with fandom. This is the problem with a lot of things, is that people just aren't real with each other, right? Get an ego. Like, yeah, fuck, man. Come on. Like, how many standing ovations does a girl need before she starts thinking, oh, gee, I guess I can sing, eh? Like, I had to troll her. I'm like, you're not fucking serious. You're trolling me right now. You're rage baiting me. What the hell is this? She's like, she's like, how was the show, though? I'm like, shut the fuck up. Am I okay? Was it good? 3 standing ovations, and you're still not sure? You still think the record label is just trying to exploit you? Yes, okay, that still could be a thing. But besides that, they want to use you to make money. We all know this. But the audience is not using you to make money. They want to give you money. Like, what more do you need? That's what cracked me up. It was like, man, that was just hilarious. That was just a hilarious moment. And so, of course, if I was at the studio or the office and she came by, she'd be like, hey, wave, like, hey, how's it going? She always did Kermit hands like, yay, It's just fun. It's just, I like working with artists because, if they don't get too corporate, they're just like, they're artists. They just want to do their art. And as an audio engineer, you just want to give them the chance to sound their best, whatever it is they need. You're the supporting role. You're the one that, like, they go for the hoop, they've got no ball. But they've got talent. You maneuver and you toss a ball between you and your mates a couple of times, and then one of you throws it at them, and then she goes in and just does the slam dunk, and the crowd goes wild. That's what you're meant to do. That's the supporting role. And to be able to support people like that... Oh, I'm on ice. That's why thought I had lag again. Forgot about ice. There's an ice factor when you're on ice. I always forget about that. Actually, you know what? I'm going home. Yeah, sleep with gunpowder. Let me scroll back. I was not reading this out loud. I'm not likely to try to remember that. Okay. You aren't prone to name dropping, just reminiscing about your times. Yeah, it's hard to do. It's hard to do one without sounding like the other. That's the problem, right? I've had those times when I did work and was like, was it any good? I have to look back and think, wait, yeah, it was good. You can really be your own toughest critic. Yeah, that's true. That's the thing. I taught myself early on to, like the album I'm working on right now, I'm using the same technique again. It's stuff that I kind of did a thing, but I'm not really happy with the thing I did. But I've had a lot of people like some of the stuff I do like that, so I just immediately gave it to my friend Scott, who's fucking born blind. And we've done many albums together. I'm like, here's some tracks, take your time, listen to it, be inspired, do or don't, up to you. It's 2 hours of shit. If you want to like pretty it up and make it smell like roses, or you want to put something over top of it, go right ahead. No pressure, no release date, nothing. Whatever you want to do, but generally within this sort of vibe or theme is what I'm going for, and that's it. And when you send your tracks back to me, I'm going to mix them down, put them together, decide if it's like something we want to release, and then we'll pick a co-release date. Then I guess I have to start looking into cover art. I'll finish that all up, and then we'll get our copies up on Bandcamp, and we'll choose a mutual release date, and we sell it for the same price. So sometimes I make more than him, sometimes he makes more than me. But we only sell like about 6 or 7 albums each. It's like nothing. It's nothing. Hours and hours and hours of work, and it's like, here's $35 after like the first couple weeks. Yay! I can order pizza. That's all we get. But we do it because we like each other's work, and that's all. So we don't give a shit in a very serious way. But I tell you, there's some stuff that Scott's done. Holy fuck! He has some sort of I don't know what synth it is, but he has a sound patch that is so expressive. I thought he hired a female vocalist to do choral backgrounds in one of his earlier releases. He actually put it out on vinyl. He was so impressed with the sound, he put it out on vinyl as an optional release. But I think it's way overpriced because he's chosen a vinyl option, which I don't know if it's like press on demand, like CDs, but it's something like that. So it's limited edition. So I think he only made like 100 discs because he's not going to sell them all. He might sell like 20, and the rest are collector's items or something, just for down the road. But if you do a double album, a double vinyl record, 100 copies, you're like paying $50 US. But you can get the download for $7. Who's going to pay $50 for it on vinyl when you can get it for $7 digital? I mean, like, it's a crazy idea. I would never do that. But if you're famous and people like collector's items or multicolored vinyl or whatever, yeah, I get it. I get it. But anyway, he liked this synth so much in this sound. I thought he hired a female vocalist. So I asked him, I said, who is that? And he sent me an email back with the name of the vocalist who created this with some sort of sonic audio designing team. And I thought, this is great. But I noticed that she pitches at just the right times for his key changes and stuff. And I went, but how do you do that? And he's like, oh, I just, use the pitch wheel or the vibrato or whatever. And you can set up these different timbres that you can adjust. So depending on how you use your mod wheel and your joystick, you can do these different things. So you can set it to a fifth or a third. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I went, wait a minute. So you're saying that these are samples that are, like if you wanted to suddenly go up a half octave and then hit vibrato, you're joysticking. He's like, yeah. I'm like, holy crap. Like I'm not hearing the sample. It's like, this is a few years ago. So this is before AI started to get really crazy. But even AI has a sound. I listened to that album a couple of times and I would just occasionally pause and go back and I went, that's gotta be a real person. He's trolling me. Because I almost said, can you send me just the vocal track? Do you still have that isolator or do you delete that? Because I wanted to listen to this sampling system, whatever he's got. I was blown away. I listened to it a few times. I still keep thinking like... But then I heard a later track. We did... I forget which track it is. It's on one of my albums. He used that same sampler. And he used her voice sample a bit, but just very minimal. He didn't want to overdo it for this record we did. But there's a couple of points in there where I thought it sounded like he went, let's just say he went from a C to a G and then back to a C about 30 seconds later, and it had the exact same sound. And I think he was using a pressure sensitive keyboard. So if you hit the key, there's about 4 different pressure points. There's like light, medium, soft, and heavy, like a weighted piano. Plus he's got, so you, depending on how you hit it, you get different samples. So like a human voice, every time they hit like middle C, it's going to sound slightly different. So if you're playing and using a lot of expression, plus your left hand is reaching for the joystick and the mod wheels and stuff, you can make it sound like you've got a vocalist in the studio. Like, it's really colorful stuff. It just blew my mind. And this is a brilliant instrument for a blind musician to use because you can just do so much with it. Like, you can, like, your hands are now this woman's voice singing. You can now sing like her. I mean, that's just amazing. You're taking a disabled man and allowing him to, like, sing like the most beautiful female vocalist just by using your hands. Like, just that alone is really, really, like, fascinating and inspiring and kind of exciting to me. So yeah, that's I don't know. He told me what it is. It's in an email tucked away somewhere. I don't remember the particular instruments, and, you know, I'd have to look it up. I almost want to look it up now because I feel like I should say it. I just don't remember what it's called. But the first thing he said in his answer was the vocalist. The woman who did all the... So when she did this, they must have done something where she sings the same note and then she does different endings, and then they program the endings to based on human interaction with the keyboard somehow, with the sound banks or whatever. They've programmed that into it. So that's why when he's doing pitch, and I don't know how they do it, where they somehow morphogenically link the front part of the sound with the back part of the sound depending on how much you pitch and where you move your... I mean, like... That's what got me, is I was listening as a digital audio master. Like, I master, you know, for vinyl, CD, cassette, whatever, I will master your record to sound fucking brilliant as best I can. As long as you give me something good to work with, I can do that. You give me stuff from different studios, and every studio sounds different, every mix sounds different, different producers. I'll put it together, I'll make it sound like it's all one producer, one studio, or one live show, or whatever. So I'm listening to these samples, and I'm trying to listen for the edit points and where's the computer? I'm listening for the computer, and I'm trying to find the computer in these sounds. I'm like, this is live. This is... No, she's in the studio. There's no way. But I want to hear the solo tracks. Like, I'm hearing his keyboards and other stuff. And he did this one particular album. I think that's why he put it on vinyl, is because it's a really... He occasionally does really light ambient music that's so fucking heavenly, you just melt. And then he does experimental and dark ambient, which is how we hooked up. Because I get into the creepy shit. I love liminal space and, like, unusual drones and stuff hidden so deep in the mix you don't hear it, but you feel it. Like, you feel uncomfortable, or you look over your shoulder once in a while, like something's there. My collage art is kind of a parody of that, but also just, I make fun of a lot of stuff too, but I don't know, it's just, I as a default, I kind of roll back into, like, dark ambient, I guess. Because it's fun to do. I love just taking, like, sounds of outdoors or some random sample somebody sent me and messing around with it, and all of a sudden I just go, ooh, I like that. And I just save it. I have enough of those, I just mess around with it a bit more and give the tracks to Scott or somebody else and say, yeah, lay down on this and see what you can come up with. I've gotten the habit of doing that. I've almost got kind of cliche with my stuff, and I don't like doing it anymore. But I don't do as much as I used to. A couple years ago, I was working with I worked with a famous painter. Yeah. He did the cover art for the album, too. I did an album, it's a project I have called Hybrid Collusion. And with Hybrid Collusion, the idea, or the main agenda, is that I work with 4 or 5 different artists, but we do a thing, it's sort of like called an exquisite corpse approach to music. So I will do, let's say we're planning an hour-long release, right? So if I'm doing 10-minute tracks as a producer of the band, whoever I work with, I'll say, okay, so here's the basic outline. This is what we're all doing. I will do, let's say, 2 tracks. I give those 2 tracks to 2 of the 4 artists, and they will then do whatever they want with my track, or they will add something over top of that track, and then give me the solo. And then I mix it down later. But it goes around 4 times. I try to work with about 4 artists. It could be 5, could be 3. But they all do their own interesting stuff. So I only have control of like about 1/4 of the, even though I'm doing the final mixing and production and release, I only have control over 1/4 of the overall work. So if they want to add like weird drums that make no sense, that's up to the surrealist artist I work with. Oh yeah, Zoto, we can talk about, I was saying before, I was talking about the association between, here we get into music theory and music history, but it's pronounced Dadaism, like Dada, as in Mama Dada. I know it's weird, but it's a different branch of surrealism in a way, although they will argue it's not related to surrealism, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, the art community is always going to have agreements and disagreements. But surrealism is like, well, look at Salvador Dali's visual work. It's very morphic in the sense that why do these elephants, why are they so high up in the sky, and why do they have spider legs that go all the way to the ground, and why do they have shadows that go in different directions when the sun's over there? Why does it seem like the reflections on the ground are coming from their belly button, right? That's surrealism. It's like a dream. It's taking real stuff and mixing it with this morphogenic, blended kind of dream-like reality. You know, a big, heavy castle it's made out of rock and it's floating, and there's like this little girl playing underneath, like a little with her dress spinning around. It makes you feel really like, oh god, if that came down, she's squished. So it makes you absolutely frightened, even though it's just a sunny day and there's a castle and it's floating and there's a little girl playing. Why do you feel like that? Because you think gravity. But in this painting, it's not going gravity kills. There's no death. Clearly that thing is floating quite fine. Clearly, the little girl playing underneath this giant colossus feels very comfortable. So it makes you have two feelings at once. That's surrealism. Dadaism, I'll give you a very pop culture example of Dadaism. So here's John Lennon in the studio, and they're doing a song from Sgt. Pepper called Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite. Last track on the A side. I can sleep. There we go. I made it. So in that, you'll hear halfway through and at the very end a bunch of like weird pipe organ music all jumping all over the place. This is how John came up with it, being, of course, influenced by a really crazy Dadaist expressionist named Yoko Ono. She's like, what is music? What is art? Well, you know, what is all this stuff? They get crazy, as you know. She's pretty loopy, right? A lot of wild ideas. Some people don't get it. There's a band I absolutely love called Nurse with Wounds, featuring Stephen Stapleton from the UK. Holy fuck! That shit is messed up, but it's so much fun to listen to because you never know from one album to the next what the hell is going to happen. You never get bored, but sometimes they put out an album to intentionally make you bored. Like, what is that one called? Space or something. It's like... Anyway. So John goes in the studio. He comes back from the library, like they think it was just a book library, but they had a sound department, and he did like 3-second recordings of random organ grinder music. And then he went into the studio and he cut up all the pieces into like 1 or 2 second clips and put them in a box. So he comes in the studio and he says, watch this. And he shakes the box, and then he opens the box and throws the tape all over the floor and laughs. And the producer that he's working with at the time looks at him and he goes, what's this? And he goes, I don't care. Just splice it all together any way you want and just hit play. And he sat in the chair and they just had a little conversation about the album. And so John's just waiting for him to hit the play button as they're working on the track. And the producer hits play and it's like, because some of it, he recorded some at different speeds. So it's like 7.5 inches per second. That's like 3 3/4 inches per second, and then it's like 15 IPS. It's like and some are backwards, some are forwards, some are the right channels on the left channels on the right. And he said, "I want this in the song." And it's like, John, people aren't gonna like this. It's like, well, we can stick it on the B side then, whatever. But I want it in the song. He sticks it in the song. People are like, you have dropped way too much acid. Like, this is not, you're not even playing it. This is just like random samples from the library. And he goes, exactly, but that's what the song is. This is where we're going now. He wanted to add Dadaism into the Beatles. Because he started looking at, like, you know, they had their whole transcendental thing going to India and all that, and they wanted to be like, okay, let's look at, like, why do people, like, I mean, the stuff I like, most people would say that's not music. But if in my brain I'm enjoying it, then shut the fuck up and leave me alone. I call it music, I like it. And if you talk to various, like if you go to a university and study music theory, if you get into like electroacoustic expressionism or electroacoustic studies, you will kind of come across this stuff too. Like your prof might say, I want you to go to the park with a digital recorder and just hit record and just observe and keep an eye on the time and do 15 minutes of recording nothing. Then I want you to go home, wait till the next day, and then at some point before class next week, I want you to lay in bed, close your eyes, and listen to it and see what else you can discover that you missed with your eyes, because your eyes are distracting you from the sound. And it's a little mental exercise, right? And then in the class after that, we're going to cut out only 1/18 of a second of the best segment of that 15-minute digital recording, and we're going to put it into a sampler and turn it into music. Hey, Lyndon, thank you for that. Appreciate that. And so on and so forth. And maybe you'll process it. Maybe you can morph the sound a little bit to make it sound a little more tonal. Make it sound like bells or chimes or whatever, or make it all backwards. Or maybe it could just be someone sneeze and you turn it into like a little pattern. You know, whatever you want to do. That's another thing about electroacoustic music, is use stuff that's acoustic in the environment. Could be a guitar, could be a bird chirping, could be your own feet shuffling first thing in the morning, and you turn that into art. That also relates to Dadaism, but Dadaism is not as intentional. You have to, like, a Dadaistic poem is described as this: write down a poem, any format you want, any kind of poetry you want. You could write a rap song, or you could take somebody else's rap song, and then every line you use a scalpel or scissors and cut it up into little strips of paper with just that one line. Throw them into a paper bag, shake them all around, and then you go live and read your poem. And every time you go live, you have to shake the bag and pull out one thread at a time and read it in the most serious manner possible, because what you're doing is every time you read the poem, everyone gets to hear a unique version of your poem, and that makes it more special than if it's read and it's always the exact same text. So they take it very seriously, but it has such a massive amount of chaos. Whereas surrealism, I mean, you could say that's surrealism because it is, but surrealism is usually making a point or trying to, like, stretch things together. Like, one might say that just simply being in Minecraft is a very surreal experience because, I mean, look at me. Like, I'm really here, and you believe I'm here, and this is me. This is all just a dream, though. You're dreaming. Wake up. Wake up. Don't wake up. Subscribe. You know? So it's a very surreal experience in that sense. But anyway, yeah, I could talk about art forever because this is just something I've spent my whole life on. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. There's lots of derivatives of these things as well, and of course you mentioned Dadaism. Well, somebody's going to come up with their own idea of what that should be or what they think it means or whatever. I'm surprised I don't have more golden apples just sitting around. Actually, now that I think about it, I picked these up on the way, but interesting. Yeah, what else do you guys say? This is good distraction for me. Chat's open. Talk about anything at hand. Whatever you guys want. Maybe we should visit Florica. See what she's doing while you guys are typing. I should really grab myself some more carrots too, but that's okay. You have to get somewhere safe first, Florica.
Alright, eating.
Oh, eating. Okay. Oh, my FPS is wrong. 208 FPS. I forgot to reset my FPS. My poor GPU is just freaking out. Okay, don't TP me yet. Hang on a second. I gotta go into my video settings and oh my god, max frame rate unlimited. Excuse me. Let's not try to.
My.
Yeah, and that's with all my shaders and my Bobby running. You know, having 35 chunks rendered. Oh my god, no wonder I occasionally got a little bump and lag. Holy hell. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since she died in game. Oh yeah, wasn't it a zombie?
Yeah.
You can. Oh, I moved, so I probably have to do this again anyway. So there you go. Oh, it's still good. It says. I already have one in. All right, let's check out the build here. All right, so we've got a little more going on now. Ooh, look at this. It's staggered kind of. Ooh. That's different. Yeah, look at that. Really see the edge of that along there. Except someone will come along and do this. No name. No names from a certain other server, but yeah, I've scolded them again for doing that. They got into a little bit of trouble too. So.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, there was 3 people. I was laughing, and I tried not to enjoy myself too much because it was a bit trolly. It was kind of fun. But once one of them said, you know, I'm done with this shit, I called them out by name and said, okay, now's a good time to find somebody else to mess with. Just saying. Don't want to, like, rain on your parade, but it seems like you're getting yourself in a bit of trouble. He went to somebody else and started doing that right away, but he didn't ask. No consent twice in a row. And a third person said, you know what? I don't like this. And so a certain famous YouTuber that runs the place had to step in and say, that person has now been given their first official one-time warning. So now they got in big fucking trouble.
Oh, no.
And then I got a DM from someone saying, yeah, this is the person we think also might have stolen all that stuff from other people. Like Phazon and a certain moth. Yeah. So now I'm like, oh god. I want to avoid this. So I was in voice chat and I said, listen, you know, I look at it this way. Anyway, I gave a little bit of a speech saying, you know, I don't see a problem with that as long as they were still in the voice chat just listening. I said, as long as consent is given, it's okay. If people say no, no means no. That's all you got to remember. And I'm also thinking this person's maybe a little special. So you kind of have to make sure it's really clear English. Because they might not understand that. You might have to say it a couple of times to make sure they really, you know, see the seriousness of it. They don't want to get banned. They don't want to lose like their account or whatever. So I was being very polite, very kind, made that very clear. And I also wanted to make sure that others knew that, you know, I'm not going to jump on this just because somebody says they think this, they think that. Doesn't mean I'm going to say, yeah, then it's probably them. But considering what they were doing, I wanted to make sure that I said, yeah, it's like... So then, of course, I come back to our base, and there's like a couple of trapdoors outside my window that are flipped. They showed up, landed on them, and I said, yeah, I see you there. And I said, you know what to do. And they parkoured themselves into a good position, and they still stood there, but the trapdoors were flipped back the way they should be. And I said, thank you very much. And then they came inside my house, and they showed me how they were getting in, and I realized, oh yeah, those doors aren't claimed. Anyone can land on our balcony and just go right through the living room. So he comes into my bedroom, looks at me, back and forth to the glass, to me, to the glass, to me, to the glass, to me, and I'm like, what is he doing? And I didn't say anything, and then he broke the glass, and he squished his way out, and I said, are you going to try and squish your way through that? I said, oh, yeah, he is. And he squished his way through, and he flew off. And I went, I'll just fix that myself. He flew all the way home, came back with one piece of glass, and from the outside flipped the landing pad down again so he could land on it, flipped it back up, replaced the glass, and then nodded, and then flew off. I'm like, he's learning. He's being nice. I'm like, see, he knows how to keep the troll light now, at least. I'm like, that's not so bad. Like, it's content. It's funny, right? And they started being really hard on it, and I felt kind of bad. I'm like, okay, he's bored as fuck. He has nothing to do. It's a public server. He wants to fuck around. I get it. But once somebody gets punished, sometimes, you know how it is? People get this, like, witch hunt mentality. If they say, yeah, I've got some sand, you can have it. I won't say any names again, but one of the people who kind of reported him or backed up the report, said, I don't want any of your fucking sand. And I thought, hold on. Okay. You just said that to a special needs person, okay? They've been scolded. It's been dealt with. Let it go, right? But I didn't want to say anything, so I just shut up and thought, yeah, I'll keep that thought to myself. Like, I mean, I get it. Everyone has their own reaction, their own opinion. That's all valid. It's all fine. But I always see all sides of that, right? I see a person who's special needs and very bored, and they're just having a fucking, a laugh. I see other people who are just really trying to build something without getting trolled constantly and trying not to rage on the guy. I see all of it. But yeah. Anyway. Oh, hello, Bat. I forgot I was in a cave for a second. Now Bat flew by to remind me. I remember...
I had gotten so jump scared by it earlier. It came through the floor. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Oops. Not supposed to go there. Did I just... Oh, I gotta fix my elytra soon. Oh my god. It's low. Let's see what we got going on here. Nice. Wait a minute. These don't close the way I like.
Hmm?
Oh, I'm always just picking on your... Because the way they flip like that, it looks funny to me. There's not much you can do about it, but I always do that. I always wish that you could do more with these anyway. I wish you could, like, do more where you can get them to open out to the side, like actual, like, what do you call it? My brain is fried from today. What do you call them? Shutters! That's the word I'm looking for. Shutters. I want them to open up to the side. I know they look great here because they are open to the side by doing that, but I wish there was more control where when they close, they don't go down, but they actually close this gap like this way. I don't like that they only go up and down. They don't go right and left. Make them go out that way or down, but they don't wrap around the edges. Like, just leave them like this and they look okay, but you can't actually use them. That's nice with the pond there. Oh, I gotta stop. See, I keep doing that and I keep forgetting. It's wearing out my elytra. Oh my god. Okay, let me check something. I got a message here. Let's see what it is. The hell? Am I actually getting spam right now? Really? I could have done this the other way. It takes so long to get in here this way. Stupid freaking computers. Okay, now I can see what it says. What does it say? Wow. It's spam. And people wonder why I usually have this stupid fucking cell phone, I'm quoting David Lynch, stupid fucking cell phone, over there where I can't see it. Because it's not important enough for me to see. I don't need to see that crap. Whoever the hell would want to watch one of my movies on a fucking cell phone? I love that quote. Like, he creates all this amazing... It's like, I got so upset after the 80s led into the 90s and 2000s, and people had little earbuds to listen to all these amazing albums we've produced that was meant for big speakers in your living room. God damn it, that is one of the most depressing things ever. People are like, oh yeah, this is a good song. It's like, you take those words back right now. Why? I said it's a good song. Look at what you're listening to. Look at this little shitbox you're listening to. What the fuck is that? And what's with these headphones? Look at these things. I can just shake them and they'll break. You call that good music? Like, you listen to what I have in my home studio first before you understand what good music is, all right? We'll listen to your album or anything I play you there, and then you'll understand some good fucking music. What the hell is this? Life just got shittier and shittier. And then they invented the fucking cell phone. People listen to a cell phone, it sounds like a transistor radio from 1968. And they go, I love this song. And it's all... And it's all auto-tuned, like... Like, what the fuck? You listen to it on a really good sound system, all you hear is how shitty the album production is. And then you just look at the label and go, oh yeah, right, this is their AI years, I guess. God, listen to this label 10 years ago, it sounds better than now, because they know no one's going to listen to it on a quality system. Why are they going to produce it? They're going to produce shit because they know everyone's going to listen to it. It's going to listen to shit. It's going to sound like shit. It's all shit. Why the fuck put in any effort? Why put any... Save money. These labels are all just want to save money now. Why the hell? Produce something of any high quality. All you have to do is just have a meme or a niche or a clique or something. It's all this like weird marketing shit. It's all like, yeah, we just have to make people think it means something or think it's good because they'll buy it. Well, some of them will, maybe sometimes. The rest of them are all going to download it anyway. So they all have to save money, right? So it's not about doing a really good album anymore. It's so hard to find good stuff that hasn't already been done. That's a downside of music in general. Okay, how many notes do we have on the keyboard? Okay, how many chords do we have? How many billions of people did you say was on this planet? And they all want new music on a regular basis? Oh, we are so fucked, right? You can't do anything with, like, unless you have, like, you can't copyright a blues riff because legally it would instantly make one person the owner of about 85,000 songs from, like, the olden days to present day. Dun, 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 you know. You just can't do it. You just can't copyright certain things. You go into court, every judge would be like, that's a blues riff. You can't copy. That's every fucking blues song. You can't say, that's mine, not yours. I get money, you don't. There's no way to do it. So, yeah. The art world's really fucking weird. Music industry makes it even weirder. Frustrating times, though. I think the worst thing in the music industry ever is the fact that sound quality has gone to complete fucking shit throughout my lifetime. I started off, doing audio, and then I got... Oh yeah, sampling lawsuits are a joke. They're going down to measuring things in the courtroom and looking at, like, a computer with exact, like, down to the pixel to see if it is or isn't over the legal 3 seconds of the year that they agreed whether sampling is legal or illegal based on the parameters presented. So they have to look at the year, they have to look at when it was recorded, when it was released, and then sometimes the judge will have to decide based on recording session date or release date and publication date. And sometimes publication date depends on the country. Because, back at the label I worked at, sometimes we'd have different release dates for Europe versus North America. For whatever reason. Not just different songs. That was another weird thing. We would... Well, I didn't agree with this. But I guess, Terry thought it was a big deal. But the UK audience, they get tracks in a different order than the North American audience because of the way their brains work or something. It was something that was never fully explained to me, and the band didn't care, so it was like, all right. But then he started doing stuff where, well, there's extra tracks in the studio. So he would cut 2 tracks from the record, and then the different version with different tracks would be in a different country. So somebody on the radio would talk about this great album, and then they'd go and buy it in their country, and it would be different songs. Like, what the fuck is that? I mean, it would only be like 2 or 3. But then again, you go back to, like, 1974 or something, and you get... the next Kiss record, and it would have 3 songs from the previous record also on it. So basically you get an album and a half every release. Because every album had to have at least 3, like, hot hits on it. And if they felt their new stuff was weak sauce, they would take a couple of their hits from the previous one to help sell and push out the new record. Like, that's so scummy. That's so scammy. I get what they were doing. Because, the kids would wear out their records, and a year later, you'd have, a fresh copy of, like, Love Gun, the song from the previous record on it. It's like, I get it. But shouldn't there be, like, a price reduction by at least $1? Why are they going for the same price? If we're getting the same shit, why should I have 5 copies of the same fucking song on the last 5 records? Like, I don't care if it's your number 1 hit, Gene. You're kind of ripping people off, bro. I've been calling them out on that forever. But, it's all schlock. They were almost a parody group anyway. They took themselves very seriously, and they had some talent. And they hired a couple of session musicians like Ace Frehley and Peter Criss, whatever his real name was. And they just liked to rock. Okay, I get it. You're musicians, you're having fun, whatever. But Gene with his marketing technique and that whole nah, that's just weird. That's uncomfortable. I don't like that. But, at the place I worked at, we would just say, oh, that's the European release. You want to get the Canadian release, which has these 3 shorter songs that you won't get on the European one. The European one has these ones, which are also on the CD, but the track you're talking about is only available on the Canadian release. You would have to import that. Or you can order it from us directly and we'll ship it to you, but shipping is, it's expensive. We got to ship it to the UK, so it's like you could buy the record maybe at an import store cheaper because they order from us in bulk. Thanks for calling. Have a nice day. Click, on to the next call. I hated telephone day. Ugh. Having to field a bunch of calls asking all these questions that I had to explain why the boss made weird decisions. That was always weird. It's like, wasn't my idea, but then if he heard me doing that, he'd be like, you sound like you're not really a part of the team. It's like, well, what do you want me to say? Yeah, isn't that a smart idea? Wow. That was brilliant. To have to field an extra few thousand calls of people going, what the fuck? I bought this record for this song and it's not on there. You ripped me off, you bastards. And I have to say, oh, sorry, did you order the wrong one? Yeah, you might want to get this one and give us even more money to get the song you really wanted. Because this was before downloading was a big thing. I mean, it was like, 1992, 93. There's not a lot of internet going on at those days. So yeah, people would be like, I don't know, return it to the store and say you got the wrong one. And then the store would call us up and go, we're getting too many returns because you keep telling them that these other songs are on this other record and we don't have that one. Then we were told to say, just tell them next time you order from us, get 5 of each. And it's like, thanks for making my day an absolute nightmare. Does not have to deal with angry customers all fucking day over dumb shit like this. Can't we just be consistent? Can't we just save those tracks for the next record as bonus tracks, or can't we put them out on the B-side of a single? We get, Rick to do a remix or something like that. We put a couple of these tracks on and just say, don't forget to buy the single. It's got the tracks that aren't on the album. Why can't we just do that? Other labels do that. Why do we have to have separate releases with different tracks for different countries? What is this? Stop it. Get some help. Here I am reminiscing about my old day job. Damn. Music industry's weird, is all I'm saying. Everyone has some sort of trick or something. They're trying to stay alive by ripping people off or making them think that they're special or better than they are or whatever. Or painting their faces and acting like animals. Gene Simmons again. And then, what is it? The Gene Simmons thing that I still go on about sometimes. Okay, so you're Jewish, and you want to have the 2 S's in KISS as that particular symbol? Are you crazy? Didn't anybody just say, Gene, can you just stop for a minute and just think about this before you do your first album? Because, once you've done this, you kind of have to roll with it, or you're a different band. Excuse me, what are you... What are you doing here, bro? Didn't somebody just say, oh, where were you?
I did a dumb. I wanted the iron. I was like, yeah, there should be blocks underneath. No, there wasn't.
Oh, was it gravel? It's gravel.
Nope.
Not gravel? I blame gravel. I hate gravel. It's always gravel's fault. Where were you? Did you respawn in your house? I don't see you anywhere now around here.
No, apparently it does not want me to respawn at my house. It keeps respawning me at the spawn.
What? You clicked the bed too, right?
Yep, I have.
Uh-oh.
That's been happening the entire time, so I assumed it was my bed issue, but no, it doesn't.
Mr. Faison, when you see this later, Florica has a respawn issue with her bed. Her bed's not working. Somebody needs to fix Florica's bed. It's broken. Don't do it, cow.
It's because I'm admin or something?
I don't know. This cow is just lost in thought. That cow be thinking. Oh, there we go. Is he looking down at me or is he looking at things next to me? I can't tell. That's funny.
Oh, how he typed it.
Yeah, fell from a high place. Yeah. Oh, wait, you fell from a high place. What do you think? You're better than me? You and your high place? What the hell is that? So you went back to... Wait, how do you get from spawn? You just do home, right?
From spawn, I can do /back immediately.
And then you can do home. Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad the backup plan works at least.
Yeah.
I'm doing my thing again. I gotta stop doing it. That's it. I'm doing it right here. Let me see. Give myself. Is it bottle or XP? Bottle dash of. I can't remember. I'm doing it the other way. Where is it? Yeah, bottle space O apostrophe safe. I'm Irish. I should know that. God damn it. Part Irish. What else do I want to heal up here? Yeah. Things look very strange still. Anyway. What do I want to do? I heal this up. Is there anything else I want to heal up? Yeah, XP farm time. Free XP. Anybody that logs in right now? Quick. 3 seconds left. 2 seconds left. 1 second left.
Nope.
Oh, still need more. Boy, this pick was well used. Let's see if I can do it all in the amount that I have here. Okay, I want to heal this. I have 15 left. Yeah. Do this one. Yeah. There we go. Everything looks good. There. Some XP for you in your place, hanging out here. Hacks, cheater, hacks. What a ripoff, what a cheater. Just want to enjoy myself and not worry about... Because I don't have an XP farm built here yet, so... I could set mine up from before. It's a gunpowder farm as well. It's more of a gunpowder farm, but it works like an XP farm. This is a big project. Neat, though.
Just running across all the drip leaves.
Yeah. Just want to see what they do. Interesting sound. I missed that one. Ah, I fell through. Oh, I missed that one again. How did I not get that? Anyway. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Still can't get over it. What else do you guys want to chat about? I wish I could play, like, I mean, Zoto plays a lot of stuff that I can't play. If I play it, it gets completely muted in the VOD. No one will ever hear it. No sense talking about something when it's just me running around a place like this, just looking at the sights, and it's dead fucking silent for like most of it. I wish I could. Wish I could play you guys some stuff, but I can't. I have to watch what I play. There's only certain things I'm allowed to play. This is why we can't have nice things. I'll take it out on the creeper. I give you a bit of a warning.
You did, but it didn't process in my head like you.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't really enough of a warning, technically.
Man, I jumped so hard in real life, too.
Yeah. Something that came up one time, Iron Van and I were talking about possibly doing some GTA. He said it's on sale or something like that, or there's a sale coming up and it's like dirt cheap. And he knows a couple of servers he could probably get me into, and we could just mess around sometime for a laugh. And what were we talking about? It was, oh yeah, Control and Shift. He said, now that you're a Minecrafter and you're all used to things being backwards, you're going to be playing GTA where things aren't normal like every other fucking game. I was like, that's okay. We can just like keep buying that. He's like, no, you need to do what you need to experience what I kept experiencing when I kept dying in Minecraft, and why I was constantly going shift. And you were making fun of me during that recording. I was like, yeah, because it was hilarious. And he's like, yeah, well, I want my turn. And I was like, no, I'm just going to switch the keybind. He's like, great, spoil my fun. I said, I know how to do that. I'm surprised you didn't just do that. And he goes, well, it was just too much bother. Plus, like you say, content. It's like after the third time I died the stupid way, I almost considered doing that. Making the game permanently, you know, what I'm used to. That was funny. I was live with him one time and I said, oh yeah, don't forget to, you know how to drive standard, right? And he's like, what? And I go, you remember? Shift. And he's like, oh, that's enough out of you. It's like, is it? You didn't think about that until I said it, did you? And he's like, well, that's besides the point. Oh, fuck, man. I'm going to miss this guy so much for dumb shit like that. That sucks. Damn it. I hope, if anything, whatever he's doing right now, he doesn't feel bad for the fact that we're having a good time remembering stuff. You know, I just want to make sure that there's a good side too. Like I said, his suffering is over, at least. That's the main thing. We still have to deal with stupid government and stupid corporations and everything being censored, and we can't play music on this station because blah 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 and all the dumb shit. He never has to worry about any of that again. Doesn't have to worry about his health, doesn't have to worry about any of this stuff. Holy crap. The freedom. Oh man. So much better. Doesn't have to worry about shitty fucking headphones. You buy them and all of a sudden, like within a month, they're broken and you haven't even done anything other than just use them normally. Yeah, no longer restrained with our headaches. Exactly. Ooh. I just don't want something like that to be taken the wrong way and people to think that I'm just like belittling the entire existence of life, even though I am slightly. But for all of us. You know, because like I said, I have my own spirituality and I know better. I know better because I've lived better. I could tell you guys stories. You've heard some of them, but boy, I could tell you stories. Stories about the fact that my consciousness exists beyond space and time, and I've proven it scientifically to the point that, oh man, back in 1987, I got myself into a wee bit of trouble that got military attention in several countries, and that started off my entire career at a certain agency. They wanted to weaponize me, and this agency came along and said, you know, if you're working with us, you won't have to worry about that as much because you're ours now. In the sense that you can put that to use in a positive way rather than being weaponized and turned into like, yeah, we need you against the Russians or the Chinese type of thing, right? I was like, that's a good point. That is a good point. Of course, my first reaction is, what the fuck does that even mean? How is that a real agency? I've never heard of you guys before. Like, well, yeah, we liaison with other agencies over all the weird stuff that they're not willing to look into directly. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Well, I could just say, fuck you, right? And they're like, well, yeah, of course you could. But, you know, you've kind of made a bit of a spectacle of yourself now, haven't you? Like, yeah, I guess. That wasn't the point. The point was to, never mind. They're like, yeah, we know your point. You made that very clear in that article you were interviewed for. You made it very clear what your point was. However, I don't know if you know this, but a lot of people aren't ready for that. I'm like, yeah, well, fuck them. They need it. And they're like, yeah, you can be as headstrong as you want about that. But here's the thing. Now you've got a lot of attention. A lot of people want you. And not all of them want you in a good way. If you catch my drift. And I was like, oh. Like, fingers along the throat, like, yeah, they want you gone. They see you as a threat. They know that if somebody doesn't pick you up, you're at risk of joining somebody else. If they make the right offer, or an offer you can't refuse. Like, if you've done something, or if they just make up something about you, like, this will be your public reputation if you don't do as we say. And then I started getting kind of scared and took it a little more seriously. Then I realized what I'd actually done. It's, you know, again, I was 19 years old. I was basically just a teenager becoming an adult, and I did something that blew everyone's minds, and that was it. My life was over. I could never just be a guitarist or keyboardist in some band. I just have a day job, and nobody cares about me other than like, can I have an autograph? Oh my God, you're Dwayne Goddell type of, you know, humorously, that type of stuff. That was it. So that's how I got involved with the agency I ended up working for, and then they said, well, technically we're not allowed to hire you unless you have a degree in something, so we can give you an official title and a position and all that stuff. And like, what are your hobbies? What are you into? I said, well, I do a lot of experimental music and I help people just like produce demo tapes. They go, okay, I can see this. And I talked to the local, you know, head guy here in this part of the world. And he's like, he's thinking it through. Like, if I could get you as an official audio expert, then when we have a case file that involves audio evidence, I can refer that to you. And if it becomes a big deal, you could eventually have your whole department, like your own department that you're the head of. Like underneath me, at least, anyway. Or if there's another place you want to move to, you know, you can move over there. You can move to the US, you can move to the UK, wherever. And we'll contact the president of that particular division. And maybe they have a better audio department. I don't know if you'd want to go that far. I was like, okay, interesting point. And it seemed like they were really interested in kind of like taking care of me. Plus, some of them were kind of cool. I was like, yeah, this is kind of neat. Okay. That's how I got started, basically. But yeah, I could tell you guys stories about my consciousness, your consciousness, basically our consciousness, our conscious nigh, because we are all plural. So yeah. But then, if I do that too much, I'm retired, so I get into trouble. I start teaching you guys stuff, I could get a very threatening email saying, if you mention one more word in that direction, Mr. Minecraft guy, you know, again with the fingers drawn across the throat thing every fucking time. Like, I thought you were supposed to shut the fuck up, you know? Yeah. Hey, I'm doing a character in Minecraft. I'm just talking like nonsense. Haha. Krusty the Clown here. Hoy! Just ignore everything I say, please. It's all just humor. It's just dark humor. It's just a joke. No such thing as me. Okay, good. I got the disclaimer out of the way. We're good. We should be good. We should be good. Just checking my window, see if there's any funny cars parked out there. Okay, I think I'm okay still. With all the things in the world the way they are right now, the last thing I should do is make anything look like an accident or incur one accidentally. It's like, last thing I should do is live next to a place that might be a drug house, because somebody wanted to get rid of me. All they'd have to do is just, missile those guys and then make it look like it was a meth lab blowing up, and I'm gone. No longer a problem or a threat. And it's an instant, easy cover-up. Anybody who thinks they saw something flying in that looked like a missile that hit the Pentagon, wait, that was something else. It was a plane, goddammit, and that's exactly what you saw. Understand? That's what I'm worried about. So I have to be careful of that type of shit. Which is annoying, but... Again, haha, dark humor, right? Yeah. Oh my god. Wow. What did I want to do? Where is it? Oh yes, I did it the other way anyway. Just state you are not so suicidal even if you are. Yeah, that's kind of like it's sad we live in a world where that's actually a trendy thing, isn't it? It's kind of scary. I think it's interesting. James O'Keefe, his slogan is, "My price is my life," and I think, bro, do you realize how much we could sell your organs for? I mean, you're a little old now. You're not like some 10-year-old organs, because those go for a much higher price. Don't ask me why I know that. That's disgusting. But still, there's a few people out there that just might do that just because they're yours, so they can just say, "You know whose liver I got? James O'Keefe." Like a David Lynch scene. Some creepy fuck. There's somebody out there that would gladly do that. So a slogan like, "My price is my life," is like, yeah. I knew a guy once, and I asked a big question. I said, so, again, I was probably like 20-something, working at the agency. I said, so what, if you tally all this up, and I waved my hand from like my legs up to my head, if you tally all this up, what are we talking as far as like total cost? And he went, what, if you're selling everything separately or just the whole body? I went, well, either, both, I don't care. And he gave me 2 different numbers. And I just thought, now I know that. It was a weird moment. It was just like, and I go, we're talking the Canadian black market type of stuff. And he goes, well, that's what I've generally heard. Yeah. I was like, wow, we all have that number. And he goes, yeah, it depends on age, depends on, the more you know about somebody. If you're a target, obviously somebody who's a crackhead, you're not getting anything for that. Maybe you can do like, I don't know, a finger graft or something. So you're like $50. I was like, ew. It's like, yeah, they're throwaways. It's creepy having discussions like this with people who know that type of stuff, or have saved lives from like a life of crime and stuff like that. It's very Breaking Bad. It's okay to see it on a screen, but when you're standing there and somebody looks at you and their eyes completely change and their face is now a completely different face, one you've never seen before, you don't know what you did, and you don't know how far you should run or when you should start running, that will fuck you up. I'm warning everyone, that type of shit will fuck you up. That will give you PTSD over 32 years of working somewhere. And then when strange stuff happens to you, you have to try and figure out which one, and why, and who. Very Breaking Bad. Yeah, Run, Forrest, Run, that's the light side of it. That's the humorous side of it, yeah. Yeah, it's scary to have people that you thought were your friends confess something after a whole bunch of shit happens. I'll just say that I had somebody that I thought actually loved me. This is part of the PTSD, so I'm going to talk about my health. And it wasn't the first time, but this was a big one. I thought this person sincerely loved me, and I feel that they truly did. But somebody got to them and scared the shit out of them to the point where they felt they had no choice but to do something to me. To like really mess me up emotionally. Like mentally, really like fuck me up forever. And this thing happened, and the whole time they were acting like it wasn't them, it was innocent. You know, they were innocent, they were trying to help me and all this stuff. And then I must have given them the look. They were exiting my place. And as they were heading off, all of a sudden they started crying, they bit their lip, and they said, what was it? They grabbed my hand, petted my face, looked right into my eyes like they were about to just drop dead from emotion. And they gave me the biggest hug. This is after I was like the worst person on the planet. They gave me the biggest hug and they said, "I'm so sorry, I had to do that." And they ran into a cab, disappeared, and never saw him again. And I went, wait a minute. It's like they broke out of character, and they're so sorry that they had to do that. And I was told later by somebody else they were probably paid off, because there was something I was working on at the time, and blah, 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 and we put the pieces together, and I just thought, oh my God. So if you're an undercover agent, there's a chance they can get to your wife and kids, and they will make them do stuff, and they will have no choice. And sometimes they will end themselves, sadly, rather than do that to their own loved ones. Which is, again, why I have no family above or below me my whole life. Because I had to protect every single person that I did not have in my life. So I saved lives by not having lives, if that makes any sense. Because I would not have lasted as long as I did if I had kids or a long-term wife other than just like a year or two here or there. And I made sure I told them exactly who I was and what I was doing. Because I had to make sure they were okay. I wasn't going to let people die on my watch. I couldn't live that way. So I had to do it. I had so many marriage proposals. I had so many people that thought I would be like a really good father. And I had to say no. Even if I wanted to, I had to say no. Then all the cops that we interviewed over decades and what happened. And I have seen some women go completely insane. Like they're still in a mental institution when they found out that their husband, who loved them dearly, so they thought, was an undercover cop they had no idea. And they were together for 2 years, and it turns out the only reason they were together is because they needed somebody in that general region to watch a gang member or thug or organized crime leader, kingpin or whatever. And their entire marriage, no kids thankfully, but their entire marriage was an act, faked, made up, for the sake of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigative team. Or at least I said he was probably CIA, probably not even Canadian. He's probably an American agent who they knew was working within the RCMP. That was his cover. And you were the cover of his cover of the cover. And they just went insane. Because they couldn't trust anyone ever again. Because they said that was the best relationship they'd ever had. The best relationship they ever had with a man was 100% acting. And she's like, I'm too old to have kids now. And she lost her mind. It's horrible. All for the sake of detective work, you know? So I didn't want to end up working with those people. This is why I ended up working where I did. And then, of course, I end up meeting with those people anyway, but they're not my superiors. They're just, other people, so... The stories I heard, though, oh my God. The people I've met, holy fuck. I mean, I've met friends of royalty, for fuck's sake. Many times I have sheltered people by not being a target. Yep, because I figured, you don't want shrapnel. Shrapnel's a big conversation at the agency. I figured I'd likely become indirectly targeted. Yeah. Yeah, there's times when I wouldn't work with certain people either because I thought they were too sloppy. And I didn't want to, have something bad happen to me because of, their dumb shit. No, they're too sloppy. I won't work with them. Hell no. Come on, you can get uphill. Keep flying, keep flying, just keep flying, just keep flying, just keep flying, just keep flying. Not bad, not bad. Could have done better. This feels like a really big project. Like you're really planning like every detail. Oh my god, it's going up there now. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's the roof. However, I misjudged the sizing of it.
Yeah, that's barely gonna fit in here.
No, it looked a little too dramatic. It's like, nope, a little too much there. Oops.
Yeah, that's intense.
All the way up. I'll break it down.
Break it down. I'm sorry, music is my thing, you know that. Everything's music to me.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, fuck it down, break it down. Oh my goodness. What else you guys want to talk about? If Lyndon's still here. Hey Lyndon, if you are still here, I have a question. The William Withers pack. How's that coming along? Is it doable? Is it workable? Did his processing and does the list inside the pack make sense? Or is it just like, ugh, I don't want to work on that. It's a lot too much work. I'm just curious what it looks like in there. I mean, I could open it myself, but I'd be lost. When I go camping, oh yeah, you know what? Camping with another person sometimes can just be too intense. That's the way I tell that one. Yeah, sometimes camping with some people can be too intense. Yeah, bring this lizard guy camping. Oh my god, talk about intense. The stories he tells around the campfire. Jeez, and you thought Bigfoot stories and alien stories were weird? This guy, scary. Ooh! Oh, I learned something. That was kind of fun. Hang on. Oh yeah, that didn't work. I was all the way up there and I got through.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just run jumping and all of a sudden I did this. Let's see if I can do it again. Huh! Nope, missed. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ooh, look at that. I even landed it. Right up here. Da 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 da. Oh, this tightrope. It's moving in the breeze. It's getting all wiggly waggly. Ooh, that's scary. Did it though. Speed run! Oh, okay. That's why I don't do speed runs. Ooh, the moon looks spooky coming through there. Yeah, I wish I could get that. I don't know why I couldn't find that picture of Mr. Iron Van wearing his cowboy hat so I could share it. That's okay, we'll keep it to ourselves for now. He did look good in that hat, though. A good look. I just keep thinking, at least he was really enjoying himself. He hadn't been more relaxed. That's the thing. He was so relaxed, he got a little too relaxed, you know, dark humor, but he got so relaxed, dude passed out and didn't wake up again. What the fuck? But yeah, he was very happy in Colorado. Just the vibe, just the country life just got so mellowed out and he was feeling more relaxed than he'd been in a long time. He was always talking about that. Really enjoying himself. Nature is a wonderful healer. That's another thing people have said. Why don't you live here? Why don't you live there? You could do this. You could do that. Well, yeah, if I want to freeze to death every winter, you know I live in Canada, right? This is a extremely rare microbiome. Lost Mouse knows what I'm talking about since he logged in. He knows what I'm talking about this particular region when it comes to, never too hot, never too cold. I live in a fucking terrarium here. Why would I want to live somewhere where it's like I have to wear a fucking spacesuit just to breathe? I don't know how Canadians do it. I'm Canadian, but my God, I'm not that type of Canadian like the rest of them. Negative 35 Celsius? What the hell? Your zipper doesn't do up and get stuck? You have to like run into a building and like, call a cab to get home? What if you don't have money? Frightening. That is too damn cold. And then the summers, oh my God. Yeah, I'll just catch fire. I'll just burst into flame. And I'm not even in a church. My God, I'll be like a zombie in the daylight. 42 degrees Celsius? Who the fuck survives this shit? I don't know how people do it, but apparently there's whole towns and cities that survive that every summer. Makes no sense to me. Like, you've only got like 2 months in the spring and maybe a month and a half in the autumn where things are survivable. The rest of the time, it's all you can talk about is the damn weather. I see why everyone talks about the damn weather. Here, I don't have to talk about the weather. But everyone makes jokes. Oh yeah, everyone around Vancouver and the general cities around there, all they talk about is how much it rains. Not anymore! It doesn't rain as much as it used to, and that was kind of an in-joke anyway. It was kind of a... It's like Canadians hugging polar bears and living in igloos. Kind of silly. Not that serious. It's just kind of a thing. Sleeping. Wasn't us. Ooh, I went sideways out the window and saved my butt at the last second. Let's see. Oh, you're in the chat here. Hello, Lost.
Nope.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Interesting slope. I like it. What's that? 2, 3, 4, and then up 1. Yeah, that works. Back here again. Yeah, that could work.
Yeah, that's not as high up as well, so it's like, yeah, I can work with that. It's still a little bit high up, but that's fine.
Yep, a little more than a 45 degree works. The size of this place, that almost looks like a natural 45, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that works.
Now to bring it all the way across the legs.
Yeah.
That requires a lot of copper. A lot of copper.
Oh. Oh, I missed it again. Let's go this way. That was a bad jump. I'm not even going to open that. Yeah, there we go. Squeeze. It's more impressive when I actually squeeze through this because... Oops. There we go. Landed right here. Oh, I should have stayed there for a second. I was actually stuck inside that. That would have looked funny. Do that again. Oh, that was a weird glitch. Oh, that wasn't high enough. Okay, we're going back around. Oop. I'm putting my note down too much. Getting sloppy. There we go. Okay, now if I flip it from here. There we go. Oh my God, I can't even get my view. Oh, I'm inside myself. When I try to change my view, no matter what I do, all I see is this. I'm right inside this thing. How do I look? Can you see me from wherever you are? I'm in the walls.
Currently cannot. Hang on.
No matter what I do, it's like, this is forwards, this is backwards. It's all glitched out.
You're on the opposite side, damn it.
Yeah, I can see your tag. Okay, it's coming down. A little more, a little more. Bit more. How do I look?
My goodness.
I can't see myself, so...
No, you can't. Very silly. Here, I'm gonna send it to you.
Nice. Discord or Stoat?
It's gonna be Discord.
Okay. Let's see what's happening over there while I'm here. Oh my god, everyone's just chatting up over there. Do-do-do. Oh, let's see. Oh, man. I look glitched. It's just like my face in one arm. Well, most of my face in one arm. How the hell? How hard did I hit that wall? Splat. That's messed up.
You are the wall.
Yeah, definitely. I was about to make a reference to something. I don't know if a lot of people would even get the reference, but... I was about to say Philadelphia experiment gone wrong, but worse, or something like that. But that's a reference a lot of people won't get. If you get that reference, 1,000 points. That's quite a phase. Yeah. There's some weird things about that whole project anyway. And I understand both perspectives. I understand Nikola Tesla saying we can't just, give this to the military and let them weaponize it and use it against humanity because that's very anti-human. And I don't agree with that policy. I can understand Albert Einstein saying they're going to do it anyway. So at least we can have an influence by being involved in the project. I understand both perspectives. However, I understand why Nikola Tesla said nothing and theoretically, supposedly, detuned the coils so much so that the experiment was such a disaster and so many lives were lost that the military said this technology is too dangerous and we can't control it effectively enough as much as they originally claimed. Therefore, we should really cut funding on this and work on something that's a little more stable. So, long story shortened. What I learned of it, it's all over the place and wild no matter what part is true. Yeah, it's a simple thing that I've had a few friends that have worked on this stuff. Okay, I will say this. I was retired before this whole Kane Pixels Backrooms thing appeared as a meme and whatnot. But there was a couple of these clips that I saw that he put out after the first one went viral. And I looked at what he was supposedly demonstrating of how they got to that point. And there was a little array. And they were aiming what looked like, I guess you could say, lasers or directional energy weapons or devices at a little like steel or marble ball of some kind. And they had some field generators and some RF equipment. And then they powered up these 8 electro systems. And they aimed them at the ball. And there was a lot of discharge and a strange effect, and then a bit of a flash and a bang, and then a fuse blew, and the little ball was gone. A lot of people assume it was obliterated, but there was no explosion. There was an implosion. So it went whoosh, and it reminded me of something I knew about. And I went, is he trying to say something? And I know that science fiction writers often have consultants. I've been one. And they say to make this plausible, we have to incorporate a little bit of secret science here that'll blow people's minds. And it makes for good science fiction. And you don't have to believe the people you're consulting with. It just has to be good content. And you could even add based on a true story, even though it's only 10% true and the rest is complete bullshit. And it makes good content. So I recognized a couple of things, and then I started getting a little spooked, and I was almost tempted to start calling up the agency and say, what do you know about this Kane Parsons guy? With links to the videos going, do you see what I see? And I thought, do I want that kind of attention on him? And I decided not to. I thought, there's always a chance somebody says, oh, this is how I imagine it to be, and they just happen to nail something spot on. You know, you throw a dart at a bullseye on a dartboard half drunk, and sometimes you just hit it. And it's like, wow, bet you can't do that again. Then they hit the fucking wall, then they hit the lamp, and then they fall asleep on the couch. And you're like, yeah, he just got lucky. He was way off every other shot. So I didn't want to read more into it. I thought, is this just me? Or because there's the Montauk stuff at Montauk Point that's still going on to this day. And I understand the science behind it, but I also understand that there's a cover-up and propaganda around it to make some of this stuff seem so insane that it throws everybody off because they go, oh, now I've seen it all. Oh, this is a bunch of horse shit. And I've been involved with people that we have psychologically operated to make people think that something is complete and total bullshit in order to protect people's lives. To save them from looking further into something and causing an international incident, if you know what I mean. So, again, I see all sides of this stuff. And I've been a part of many things. And I understand why we do certain things. So, I had to pull back on that. But there's a lot of interesting stuff. And of course, I see the marketing side of what he was doing in his little science fiction story called The Backrooms. By the way, movie's coming out soon. He's advertised it already. So the movie's finally almost complete. It's probably just doing a final edit by now. And it's going to be in theaters. If you want to see the Backrooms movie, no idea if it's anything like his YouTube video series, but anyway. I understand the marketing and how you get funding for such projects. And I've met many people who are science types that get into esoteric stuff involving magnetic fluctuations and RF pulsations. For instance, most people know about a project that the U.S. Navy purchased from a certain Dr. Bernard Eastland, who had acquired every single Nikola Tesla patent, including something called the Global Death Ray and the Earthquake Machine. And the United States Navy created something up in Algona, Alaska called HAARP, HARP. High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project. I am friends with people who have been on international news exposing this to the public. Even though it's not classified, nobody talked about it. And I have not declassified documents, but several hundred pages that are public information to remind anybody listening from the agency or elsewhere. Hello, international audience, if you're hearing this. But yes, completely public information, but I still have the original document when it was not public information from Los Alamos and other bases where hundreds, I have the home address, phone number of hundreds of military generals just sitting in a box. They've all moved on now, of course, when they found out that this kind of went public, and it wasn't me. Everyone knows it was Nick Begich and Gene Manning, okay? So leave me the fuck alone. But when they were about to make that public, I had chats with them. Everybody knows about that project. And yes, one part of the project is to, how did John Heckscher put it? Perturb the upper atmosphere and ionosphere and then use local weather stations to see the reaction or response for the sake of scientific research. When have you ever known the United States Defense Department to suddenly be interested in cute little science projects like a science fair, just to sort of see like, oh, that's kind of neat, and spend millions and millions of dollars developing a cross-dipole antenna array with an estimated 100 billion watts projected power? Oh, we just want to see what no. Bullshit. How do you get that kind of funding unless it has a purpose? It's not just a pet project. It's not just a side hustle. You don't go to the government and say, yeah, I need about $180 million for a little thing we're going to do. We're just going to measure local weather. So anyway, I digress. People know about that system. Now there's things you can do where you can basically steer radio waves. That's why it's a cross-dipole array. With a mesh underneath the cross dipoles, but you can do something involving phase. And it's kind of like scalar waves, hard to describe, but if you send these signals straight up and you slightly out of phase, like a pattern around the array, say you have a grid 100 by 100 of these cross dipole antenna systems, and if you signal each one slightly out of phase, like we're talking like 3%, 5%, and have that sort of like swoosh around, it's the best way I can describe it, the beams won't go straight up. You can start to steer them like a double helix in like a genetic strand of DNA. And you can steer things sort of like around the globe and out into space and steer it back down at a great distance. 100 million watts, Nikola Tesla, his death ray patent that he made, suddenly it starts to appear like, I don't know, a certain scene from Star Wars. A certain planet called Tatooine. Get rid of it. It's in our way. Yeah. Little science project, they called it. Yeah, no. It was under the program SDI/Star Wars. It actually had the name Star Wars. SDI Star Wars. Look it up. Amazing, right? Okay. Again, just one small story from my life. One small story of the people I used to work with and I used to know. So when I saw Mr. Kane Parsons with prototypes of this type of technology and making things implode or interdimensionally go somewhere else, I'm like, oh boy. Uh-oh. Is this a controlled leak? Is he on the inside? Is he just getting lucky? Is he mocking this stuff? I mean, there's certain things you don't run around the most Italian part of your city and go, yeah, fuck the mafia. You're just opening yourself up for a target. You're going to be hit, right? Even if you're innocent, even if you're just being a bit of a jerk and don't know what you're doing. So I always worry about people when they get lucky and they do something like that, and suddenly it's like, should I warn them? You're playing where you should not be playing. These boots are made for walking. One of these days, they're going to walk all over you. Like, what do I say? What do I say? Should I be worried? Should I care what happens to somebody I'll never meet? Why the fuck should I concern myself with the fate of a rando on planet Earth? I have to ask myself many questions. And I have to remind myself, I'm retired. Not my problem. Your problem, not mine. Hire somebody else. I don't work there anymore. This isn't like the movie Blade Runner where they can somehow drag me back into work and tell me there's some sort of a bunch of replicants going rogue and it's a threat to humanity, blah, blah, blah. I don't fucking care. I'm retired. Let me eat my noodles in peace. Leave me alone. That's more me. So, there's a lot of interesting things. I had an old friend who started doing some interesting stuff, but I wasn't fully trusting of his research. Also, the way he presented his evidence, I started questioning it, but I wasn't openly questioning it, but because I talked about it, saying, I could probably fake that. But he seems like a nice guy. Why would he do this? Like, he's not doing it for clout. Why is he doing this? Is he pulling a, I don't know, how would I describe it? Is he pulling a Timothy Leary? Yeah, man, acid is good. Yeah, the hippies, yay. Turns out he's fucking CIA, right? A lot of people never figured that out. It was the Black Panthers during the late 60s, early 70s that were exposing Tim Leary because they figured out that he was CIA. And I can't remember the whole story. You'd have to look it up. But yeah, Timothy Leary was fucking CIA and promoting drug culture to the rock community. What experiment is that? Interesting, right? Little known fact. So, anyway, yeah, I know too much. I know way too fucking much. Again, this is why I have PTSD from this shit. But yeah, it's always been an interest of mine, that type of technology, because I know, let's just say I know for a fact, without saying where, why, who, or how. But since 1987, I know for a fact, without a doubt, and before that as well, that there's certain frequencies that if you hit them just right, it has an unusual harmonic effect somewhere else. And if that somewhere else, or the energy of that somewhere else, starts to bleed through into here or into now, you get things to happen. And it's just the way everything works. The whole universe works this way. Everything connects to something else, but the further down in, quote, the illusion of time and space and solidity you get, the more rare these connectors are between dimensions. So the higher up you go, the more fluid, the more airy, the more quickly things happen. Whatever, you slow yourself down into third density space, you get what we call the Earth realm, the reality that we're experiencing right now, or think we are. And as a result, anomalies are extremely rare. And yet, everyone that you know has had something happen that they cannot explain, and it's not even remotely explainable using, Euclidean universal explanation. There's no way. Like I was talking before about, a friend of mine who was unzipped his own body bag and talked about stuff that he could see when he was out of his body, when he was clinically dead. So my brain is supposed to be inside my skull, and I just have like 5 senses, and that's it, right? That's what your doctor will tell you, and that's it. So when I'm dead, I'm not supposed to see, hear, or smell, or touch anything, right? Okay, fine. So what the fuck was that? How does his brain somehow escape his physical body, go flying great distances at different points in time, collect information, come back into his body, restart his heart, restart breathing, and then physically unzip his fucking body bag while he's like turning blue or coming back from death, trying to turn pink again and trying to live to say, it's not what we think. It's not what we think. What the fuck is that? And the doctors just go, humana. It's like, yeah, you can't answer that, can you? All right, doc, answer that. You were there. You're the one who declared him dead. And he was on his way to the morgue in the elevator, and they're putting him in the damn tube. He was dead for 20 minutes. The guy came back perfectly healthy and was talking about miracles and interdimensional space-time and all this stuff at 16 years old. And then there's people like Daniel Brinkley, wrote a book on it. Guy got struck by lightning, was pronounced dead. Big black scar down his body. No heartbeat. Cart him away. They drove him like great distance from the country to the nearest hospital, and then they got to the hospital and they're like, we have a pulse. What the fuck? He was ice cold and he came back. I'm telling you, these preachers, they're kind of close and they're kind of onto something, but at the same time, they're kind of looking at it from the side. It's like you have to believe something You can't experience something. You just have to believe in it because they said so, because they know better than you, because they've read a book or whatever. I worked with people who've been there, done that, seen it all. And sometimes there's things you can do with magnetic fields and pulsations and radio frequencies, and you can stimulate things to happen. In fact, it actually scared me. There was a movie called Flatliners or something like that many years ago. And they were doing it the sci-fi way. Like, we're going to stop our hearts and die and come back, and we're going to talk about what we see on the other side. Scary. There's other ways to do that. There's technical remote viewing, which is the easiest level of training of psychic ability. But there's also astral projection, where you give someone a sedative and their body basically kind of goes to sleep, but they don't fully sleep. They're like in a very deep hypnotic state. Because, you know, if the military is going to use drugs, they're not going to use like meditation or whatever. They'll put an agent in that state, and their consciousness will go to another country and visually draw back clear, crystal clear images and details. And then when they bring them to, they record them and they blurt everything out in detail. You don't need to send a spy satellite over anymore. They just send souls there or consciousness there because they figured out that's just a lot more cheaper and effective. It doesn't take that long. Plus, they can say, let's go back 20 years and see what they're doing then. Okay, I'll go back under. And then we'll go ahead 20 years to see how successful they are. Okay, I'll go back under. And they come out and say, yeah, okay. But then they had to start looking at the infinite bifurcation of the multiverse, which is a whole big problem I can get into. But for every decision, there's a part of you that makes the opposite decision or makes no decision. And one of the anomalies of the universe is that if you go forward in time or you go back in time, it's not the same universe. Like, you can't leave your universe. You can go to another universe, but as soon as you come, like if you go back in time, it's a different universe, and you change the outcome. Like, you can make it so that your father doesn't have a chance to get your mother pregnant, so you don't live, you don't exist. You can do that there for them, and you can claim you're that person from the future or whatever, and they're not going to believe you, because if that's true and if you're successful, then how come you exist? Because you can't do that. If we're all locked in the same timeline, the same universe, you can't travel in time. It's impossible. So they've learned that a lot of the future outcomes, which is why it's very difficult to narrow things down, because the further you go ahead, the more changes are likely to have transpired. Therefore, you're not going to be as accurate. That's why time travel is a very complicated thing. Because if you go back in time to change something, you have to stay in that timeline. If you adjust anything in time whatsoever, you're in a third and then a fourth and the fifth, etc. dimension. That's a copy of the universe you came from. And every time you do that, this is the whole Mandela effect explained scientifically, right? You start messing around with the actual like glue that holds this singularity together, you suddenly create a ripple that starts to impact multi-dimensional universes that are now bumping off of each other a bit. So some people are in like two universes at the same time. And so some of us will have one memory and some of us will have another, and we're both 100% correct. But because we're in the same space and time, sort of like slightly out of phase, we don't know it. I mean, this is some fucked up shit. This is why this science is very interesting to me, but also incredibly dangerous. It is really, really very dangerous science. So, it's better to do things more naturally, more organic, whatever. So, yeah. There's certain fail-safes there. Like, in order for a species to eventually have the technology to be able to do certain things, they have to reach a certain state of consciousness and a certain scientific balancing. You have to be able to get to, what is it? Is it element 115? But I don't remember the exact isotope that has a certain anti-gravitic property to it. So in order to get there, and then you have to be able to invent the technology that you have to hit it with a certain beam in order to amplify it. So you have to be able to develop that technology as well as the amplifier. So you have to know radio, electricity, nuclear energy, all this kind of stuff, and survive all that in order to eventually create the technology to be able to create a UFO and travel through space and time and do all this stuff. It's like a intergalactic, interdimensional failsafe. Also create zombies. A lot of this stuff is explored in science fiction in various different ways, which I think is good because it gives humanity a chance to contemplate such things in order to take it seriously enough to go, what if? And so it influences, hopefully the scientific community as well, because, science people will watch movies too, and they'll be like, oh shit, yeah, this is dangerous. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this. I don't think we're ready for that. Again, the whole argument between Tesla and Einstein about a certain project. They both want peace, but they both have different ways to obtain that peace or to assure that peace in a probable proposed future. That late name, it has got to be a very heavy one. Moscovium. Oh yeah, they changed the name. It used to be unobtainium or something like that. It was like UNUP unobtainium. And then, So the thing is, Moscovium is the base atom. When you're talking isotopes, it's a matter of the number of neutrons that you can squeeze into it or remove successfully without having, a split of the atom. You don't want to split the atom accidentally, but you can kind of it's like, if the heavier the molecule, the more likely you can start playing around with the neutrons and stuff. Accidental Oppenheimer moment. Yeah, that's one way to blast your way out into getting your name out there, as well as lots of your flesh and other pieces of you. Yeah. But yeah, it's getting the correct isotope, because one of my favorite examples about working at the nuclear level is look at the oceans of planet Earth. The surface of the Earth is mostly water. The oceans are incredibly dense, very heavy. Water itself cannot be compressed. When it freezes, it expands. When it steams, it expands. Water is its densest form, which makes no sense compared to everything else. So water itself is one of the most common things in the universe, and yet it is an anomaly that does not directly link in its properties and states to other atoms and other, states. We're not talking plasma. We'll skip the surface of the sun for now. But also, salt is in the water. So we have salt water in an ocean. What is salt? Is chlorine, right? And sodium. Sodium chloride. So, sodium in water, what happens? Boom! You get a Coulombic reaction, which is a lot to explain. Chlorine, deadly, toxic, yellowish-green gas. If you breathe it in, your lungs collapse and you die in its pure state. So we get explosive and deadly gases. You might as well just be living on Venus at this point. It's common, so it's everywhere, but in its improper state. Now, if these two fuse together, if their electrons line up and they just orbit each other loosely, what happens? You get salt. Just think about that. We're not even talking about the neutron level. We're talking just electron hugging. Sort of like puzzle pieces. They're just let's just hang out. Let's go for a date. And you've got something you can eat that's actually a part of your natural body's ecosystem for survival. So when you get up to heavier elements, now you can do a lot more with the neutrons. Neutrons in, neutrons out. Look at the size of the gold atom. It's massive. And look what's next to it. Lead. Deadly toxin will kill you. And, almost right next to it, you have gold, the most balanced neutral thing. And it's just because of a couple of protons. It's a change in vibrational pitch. That's all it is. Because remember, nothing's really here. What is an electron? What's a quark? Right? Et cetera, et cetera. They're all vibrations. The whole idea of time, space, consciousness is a vibration. And everything else beyond that is absolute nothing. So anything that, if it moves, it's going to sound very Tibetan, but if it vibrates, it's illusion. So you have to get beyond that. And that will make you have an anxiety attack for some people. I got to be careful what I say. It freaks me out. But yeah, atoms, everything, vibrating energy. A vibration, like a hum of something else, like somebody else coughed. God sneezed and the universe went wiggle, 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 wiggle for a few seconds, and everything happened at once. Everything. But we get to experience it by, quote, incarnating. We get to experience the slowest possible time of every single thing that we choose. As a great way to pass the time, something to do. But yeah, when you get into the isotopes are interesting because you get into the number of neutrons. Oh, I got something for all the Christians out there that'll freak them out. Sometimes people will get a message, let's say, or have a vision, and it doesn't make sense to them, but they try to describe it. Something like, the beast will be the number of a man, and his name will be the number, blah, 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 something, something, 666, right? So what do we consider carbon-based life? What is carbon? 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and count them, 6 electrons. 6, 6, 6. All beasts are carbon. 666. So yeah, sometimes visionaries don't know how to transcribe something they got from the ether or from a vision or having a little bit too much weird fungus on the bread they ate and they trip balls. And they don't know how to take this information and put it into common everyday English. And a lot of spirituality is basically that. That's why I think everyone needs to have their own experiences and their own spirituality to make sense to them. That way the message is personal and to you. A personal relationship with whatever you believe God is. Not what somebody in a fucking weird funny robe with a funny hat that holds his hands out in weird positions and goes, you know, okay, all right, maybe that's your thing. I shouldn't judge, but that's just one way to do it. There's an infinite number of other ways to do the same thing. And maybe it's better for you, maybe it's not, but the universe is a lot bigger than just a few books that dead people wrote. It's a lot bigger than that. But I know that's hard for a lot of people to cope with, right? It's fucking scary shit, so I get it. I understand. I also know that the way the amygdala works, as far as fear-based reactions go, just know that this is what helped me through a lot of things too, is most of your fear comes from your brain, and it is the amygdala doing the survival thing. Oh no, there's a lion, I'd better run, and the genes get passed on, and evolution continues, whether you're an interventionist or an evolutionist or a creationist, or any combination of the three. So, that is there because of, let's say, nature. So when you experience absolute fear, dread, and all that kind of stuff, that's not really you. That's your brain trying to sort of like say, this could happen, maybe we go that way instead. And if you have strong intuition and you experience an amygdala firing in your brain and you go, oh shit, but you don't know why you're experiencing the oh shit, all you have to do is access your own subconscious to see what it's perceiving and transcribe that into the language of your consciousness so you can go, oh, I'm having a subconscious vision right now. Let's see what it says. And then you can go, oh, I shouldn't get on that bus because it's going to crash and I don't want to die yet because I'm not ready. And then if you can understand things clearly at that level with some training and experience, pretty soon you suddenly just realize, oh, yeah, I met a psychic and she said, yeah, I was born this way. You've had to work your way up to it, but congratulations. You are using your sixth sense the way it could be evolved. We can breed this into the next generation of humans. And then we can start talking about the pineal gland. We start breeding that where you can go into an altered state of consciousness and your own pineal gland produces dimethyltryptamine, also known as DMT, which gives you access to, it's like a space-time portal inside the center of your own skull, what the ancient Vedas in India and other spirituality, including native shaman, talk about being the third eye. And by the way, ask a brain surgeon if they've ever done this experiment. Excuse me, Dr. Brain Surgeon? Yes. I have a question for you. Yes, go right ahead. When you've ever been working on a human brain and you bring the person slightly to consciousness to make sure that you're not cutting the wrong part of the brain? Oh, yes, I've done that. Okay. And you ask them a question like, Sarah, are you with us? And they go, yeah, as they're half out of it. Because, the brain doesn't experience pain directly. So you can, cut the brain while they're talking. It's creepy, but it's true. They do it all the time. Not to scare you. Again, your fear is just your amygdala. Just turn that shit off, flip it the other. What's your favorite smell? Smell it now. What's your favorite song? Think of it now. There you go. See, your amygdala just went back to normal. It's that easy. Just flip it around. So, they have found that if you shine a regular flashlight, just a tiny little pen light will do, or even just a cell phone, just turn it on flashlight mode. If you shine a light onto that little part of the brain where the brain stem is, the pineal gland, you ask the patient while they're half, unconscious, they will tell you the color of the light. So what in pray tell, may I ask, in evolutionary terms, does the idea of evolution saying, I know the perfect place to have a visual sensor, the center of the skull. Let's breed that and make sure that procreates on throughout time. And by the way, humans aren't the only one who have one. Animals do too. Why do witches always have cats and dogs in their house? Why do people say, my dog knows who to trust and who not to trust instinctively just by looking at them? They're not looking with their face. They're feeling something, and they're knowing something. They're knowing. They're seeing with their third eye. And they're just able to translate that information into enough awareness to go, that's bad. Or, I shouldn't go that way. I should go that way. This is the way back to my house after I was stolen and dropped off in the middle of fucking nowhere. Ooh, that rabbit looks tasty. I'll eat this on the way home. At least I'll survive. They're doing their basic body instincts, but a part of their natural body instincts is their pineal gland. And if humanity spent more time understanding their own body, the pineal gland and all the information that comes through it would make more sense. Like why you have a dream that, quote, comes true. It's not luck. It's not coincidence. It's foreknowledge, like a memory. You have foreknowledge, like past knowledge, foreknowledge. It's the same timeline, except you're just looking this way versus that way. Think of it that way. You decided to look up instead of staring down all the time. And you're like, how did I know that? It's like, you looked the other way. You turned your head. How complicated is that? That's pretty easy. But yeah, so with that level of consciousness and knowledge about your own body, which is beyond your physical body, what you believe is your physical body, you can understand that if you take all this technology, from the isotopes we were talking about to various pulsations of radio frequencies and magnetic fields and all this stuff, and happen to hit the right ones to power up a certain isotope in order to get some anti-gravitic response, if your consciousness is in the right place, you're ready to start beginning phase 2 of the evolutionary path of your entire species. But if you're not at that point, well, then you have basically people wanting to bomb themselves on a global scale over a book they read, like the Middle East. Scary. And pretty fucking sad. But if you believe in something hard enough, you're willing to do anything to make sure that you're the winner and you're always right. Rather than seeing the multiverse for what it truly is. There's a dimension where there is no Middle East. There never was a big war. It's just one religion there. And it could be either one or something completely different. If you work at Area 51 or wherever the fuck, S4 or something like that, Pine Gap, Australia, wherever, some underground base, you might see some people, you're not too sure what the hell they are or how the hell they exist, but there they are. And they have access to this stuff, and they'll show you all the options and possibilities. But a lot of people that aren't growing up in that environment, which is, by the way, why there's a lot of missing kids in this world. It's not all this like Jeffrey E kind of stuff, and they're not all disposed. I'll say that. A lot of them have skills, and they're given a job and an environment that is so so more exciting and better and superior in every way to the surface dwellers that they don't want to leave. They grew up in a amazing environment that's so much more interesting than the one we've got here on Twitch, watching some Minecrafter talk a bunch of bullshit that doesn't make any sense. They got a way better world than that. So a lot of them don't want to leave. But a lot of them are getting kind of tired of the world suffering, and they do okay. And so we have a lot of these leaks now. We have a lot of them, and the fact that the leaks are happening and there's a lot less people going missing, it seems like, look at the Joe Rogan podcast, for fuck's sakes. Look at all the Disclosure Project. I know so many Disclosure Project people. Steve Bassett, Stephen Greer, all these people. Our agency had tons of conversations with these people. Big people, big names. Like I said, we've had conversations with like royals and government officials all over the world with this stuff. And it seems like there's a lot of people getting ready for it, the big drop. Something's coming. And the best thing I can say in relation to that is the Hastings reports. Can't remember his first name, but it's like something Hastings, right? His last name is Hastings. He worked with a lot of military people that were specifically leaking information that concerned them greatly, where there's been a few times where missiles have been, launched because they were certain the Russians had already struck first. They get the key code, they start doing their thing. Missiles are shut down, and strange craft hover over the base. Like they're saying, you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to blow up mommy and daddy's house. Go to your room. Yeah. There's beings out there that seem to have very powerful technology, and they refuse to let certain things happen. Like, they really think this is a pretty special place, and they want to make sure shit don't blow up. But they'll allow some stuff for the sake of, well, baby's got to grow up eventually, which means he's going to get bruised. There's going to be cuts and scrapes. There's going to be a lot of tears shed and a lot of scar tissue. But it's the only way we can let them grow up, right? There's a lot of that going on. But the Hastings reports, I think what's happening right now with certain government people saying, I'm going to go in and do this. Well, we're going to defend ourselves and do that. Rah, 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 rah. I don't know. I could see a global Hastings event happening where everyone gets shut the fuck down, and there'll be a massive response of something out there that might be actually right here, right now. And that could really change things. So I think all this disclosure stuff and the fact that there's a lot less people, getting hurt by talking about it now, I think we're being prepped. Doesn't matter who's doing the prepping. It's allowed to happen now more than ever. So maybe humanity is finally ready. We're not like, how long ago was it? Roswell was at 1947, right? Okay, so 1947, what was on people's minds? Heck, 1935, 1910. Those are the people that grew up, oh my God, it was a much simpler time. And that was like, what, a nanosecond ago as far as the human timeline goes, from like Unga Bunga to now? That was like just like that fast. They've gone from, this is how you carry your school books. This is how you comb your hair. And, this is how you, become a good wife. And this is what a real man does. All that shit was just yesterday. Like, just happened. And here we are. You're on Twitch. And you're hearing this discussion. Wow. Think about that. What's next? If that happened that quickly, what's next, right? It's an exciting time. Now, I grew up with this stuff, so it's easier for me to cope with. And I've seen some things that scare the fuck out of me. And I've seen some things that are like, this is a fucking miracle. Like, how can somebody just hold up their hands and that happens? Stuff that blows my mind. Like, this person has really been working a long time to be able to do that. It's literal magic. So, I think it's about time we all knew this stuff. I kind of have a 50-50 split on the amnesty aspect of this. But there's a lot of people, different kinds of people, that think the amnesty path is the only one that's really going to work, because there's been so much death and so on and so forth in the past. Too many people are going to want vengeance, and it's not helping humanity at all with this stupid fucking mindset of like, your religion is bad, my religion is superior, yours is evil, mine is good. This government is evil, but this government is holy. This government would never lie to me, but this government always lies. Nothing they say is ever true. That black and white shit it's holding humanity back. It's got to stop. It's got to stop yesterday. We wouldn't have today's political bullshit if that had stopped yesterday. So, doesn't matter who it is, but there's a damn good excuse to intervene now. A damn good excuse. Either that, what's our option? What's the other realistic option if we imagine nothing's going to change, nothing's going to happen? Well, that's it. So goodbye, everybody, I guess. They're just going to blow everything up and ta-da! Game over. Then we go to another dimension and we all just wake up and go, wow, that was a stupid video game. Yeah, what a dumb ending. That's it, right? Or what? Or what? What do we got? What are we actually looking at here? What, are we going to yell at a politician and get them to, like, change their mind? I mean, they're in it for the money and the power and enjoying the ride. They're on a fucking, it's like a dopamine kick. They're having a fix. And they're fixated on getting more and more money. They're playing a dumb game. And even if they're acting, because a lot of them are actors, obviously. How many actors have the Americans had as like presidents or governors and governor? I'm not an actor. Yeah. I'm a governor. Don't make fun of me. I don't have an accent. What accent? Yeah. Get in the chopper. I mean, get. Anyway, yeah. No, I'm. And I think what's going to happen is, I think certain people somewhere have been waiting for the right time when they think there's going to be at least enough. Doesn't have to be a majority. It just has to be enough. Because remember, bad example maybe, but just for the sake of numbers and argument, only 7% of Germany during World War II thought the Nazi Party was a good idea. The rest of them were against it, but they couldn't do anything because they were scared shitless of that 7%. A minority ruined the country enough to ruin whole sections of the world. 7% of one country. So, again, as a more positive example, if only 7% of humanity was able to deal with this stuff, sort of like myself or perhaps others that you've seen on YouTube videos talking about this stuff, that's all it's going to take, because that 7% will be talking to thousands to help them through it. To say, hey, shh, wait, stop, relax, calm down, think. Here, I'll help you. That's all it takes. Just a little bit of care from the people who know to help the rest. So maybe we're getting close to that 7%. Because it's everywhere. Everyone's talking about this stuff. Everyone seems to be ready for it. But how many are really ready for it? Like, I've told people so many times, what if you said, I need a beer. This conversation's cool, but I need a beer. And you walk in your living room and there's a 7-foot tall, big fucking thing standing in the room staring at you, and it says, don't worry, it sends you love vibes or whatever. You just think, oh my God, it's hypnotizing me. It's trying to seduce me. I'm going to be its next meal. That's your amygdala. That's your body going, oh shit, big ugly thing, want to eat me, unga bunga. And if you react on that and it doesn't control you, you could reach for your gun and try to shoot his face off. Because you're like, that's the amygdala. That's your monkey brain, your animal brain doing that thing. That's why all these stories about alien abduction, they turn that shit off. They either knock you the fuck out or they make you so dopey that it feels like the whole thing's a dream, because humans are dangerous. Dangerous, horrible, nasty, planet-killing, evil fucking pieces of shit. But they still love you. Kind of sounds like most religions. Oh, shit! Where were you? I didn't hear a thing.
I panicked.
Crap. Yeah. And I'm not saying, by the way, Chad, I'm not saying that, everything's all love and light, some airy-fairy new age bullshit. But, who would you rather have teaching you about the stuff you need to avoid, except for those who've already been there for millions of years and can help you through it, rather than, I don't know, the current president? Doesn't seem like the best person to teach you about that stuff right now, does it? And even me, I don't seem like the best person to teach you about exactly who, what, where, when. It's not like I live with them on a daily basis. So even I would still need, some support and help. But if you're prepared for this stuff, then it makes it a lot easier to deal with. Which is, again, why you see a lot of kids have gone missing around certain military projects. It's not they're drinking their blood like some people think. A lot of the times, it's like, we need pilots. We need pilots for craft that we can't fly ourselves because our brains just can't cope with the data. Or just can't wrap our heads around it. We need somebody who can, do you like Disney? Yeah. Do you like the idea that you could just fly with your mind? You ever have dreams of flying, Billy? Yeah. Perfect. Perfect recruit. He's an orphan. Nobody loves him. Nobody wants him. We're just going to give him the dream life. Which is, by the way, the nickname for Area 51 is Dreamland. Because it's too good to be true. Another code name for it is the box. Underground, big fucking box. The giant box. Stacks of floors, each with different classifications. And different people. Yeah, fun stuff. Also, if there's a big war that happens, and I don't know, it seems like the current American president, because I don't feel like saying their name, but you know what I'm talking about. It's a certain American president who seems to insinuate that, yeah, you don't want to go up against us. We have an arsenal that is beyond your imagination. Sounds like he might be really interested in using some stuff that he probably shouldn't use because, yeah, I can imagine the reaction if the Hastings effect is true, and according to thousands of leaks, thousands of them, over many, many, many years since the advent of the atom bomb. We go back to 1950 and we're talking about the atom bomb, and everyone talks like this in the newsreels. Yeah. So that's a long time. They start using this other stuff in order to, for a holy war? Yeah, no, Mom and Dad are going to be pissed. You don't go into Mom and Dad's gun closet and bring out real deadly weapons like that. That's not even your property to touch in the first place. I don't care if you, carefully studied how Dad did it and then you went online and found a 3D printer or something like that and made an exact replica of Dad's weapon and then stole some bullets. They might have a little camera somewhere going, oh, if he does that, he's dead. My son's dead meat if he fucking does that. Honey, wait until he gets his hand on the trigger, and then we decloak and go, you dirty little son of you little shit. Oh, Dad, I didn't know you were home. That's humanity when they finally start using this stuff in a big way for holy wars. My boogeyman's better than your boogeyman. How dare you insult my boogeyman? My boogeyman knows better. My boogeyman says this. My boogeyman says that. I'm royalty. My boogeyman says that my genetics are superior to all of yours. You must worship me or off with your head. Why, God said so. Which God? My God, not yours. Your God's bullshit. Mine is superior in every way. I'm royalty, I'll have you know. Just imagine people actually fell for that. But that doesn't work too good anymore. Now people believe in other things. Belief is scary. That's why I don't work with it, where I didn't work with an agency that was based on belief systems. This is why I hate it when a scientist like Michio Kaku or anybody says, well, we believe, blah, blah, blah. It's like, shut the fuck up, you're not a religion. How dare you use the phrase, I believe? If you believe something's going on, well, I guess you weren't there to see it yourself then, now were you? So, why don't you bring back a piece of that fucking moon rock from that world that's like 150 million light years away that you say you can see this happening and hand it to me so I can hold it and go, ah, I see what you mean. That is very spicy. That's a spicy meatball. Come on, scientist. Show me. Show me. Let's see you do it twice. People can say that about some of the stuff we used to work on. I can say that about your average basic human scientist. Show me. I don't want to hear this belief shit. It's not a religion. Yeah, you can see why I was known as a bit of a bad cop, right? I got tired of them calling us bullshit when I would call them out on the same thing. It's like, yo, you think you're different? You think you're any different? What, because you have a PhD? Because you kissed enough ass in order to get in the position you're in? Because you got official funding from people who actually, quote, believe in your research? You realize that? You're a priest. You give them whatever it is you think, you feed them whatever it is you think they want in order to get another paycheck. And boy, you don't talk like that to certain researchers, they get really angry. They get really, really fucking mean back at you. But sometimes you have to call them out and say, you're playing a game. Your game is to try to sell snake oil to angel investors to fund your little projects in order to get a paycheck. It's a job like any other job. A resume is it's whoring yourself off for the sake of the dollar. I was really good at this. Here's my references, even though they could be faked easily. Doesn't matter. Look at me. I'm impressing you sitting in my chair. Hire me. It's like, at that point, just spread your legs and say, anything you want, sir, madame, mistress, that's all you're doing. And everything else is a social game of like, how much, how little, when you say certain things. It's all just this little game, this little, routine. And it changes every few years. No, we don't do that anymore. Nobody's Mr. Smith. Now we call everyone Bob or Steve or Marjorie. We don't use last names anymore. Oh, okay. Oh, you don't use cover letters anymore. It just has to be a sentence. Objective. Oh, we don't do that anymore. Now it's like you have to be on TikTok or some shit. It's insane. The little games human society creates in order to basically sell themselves for the sake of, give me a piece of paper or give me a digital imaginary number that sits on a power grid that can be deleted at any second because I believe and trust in the government and I believe and trust in the power grid and I believe and trust in the environment, like the weather, that's not going to accidentally bring down power lines and accidentally delete my entire bank account that I saved up millions of dollars. Oops, gone, sorry. I'm going to believe in that and trust in that, in the imaginary boogeyman and God and money we trust, right? Because if I take this little piece of paper and I give it to a random stranger and say, here's money, do this trick, monkey dance, people will actually take it out of my hand and do what I want. Like, sell me their pie. I want a piece of pie. Here's $10. Keep the change. I feel good about myself today. I'm going to give you more than you actually deserve. Your pie's only $9.95. Keep the 5 cents. Don't spend it all in one place, Jimmy. Look at me. I'm funny, too. Money. It's a belief system. Instead of doing trade directly with each other, we pass the buck. I don't want to actually do anything for you. I don't like you. Here, take some money. Fuck off. That's what money is. Money's I'll pay you some other time. Someone else will pay my debt for me. That's all it is. Passing the buck. Just like a religion. We'll learn more about the boogeyman next week when everybody comes in, and hopefully we won't have people wearing weird clothes like we did today. Church dismissed. It's something you follow. It's something you believe in. It's not a direct experience. It's something you do to get by, to survive, to fit into society, because starvation sucks. So jobs have to exist and money has to exist. But it just comes down to basic body chemistry. Starvation sucks. Fear of the loss of or the lack of love in our lives will make us do crazy things too. It's a very human world. But all this other stuff, man, if we don't have all that shit together, which is why it's been held back for so fucking long. Because even the stuff I'm talking about now sounds a little too much for a lot of people. It's just a little too much, It's a little, I don't know, it's a little too much for them. That's too much, they're not ready. Still, in 2026, after 12,500 years since the last big global calamity that, turned the beautiful Brazilian-like jungle forests all over Africa into a fucking desert in a matter of about 3 days. Until, of course, the mud kept flowing and flowing and flowing, and it slowly drained out. And you got all those track lines of massive flooding across the entire North African region out through Mesopotamia there. Yeah. 12,500 years since that, and the survivors ended up here in 2026. Still not quite ready for space travel. It's kind of disappointing, actually. So, anyway, what else can I talk about? Should we go back to talking about music? I could talk about proper vinyl record mastering techniques. Whatever. Something that's, I always mention that as a joke, but that's kind of a regret. I always kind of wanted to get into that because vinyl's cool, man, and mastering records is fun. I got to see people doing it when I worked at the company and stuff. That was fun. Neat stuff. Test pressings were fun because if you fuck something up, you can just like do something. Hey, let's take the bass compressor off of this and just increase the amplitude. Watch what the needle does. It starts flopping all over the place and skips across the record. It's like, well, this test pressing's fucked anyway. Put on another shellac and just like start cutting the album again. It's like, oh, here we go. I fucked it up. All right, start over. You do some fun experiments with that shit. It's kind of neat. I had a picture. I don't know where I put it, but I had a picture of somebody who took off the bass compressor. And they didn't increase the amplitude. They just did a normal cut. And instead of getting about, 18 to 20 minutes on one side of a 12-inch 33 RPM disc, they could barely get like 7 minutes. Because in order to get that bass response, we're having like, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35 hertz all throughout it. And to get those hertz at a proper equilateral amplitude because of the way the preamp works on a playback system, you have to get that level of amplitude at the low end in order to make it appear to the human ear linear, minus the Fletcher-Munchkin curve argument, which is a whole other thing. So you get like these really weird groove patterns. It looked really cool. I have to try and dig that up again. It's like wild looking. That's why you always filter. It's like, about 12 to 15 kilohertz and up, you completely like, brick wall nuke it. There's nothing above that frequency. And you don't want to have anything below about 50 hertz for sure. Some people have said it like, the old turntables that had a 60 hertz cut. The reason is you want to cut 60 hertz and lower because those frequencies, all you get is vinyl rumble. Like when you put the needle on the record and there's no sound and you turn your volume up, you get that like, you hear the disc moving. There's crackle at the high end, but you also hear this like kind of rumbly sound. That's the frequencies you can't get away from because of the nature of the medium. So you try to like, why put any sound at below 60 if everyone's going to cut it at 60 anyway? And then for people who don't, you might find frequencies down there, but you hear that tremendous rumble between tracks that just sounds really like intense. Just a little bit of music history for you. See, I can talk about anything. Anything I know I can talk about. Or I can speculate, I suppose. Yeah, this is good distraction, I guess, for me. I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight, though. My God. I don't know. It's going to be rough. I don't know. I guess there's always a chance he could come to me in my sleep and tell me a really bad joke there, eh? But also, I imagine his higher self is quite the majestic being, like we all are, and we'll probably have some amazing conversation, which I won't be able to describe in English, and it'll blow my mind if it happens at all. And it won't be worth mentioning because it'll sound so crazy, crazier than anything I've said tonight, that I'll just wake up, feel good, smile, and go, yeah. Nice. I didn't have time to sleep. It's okay. I just have to remember that by the time I say I don't worry about that in the cave here, but by the time I get out of here, I should probably sleep before I leave. Or I'll log in next time and then I'll suddenly have phantoms upon logging in as soon as I step out of my house because it's nighttime and go, oh shit, that's annoying. Yeah, what did I do? When I posted the thing about Kane's Backrooms movie coming out soon, I think my post was, which will place your bets, which will happen first? Open Alien Contact or the release date of Kane Pixel's The Backrooms movie? Something like that, to get people thinking. It's my way of saying, you know, what if it's actually that close? Can you imagine? He's put all this work into this movie with all this esoteric research and everything, and it turns out this amazing movie. And he gets upstaged by actual alien contact, like UFOs on the White House lawn, as they say, and everything. Every city, like in the series V or something, there's massive fucking ships hovering everywhere, silently, for days. And everyone's going through all the emotions, like, what do we do? And the governments are all freaking out. And then tomorrow, he advertises on, like, you know, all these places. Tomorrow, the Kane Pixels movie, you know, The Backrooms. Remember me? Come on, please. I put all this money into it. Don't you want to see my movie? I know there's, aliens. Yeah, we could. They haven't really said much yet. We could always talk to him the next day after my movie, right? That would be a hell of a way to get upstaged. That would suck.
I would.
Damn. After all that, all of a sudden, it's like the Monkees versus the Beatles. The Monkees are like planning this big album. They put all this work into it, and then they don't even know about it because it's, you know, it seems like the Beatles are over. They put out 2 to 3 albums a year, and all of a sudden it's been a year and a half, not a fucking word. Paul's in hiding. What the fuck is happening? Is he dead? And they're just like, yeah, we're going to cut it. We're going to finally do our own music, do our own album. It's going to be called Head. It's going to be trippy, man. And they're almost finished mixing it down, and all of a sudden Sgt. Pepper arrives, and it's on the radio. Everyone's playing it. They get a copy. They listen to it and go, we can't beat that. And they're just like, fuck. We thought we were going to pull this off, and all of a sudden now our album is going to sound like ass. Great. We should have stuck to the script and been TV characters. We were better off. Well, at least 2 of them kind of thought that, and the other 2 were like, no, we can keep going. We can ride on this. It'll be groovy, man. But yeah, it was pretty esoteric stuff. And they didn't have Paul McCartney and John Lennon as co-producers, so there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do. Sometimes you just gotta bow out politely and be like, you got me. You guys are amazing. I'm not even going to try to compete with you guys. I think I'm going to become a farmer. Fuck this. I don't want to play guitar anymore. I'll just keep it as a hobby. It was an awesome ride while it lasted. Or just keep it as a hobby or whatever. Or maybe become a guitar teacher. Yeah, I used to have a TV show called The Monkees. My name is Michael Nesmith, and I was behind the whole Head album. You guys probably haven't heard of it. It's probably before your time, but yeah. I teach music now. Wonder whatever happened to him. How could a crazy lizard playing Minecraft know so many fucking names, people, places, events, things? What the hell? It's called having an above-average IQ and way too much energy and drive that just keeps me up at night. That's how I got into this mess. And now that I got the PTSD from all that shit, now I'm up at night for 2 reasons. No longer 1 reason, but 2. Energy, knowledge, experience, everything. It's fucking exhausting sometimes. I always say, I used to be on stage talking about some stuff like this at a presentation with like either MUFON or just, you know, with a couple of other people. There'd be like a smaller convention. So instead of like, you know, 800 to 1,000 people, it's just like, you know, 50 or 60 in some gymnasium or whatever. But I'd say to myself, and I'd sometimes say it out loud, it's like my poor human brain right now. Like, I can't imagine, I feel it now, I can't imagine what some of you are feeling in the audience. Anybody here feel really exhausted right now for no reason? Put up your hand. Like, half the audience put up their hand one time, and I was like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm, like, draining all of you unintentionally. Because your brains are trying to like take this massive amount of data and try to file it. Where do I file this fucking shit? I don't know anymore. You know, they're poor brains. Because, you know, the way human brains store stuff is in relationships. So you're trying to learn about color, where you have to relate it to something else related to color. You're trying to store something about music or sound. You're trying to relate it to, oh, genre or type of music, you know. Like I mentioned Dadaism, and Zoto is going, Dadaism? Dadaism? What is that? Oh, is it Dadaism? Like information data? Is that a typo? And his poor brain is like, you know, like, we all go through this, man. Don't feel bad. Because it's like completely out of left field word. Like, what the fuck is Dadaist and Dadaism, right? It's like, so the stuff I talk about, I always have to remind myself, this is normal for me. This is an alien talking to most other people. I need to slow down and go, okay, I have to pretend I'm channeling a spirit from another dimension. I have to put it in layman's terms. Okay. Remember to let them breathe. Okay, now I can find a related thought and hopefully it sticks. Otherwise, I'm just throwing my fucking diamonds into the void. I'm not helping myself or anybody else. It can be rough. But that's why the agency liked me, because they had me on board, because I was like, you know, I fit into the scene, man. Could have these conversations, you know, shop talk was interesting. Oh. Yeah, my mind keeps falling back on the main plot. I think later tonight I'm probably gonna have a good cry. Yeah, it's probably gonna be part of the process. I had to hold it in the whole time before I went live. And I thought if I could do that, I can go live and I should be okay, and I wasn't quite okay. Sometimes, you know, these, hate to sound all alien again, but sometimes these human emotions do kind of take over. But I'm not going to judge myself for my human side, you know. It is what it is, and it's healthy, normal, and okay. But it does get in the way sometimes, you know. Trying to do A, and I end up doing B. It's frustrating. But it allows for a certain level of empathy, even more so than sympathy, when it comes to what other people go through. That's for sure. You're getting a lot of material, I guess, aren't you, Florica? Because I'm just like...
Yeah, a lot of copper.
I'm so used to seeing you work so fast, but that's when you already have like a fuck ton of supplies, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, you're doing the whole roof, both sides like that? Oh my god. Wow. Are you gonna let it oxidize, or are you keeping everything copperish?
I was originally just gonna have it all copperish, however, that requires a lot of wax, and I think I'm just gonna let it oxidize.
Yeah, you could always get a lot of B stuff later, and then scrape it off, and then wax it. Yeah, you could change it later.
I don't know, maybe I just might like it oxidized. I don't know yet.
Yeah. Have to see what it looks like with and without shaders, I guess, compared to like the green of the lush cave, maybe. Might work, might not. Ow. What? Am I? That was weird. I thought I was floating. I was like, why couldn't I get out? I was drifting along there, I thought, but I guess it wasn't. Yeah, it might work. I don't know.
Man, this would be going a lot faster if I had Fortune on a pick.
Yeah. I appreciate your company, by the way. The fact that you Still wanted to do a show, just like hang out while I go through this fucking process.
Of course.
Man, so unexpected. But yeah, that's the thing. Until I hear otherwise, that seems to be the situation. Diabetes, I mean, that's the thing, is you can slip into a coma and not realize it. Because how are you supposed to tell when you're asleep that your body's like slowly falling into a permanent sleep, right? How are you supposed to know? And all you could do is, I mean, who knows what else happened? I guess if there is any mystery to this or something else happened, I hope he comes to me in my sleep and explains what happened. So at least I know. But I don't know. I have a feeling he's probably so fucking relieved. His daughter's got family to like help her through it. She's you know, I don't know. She seems like she's doing pretty good considering. But, you know, like me, that could change by the hour too, so. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how to put that thought in words. It's not going to sound right, so I'll just stop. Is he way out there? It's dark here. Hi, Axolotl. Oh, your claim goes all the way out here. I can't light this spot up. Damn. Think I found a dark spot?
Trusted.
No, I tried putting a light here. Didn't work. Can I stand there, please? Yeah. Oh,
there
this. Thank you. I think that was a dark spot. That's what I was worried about.
Yeah, I'm constantly running around. I was like, okay, that looks a little bit darker than I expected. Let me just put some light there.
Yeah.
Constantly. Especially if I see a random zombie, like, walking up to me. It's like, fuck, where is that dark spot?
Yeah, exactly. Because when you light up most of it, but not all of it, that one or two spots can act like a bit of a farm.
Yeah.
Might be okay. I think that's all okay in there. I know what I could do though.
Oh, you wanted to sleep it as well?
Oh, yeah. Is it that time? Wait, let me go home.
Oh, it definitely is.
Okay, I'm sleeping. Alright. Yeah, there's 3 of us on right now. I'm on the cat bed again. See, I keep waking up in the middle bed. What's going on, Callie? You like dragging me across the bed and snuggling me all night or something lately? What the heck's going on? She doing that? I've moved her into different positions too, and it's like, doesn't seem to change it. That's where she usually is. I don't know. Mystery to me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, back. Let's see. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I want to see Mr. Lost Mouse is doing. Go there before I head off. Oh my god, the storage system is like just crazy here now. Everything's getting listed.
I've got an item frame, and just kind of when I need it to put items, I'll put it here, mark it, and we're good to go.
Yep.
Jeez, okay, note taken. Do not go by your place. Too many entities.
My place?
Oh,
no,
my place.
Oh.
All my cows. I needed leather.
Oh, are you getting lag? No way.
Oh, I probably would because chests are considered entities along with item frames are considered entities.
That is true. Yes, I forgot about that. That is true.
That is why. That's why it's like, okay, no taking. If I go around his place and I get lagged, I know I'm close by.
Yeah, that is a possibility. Let's see. And there is a lot of cows, or good English. There are a lot of cows out here. So we have barrels and item frames. We have okay amount of chickens, a lot of cows, average amount of piggies.
I can show you my lag machine if you want.
Oh god, a lot of sheep. Let's see the lag machine. All right.
I don't got one. I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna show me like even more cows on the other side or something. It's like, oh, did you add something over here? Where are they? How many do you have, and what are they?
Most of my stuff is not automated, so it should be good.
Yeah.
And manual labor.
And once things grow up to full growth, they don't. They stop their tick time counter too. So if your farms are all like fully grown and stuff like that, then there's no like additional stuff going on. Cows keep doing stuff though because they need to move, and sheep need to buy, and they're perpetual. Item frames just are being all itemy or whatever. I don't know why they do that, but they constantly need input or something, I guess, in the code. Like, if I want to put a carrot in there or not, or take one out, I guess they have to be constantly running or something. Unlike wheat, when it's fully grown, it doesn't really need to do anything anymore, so... Doesn't need to check for anything other than if it's been broken. I don't know. It's their game, not mine. I don't know how they've coded this stuff. But chickens be clucking. Oh. The dude waiting for a pickup down there. There's another little young one over there, ready to be...
Yeah, I gotta get a cart. Shit. As soon as I get like 2 in the hole in my farm,
Yeah.
I have to kill one of them to get the other.
Oh, I see.
So, they block each other.
Right. So yeah, there's a dispenser there, so you push the button, cart pops out, it rolls down, because the button's still being pressed, so it pushes that, then it picks him up, and it comes around this corner, and it comes around here. See where this one's going to end up this time. A little bit of a boost there. It's going to end up right here. Oh, I'll stand at this side. I can't stand there. I'll be in the way, so I'll stand right here. There we go.
Incoming.
Incoming! That's a nice casual ride. There we go. There he is.
Beautiful. These guys are loud. I think it's the Fletcher.
Yeah, if he's doing the fletching sound, yeah. Bang.
Beats the crap out of his table.
Yeah. Like using it like a drum machine. Yeah, that's another vanilla tweaks thing. You can turn villagers' voices down so they're not as annoying.
Might have to add that.
Yeah, it's a good one. Oh, you left a rail here.
Oop, shoot.
Let's put it there so you need it later. Or if you want it.
Yeah, that works.
That way it don't despawn. What's up, dude? Oh, you keep them in their carts. Oh, okay. Don't want the iron. You don't want the iron back?
Oh, not really, no.
Yeah.
So what do you get, cart?
Also, they're not going to go running if you happen to break their job at the front.
Yeah, if I want another trade or whatever, or switch them out.
Yeah. If you're ever low on iron, that's why. It's because they're all still playing the cart game.
I locked in the mending trade, so I got my mending villager. It's just 30 emeralds for a mending book.
You locked him in at 30?
Yeah, because I was re-rolling for a long time to get him. I was like, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you say, Florica? I think the average I've experienced is about 13 13 to 17, I think would be a fair average. Sometimes 10, sometimes
Yeah.
30, right?
Yeah, rare occasion 30, but I've been getting like 10 and 9.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I'll get like 18 and I'm like, fine. Yeah, 30.
2 times 38.
Yeah. I don't know why you're getting such high numbers. They really don't like you, I guess. Oh. It's not the villager whisperer, that's for sure.
Nope.
Damn.
All geared up and ready to go to the nether.
Oh, is that what you're doing today?
I don't know. I'm pretty drunk.
It's 9 o'clock too. Usually, aren't you heading
Yeah.
off by now?
Well, it's the weekend, so I can stay up a bit longer.
Oh, true. That is true. I forgot. Friday. Duh.
I would, however, I'm planning on going on a run tomorrow morning. Ugh.
Oh, yeah. Exercise run.
Yeah, I was invited with my friends. It's like, I don't get up that early.
Yeah. I know. Some people do it. Like, does it have to be early? We could do it after. Can we do it after breakfast? Not before?
Yeah, that's my deal breaker. It's like, I better have breakfast.
Yeah, is breakfast included in that deal, or do I get a free breakfast after if I showed up on time to do your run just to hang out with you guys? Do you guys pay for my lunch or what? I'd be tempted to do that, even as a joke at least, just in case they say, yeah, sure. Ooh, I was joking, but I mean, totally serious. Yeah, that's exactly what I was asking. 100%. Never joke about food. Yeah, if you see a random portal in the nether and there's a bunch of magma all around it. I was there earlier today. Found a portal, opened it up just to see what was in there, and the other side of the portal in nether, 100% pure magma. So you have to crouch in and out of the portal or you get tick damage. You get burnt. It's annoying. Kind of funny, but...
Yeah.
Slime? Did you say slime?
Come down my elevator.
What level?
Further down, like 2 more levels.
Okay.
No, like go on the wool, the elevator.
Oh. Yeah, I see it now. I'm already, like, creeping down. Oops, my head wasn't done. There we are. Okay, I'm at the wool level. Where are you? You're down further from here. Okay. Thank.
Use the elevator.
Oh, all the way down. I didn't know I had to go all the way down. Oh, okay.
I had 2 separate levels.
Yep. Sticky pistons on the way.
I want to switch my doors up.
Yeah. Does this elevator... Well, that's a lot. Does this go... Oh my god, it goes all the way up. Holy crap. That's wild.
I went like 3 and 1 on that one.
Yeah, I went up 1 and I ended up here. Damn. It's crazy. Yeah, it's good to have stairs as a backup. The way this thing behaves sometimes sends you up an extra floor or 2. Professional juggler. Slime juggler. Now that sounds very wrong. Slime juggler sounds like an insult or something. Alright, some kind of slime juggler. Yeah, this is mending guy, right? Yeah. $38. And get yourself 3 extra Fletchers for that guy. You can charge me whatever you want. I have infinite amount now. Oh, what am I going to do with myself this weekend if I just end up watching videos the whole time? I don't know. I might have to come and hang out here if there's anybody on or something on a regular basis. I might be lurking. I might end up talking with Phazon for a few hours privately about a bunch of stuff. I don't know. But I can't just like can't do what I normally do. I don't think. Maybe I'll be able to get away with it. I don't know. It'd be hard to focus on audio. I mean, I can do some, but I have a feeling I'll barely get through an album. Like doing stuff for like a half an hour, and I'll just be like, I can't do this anymore right now. My mind will wander. I'll think of something. Either I'll laugh or, you know, shed a tear and go say like, oh, I'm gonna miss this guy, and then I'm gonna fuck up an edit, not realize it because I'm not paying attention, and then it'll be like permanently like that. And every time I hear it, I'll remember that. Oh, I remember that day. Yeah, I shouldn't have been editing that day. That stupid mistake I made in that song. So I have to think about stuff that's non-destructive, like observing video, listening to music, not making video, not making music. I have to be at the receptive end of stuff, so that way if I mentally wander and screw up that way, I can just hit replay and I can see it again. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I think there's something has changed and it got fixed again. I don't know, but
it was like a live chat bug or something.
Maybe, because whatever was happening last night, like everything was fine, and then sometime last night I crawled into bed. I had a shitty night the night before. Slept okay last night, but I'm already tired at 9 o'clock because I only had one good night's sleep, not 2 in a row. But I crawled into bed. I had 4 videos lined up to go. And they wouldn't play. They all said, this video is currently not available. Try again later. Like I dialed the wrong number. So I reloaded each page. It said it again. I'm like, okay, it's not a refresh. So I figured I'm just going to restart the whole computer. Went back into Linux as always. Reloaded my browser. Went through my selection. Found the original videos again. Opened them up as a fresh tab. This video is not available. Please try again later. I'm like, okay, so I went through I'll say this, because I'm live. I went through some other settings in my browser and tweaked some things and figured that ought to do it. And I refreshed the page. That didn't work. I reloaded the entire browser. That didn't work. And I went, fuck it, I'm tired, going to sleep. So I just listened to music. I got up this morning and 2 of them wouldn't play, but the other 2 did play. So, and then I was just like, oh, I got some videos to watch. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to watch it all on my tower computer where I stream, where I'm at now. And I sent everything over here as an email to myself. So I can just open up the email and just click and just check them all off as like, okay, I watched all this stuff. Like 15 videos or so. Some 5 minutes, some an hour, just depending on what I want to watch or how much I want to tolerate of that video. Maybe I'll watch 5 minutes of an hour and go, nope, next. And I was ready to do that. And that's when I got the news. Because I was dealing with plumbers too, so I have all these videos sitting here, and I'm just like, well, I'm not going to fall asleep here in this chair. That's a bad idea. I'll fall down and hurt myself. So when I'm done here, I'm going to have to, well, it's after 9. I should quit my show. I forgot it's after 9. I usually end anyway. But if I go to my stupid old laptop and it's doing that again, I'm not going to have enough distraction. I might end up staying up all night thinking too loudly. So I really hope it's completely fixed now. Because that just came out of nowhere. I don't like it when a website will change its settings when you just like step away for 5 minutes, you come back and everything's just suddenly different. It just refreshes something somewhere behind the scenes and suddenly something doesn't work anymore. That is really terrible. So hopefully it'll play and I can actually watch videos over there in bed so I can distract my mind, hopefully fall asleep to a podcast at least or something. Oh, that was the other thing too, yeah. To watch one of those videos before I listen to music, fall asleep, I had to go, which is why I thought it might be broken, and it's like just my computer, just like I had to reboot it. I went into using my Brave browser. I set a separate tab in private mode, and the video played fine, but of course I had, you know, a discomforting kind of experience because, well, I'll just say it. There were too many fucking ads. I couldn't relax and fall asleep to something when every once in a while I'd suddenly get, like, ear shocked, to be polite, by a stupid ad. That doesn't help one fall asleep when they suddenly get, like, double volume screaming people going, oh my god, I can't believe how much I paid for this. Yeah, I know. It was amazing. What a bargain. It's like, shut up. I was almost asleep, goddammit. Why does this have to happen every 15 fucking minutes? Why doesn't it play in the normal tab so I have to like, I'm gonna listen to music. It was annoying. Hopefully I can watch videos without constant interruptions. Is that any way to treat a medical patient? I should be able to control that for medical reasons, at the very least. But I guess we'll see. Well, I guess, yeah, we've looked around here. I should probably get one. It's late. I don't know how long. I'm going to sleep, by the way. But I should probably get going, I guess. Back at my house here with my kitty cat. Oh, man, what a day. Well, whoever you are, wherever you are, out there somewhere, I'm going to render this video tonight, and tomorrow I'll upload it to my second channel, Reptoid Live Streams Minecraft. And if you're watching this tomorrow, have patience. I don't know how this weekend's going to be for me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm leaving everything open for now. I need a few days of processing. And I might get more news and more information. I don't know. We'll see. And we'll see what Monday's like. I don't know. Usually it's Bazon and Florica and myself, at least for some of Monday, all three of us. I don't know where I want to go or what I want to do. Or even if I want to do. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, I'll be in Stoat. I'll be in Discord here and there. Send me a message. Say hi. You know, we can always watch videos together. There's ways to do that. Even not on Discord, there's ways to do that. A little website that someone and I discovered a long time ago. Well, not too long ago, but long enough. And we can watch stuff and just hang out, voice chat, watch a vid, have a laugh. Daily dose of internet kind of humor, you know, random videos. Cat videos, cats being funny, silly, you know, whatever we need to help me get through this. Or maybe a good science documentary. Why not? We'll see. Anyone out there like train videos? Anyone? Yeah, I might do that too. Helps me sleep at night too. Well, that's about it. Sorry, this is New Veritasium is pretty good. Yeah, it is. Yep. I liked it. That was a good one. Yeah, I know this has been a completely different kind of broadcast today. But life happens, and like I said at the very beginning and halfway through, this is one channel where it's okay to have a life, and it's okay to have an experience. Doesn't matter what kind of life or what kind of experience, and it's okay to talk about it. And shit happens. And we don't shy away from this stuff here. So that's why I did this show anyway. You're not going to hear from me. You're going to be censored if you say anything that's scary or perceived as negative. Or as long as you're not doing any like terms of service for any platform, illegal activity, then I'm not going to necessarily censor it. You know, if you attack me personally, I might defend myself however I wish, and you might not like it, but, you know, doors open, and it swings both ways. You can come and go as you please. And this is a rare, unique place, so thank you for all you rare, unique people for being here, and thanks for being with me during my time of loss. And, for those of you who are here and missed the intro, give me about 20 minutes or so to do the thumbnail and all that kind of stuff, and the VOD will be available here on Twitch, Reptoid27, in a little bit. Then I gotta edit my video a tiny bit, and then I gotta get ready for bed and all that. But, yeah, I that's all I can say. I don't know how to outro this any other than that. But yeah, end of video time, edit here. Thanks. Leave a comment if you want. And yeah, see you around. Bye-bye.